made a decision on U.S.
What's up,
military
everyone?
intervention
Good morning,
in the
good evening,
conflict.
good afternoon. Did I see
News
Liminal?
continues after Democracy
Dizzy,
Maybe,
what's
which
up, man?
starts next. Do stay with us.
How's it going, guys? Daco, how's it going? Welcome to the AND Network, AND News, or Alador News Network.
We'll wake
Good morning, good
early
afternoon,
today,
good
my
evening.
lovely, to see the sun
Love to see
rising
what's going on
over
today.
our Uzbekistan.
Am I Jewish? No, I'm not
I'll
religious,
weave your hair
actually.
for you beautifully, just like the roads that stretch further than you can see. The
I
sun
am not
will smile
religious.
on
Today,
you.
there's a lot
You'll see our
happening.
glorious land,
There
bathed
were
in its
missiles
golden rays.
fired earlier.
Open
There's a
your
lot
heart
going on
and
in
embrace
the
the
Ukraine
magic.
and Russia war.
Uzbekistan,
But there was lots of missiles fired earlier in Israel. The AND 69. Did I make a full-on conversion to AND? No, I mean not conversion in that sense. I mean like become a news reporter here. We've actually got reports that, let's see, air raid silence in northern occupied territories following the possibility of a drone attack. Israel Home Front Command air raid sirens sounded for the second time in northern Israel due to drone infiltration.
If you are black, you are the help. You are not to be taken
Let's see
seriously.
here.
You are a criminal. You are someone who is supposed to shut up and accept
What are we
what
listening
America-
to? You be quiet and on.
The Iron Dome and other air defences in Israel, but not all of them. And people have been ordered to get down to shelters. Alarms go out, and people have been pretty disciplined about getting down to the bunkers. And a lot of people are missing sleep at this stage. So this place has been set up. You can see behind me. I'm just going to move out of the way. You can see behind me there are tents here being
Ukraine
provided,
and
free
also
meals.
for
We've got families arriving,
Israel and Iran.
elderly people bringing their pets because they want
Slime
to be able
Ass,
to get a good
I've been
night's
on
sleep
for like
and
the last
not
4 days. What do you
be
mean?
afraid. Now
What do
this
you mean it's been
is
a
an
long time?
interesting case because it's being
Yeah, do we
set
need
up
to
by
sell
the
some AND
organisation
merch?
Brothers in Arms, among others, which viewers may remember were part of the organisation of Israeli reservists who opposed Benjamin Netanyahu's judicial reforms a year or two ago so vehemently that they got hundreds of thousands of people
We can
out
just have
onto the
this on a
streets.
T-shirt. What do you think?
I asked them about, how that fits
Put that
in
on
with
a
their
T-shirt,
latest
maybe,
actions and, this
maybe on a hat, or
charitable
maybe
work
just sell the
after,
tinfoil
Prime Minister Netanyahu
hat.
launched attacks on Iran, and they said, look, this isn't
What do you
about Netanyahu at the moment. This is about being an Israeli patriot
could
for
just
them.
send
This
the
is about
tinfoil
helping
cap.
the people. And so they're coming together.
Not
And they
that
said,
kind of transition. Well,
they
I
only opened last
just wanted
night.
to
They're
clarify,
expecting
there's,
perhaps 1,000 people to be sleeping
so there was
down
no
here in
confusion.
this car park tonight.
That was Catherine Norris-Trent reporting. Meanwhile, Wednesday marked the first day of repatriation flights for Israelis who had found themselves stranded abroad.
So for those
since
of you
Israel
that
and Iran
haven't
began
heard, apparently
trading
there's going to be
missiles last Friday.
some live
Meanwhile, as
broadcast.
Israel
In about
citizens
25
return
minutes,
home,
the White
foreign
House,
governments
I think,
are
is having a
mobilizing
press
to
conference.
evacuate their citizens. Antonia Carrigan
We
reports.
will be watching that live. But right now
Israeli
we've got the
authorities
cameras up
estimate
for
that between
Israel,
100 and 150,000 Israelis were
as
left stranded
well
abroad
as,
when Israel launched its first strikes on Iran last Friday.
Actually, you know
Due
what?
to the
I
closure
think
of its
we're
airspace and in the absence
Iran
of a
has
direct
taken
flight
down their
home,
feeds.
some made their way to the nearby island of Cyprus, from which the first repatriation flight was
But we
organised.
have Ukraine
And on Wednesday morning,
Ukraine up at the
Israeli
top left.
citizens
There's
were
a lot of
relieved
it.
to be home.
A lot has been
I
happening there
decided
today.
to come back because the family is here and I belong here. And unfortunately, we are get used to these fights and war, but we prefer to be here, to support as much as we can.
And this is home. There's no other place. I'm not comparing to what it is in Israel, but to be overseas and to watch the news is not a nice feeling.
Israeli airline El Al has scheduled further repatriation flights from Athens, Paris, Rome, Milan, Budapest and London. Meanwhile, 38,000 foreign tourists have jumped at the opportunity to leave Israel amid the instability. This group of Americans participating in
Leave,
a Jewish
it's the best
heritage
time to
program
go. You imagine
were
the prices,
evacuated on
the
a cruise
price
ship as
increases
far
you'd
as
have there?
Cyprus to continue their journey
Why are you
home by
leaving?
plane.
Right now, I'm very happy to be in Cyprus and get home
You
safe
probably
to my
get some killer
family.
deals on
And
hotels
Israel
there
is
right
very
now.
scary. We didn't sleep for nights on end. We were all very exhausted, and this is a sigh of relief.
With much of the country locked down, evacuation flights have also been organised via
I don't know if I'd be
Bulgaria
in too
and
much
Egypt.
of a hurry to get back there, to be fair.
Now, President Donald Trump has refused to be drawn on whether or not the US would be striking Iran in support of Israel. His administration
I'm going to be
has
honest,
been one of the most
it sounds like
isolationist
they're going to
of
be
recent years,
striking
having
on
frequently
Iran.
criticised
It sounds
predecessors
like,
for going into Iraq and
something is going on
Afghanistan
there.
to enact regime change, for example, though he has refused to rule out taking part.
They're moving too much military equipment over into that area.
Making your decision on Iran.
President Trump says he is working through his options for how the US should respond to Iran.
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final
He's got
decision
ideas.
1 second before it's due, because things change. I mean,
Taking questions in the Oval Office in the presence of an Italian football team. He says he hasn't closed the door on meeting with Iranian leaders, but once again implied they could have been developing a nuclear weapon.
because the entire world will blow up. I'm not going to let that happen.
In a
There's
national
so
address,
much happening
Iran's
in
Supreme
Ukraine,
Leader
guys, like,
earlier Wednesday rejected US
people are
calls to
sleeping
lay
on
down
this.
arms,
There's now,
warning
raid
any
alerts
military
in,
involvement from
Kherson.
them would cause irreparable
Like, it's
damage.
been non-stop, like, raid alerts.
The
in
Iranian
Ukraine
nation
today.
firmly opposes an imposed war,
There's a hot tub stream? There's
just
no hot
as
tub
it
stream.
will
What are you
firmly
talking about?
oppose an imposed peace. This nation will never surrender.
That guy's in
Israel
an
says it
underground
struck
bunker right
40
now.
sites in Iran Wednesday, including production and weapons facilities. France is planning, along with its European partners, to suggest a negotiated solution to end the conflict. Emmanuel Macron's office said he was concerned with Israeli strikes increasingly
I will try to
hitting
make sure
targets
that I've got the,
not linked
live
to
feed
Iran's
for,
nuclear
whatever
or
the press
ballistic
conference is
program.
today.
Since
be on at 3
Friday,
o'clock.
Iran has fired more than 400 ballistic missiles at Israel, triggering air raid sirens and a rush to bunkers. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has thanked Trump for what he calls continued support.
Well, France 24's Washington correspondent Fraser Jackson.
seems
has
that
been
there's
following more of
it's
the
a lot
latest
of drones
developments,
going back
at
and
the
forth
White
in
House
Ukraine.
for us. He earlier joined us with
These
this
are
update.
reports that I'm getting right
The
now.
feeling here is that we are inching closer towards this war, and that it's effectively just a matter of when rather than if, to be honest. But we know that the
Iran
White
is
House
done.
has just
I hope
convened
their
a
regime
meeting
tumbles and
once
they can
again
have
in the
more of a
Situation Room. That
peaceful,
meeting has now begun. Donald Trump
regime there.
is huddling with his national
One that
security
isn't so,
team, and they will be
ruthless on the,
discussing these situations, likely
population.
laying out possible paths that they could take, possible options for them to take as well. So diplomatic solutions not entirely off the table yet. Donald Trump was asked whether he'd closed the door on a diplomatic solution, and he said he hadn't closed the door, but it's very late now to be discussing
Apparently
things with the Americans. But
Apparently, the
U.S.'s
U.S.'s military is also shifting assets from bases in the Middle East deemed vulnerable to potential Iranian attacks. That's Reuters reporting that. Iran said that they were not going to attack U.S. unless they got involved in the conflict. So it looks like the U.S. knows they're already going to get involved in the conflict, so they're being proactive and moving some of their assets away from where Iran can hit them.
Now, he was asked about
It's
what
coming.
total surrender meant that he tweeted about just 24 hours ago. He said unconditional surrender. He said that means that the Iranians give
half
up
an
and
hour
that the
ago,
Americans go in and
it's also reported that
basically
Trump,
get
during
rid of all
their
of the,
council meeting, asked military
nuclear
advisors if its
facilities
massive
and infrastructure
bunker
that they
busters
had.
would destroy
So
Fordo.
that is
Pentagon
something which
officials
is
told
still
them
being discussed.
they're
Of course,
confident
the
it
real
would.
red line that everyone is looking for,
But it's not clear
is whether the
if
Americans
Trump
will
was
approve
totally
the use of
convinced.
those B-2 bombers,
They're
which
telling him
are
it would,
the
and he's like,
only
I'm not sure.
platform that can carry the 30,000
What more is there to do? They gotta. I think.
bunker buster
I think
bombs
you're
that
probably
the
going to see the
Israelis
U.S.
say
just
they
drop
need,
one
to
bunker,
be
or
able to,
bunker buster
hit the
bombs,
Fordo,
and
nuclear
eliminate
plant,
these
a
nuclear
nuclear
sites.
enrichment
I don't
facility
think that
as
they're. I
well.
don't know
So
that they're
that
going to
really
go
is
after
going to
anything
be
else.
how more than
I do
likely
think
the
that they're
US would
hoping
get
for
involved,
regime change, but
if they were to. So still no official word
unless
one way or another
there's
which way
a
this is
massive
happening,
uprising
but there is
or
a sense that the tide
an
is starting
invasion,
to turn
I
here
just
in
don't
the
see
US.
that happening.
That's Fraser Jackson reporting from Washington. We move on now to the Gaza Strip, where the Hamas-run health ministry says 144 people have been killed in the space of 24 hours. Officials say People are being killed on a daily basis as they head for the limited aid distribution sites. Palestinians in the Strip also say that their plight is being forgotten as attention shifts to the air war between Israel and Iran. Emerald Maxwell reports.
Israel destroyed 80% of their ability to launch missiles. Yeah, that's why it's they're instead of launching like dozens of missiles like they were the first few nights, they're launching like 3 or 4 at a time now. It's
Gaza's civil
almost
defense
pitiful.
agency says Israeli forces opened fire.
But they're,
and
you know,
launched
they've still
several
got to,
shells.
you know, act tough in
Thousands of
front of
citizens who'd gathered to queue for
their
food
population,
in
right?
central Gaza.
Give them hope.
The Israeli military said its forces fired warning shots after identifying a group of suspicious individuals, but that it was unaware of injuries.
He went to get a bag of flour and they brought him back on a stretcher covered in his blood. Where is the world? Where
Israel's
are the Arab
Samson
countries?
option will cause the following fallout.
These deaths have
What is
become a near
Samson
daily occurrence.
option?
Hundreds have been killed while waiting near aid distribution sites, including more than 50 just on Tuesday. This, as the world's attention shifts to
If
Israel's war
Israel's
with
Samson
Iran.
option leak is legitimate, this is what
Do
a
we send our children to death? No, we don't
400
send them to their
kiloton
death.
Airbus
We send them to bring us food so
burst
that we don't
would
die.
look like
no
if it
one
hit
is seeing
Washington,
us. The
D.C.
whole world is focused on Iran and has abandoned us.
These chaotic scenes have
I thought
marred aid
Israel's
delivery in
Samson
the Strip
option was
since a new US
that they would only
Israeli-backed
do this
private contractor
to their
called
enemies.
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation mostly took over distribution.
How did the flagpoles go?
UN
The
agencies
flagpoles
have
were
refused
raised.
to cooperate with the foundation over concerns it was designed to cater
I
to
chose
Israeli
not to get up
military
for that,
objectives.
but the flagpoles have
Pointed
been
out that
raised.
incidents
Thankfully,
are also increasingly occurring
you know,
along routes used by the UN.
I had to
deliver
allow
humanitarian
other
supplies.
news reporters
Israel has said it is preventing aid from
to
getting to Hamas.
be allowed to report on
While
something.
Hamas denies
you know?
seizing supplies, saying Israel uses hunger as a weapon. Meanwhile, not enough food is getting to those who need it, and Gaza remains on the brink of famine.
Lastly, dozens of flights to and from the island of Bali have had to be cancelled after a volcano erupted in eastern Indonesia, shooting an ash tower 10 kilometres up into the sky. And as Charlotte Lamb reports, no casualties have been reported, but the sight stunned onlookers.
A huge column of ash bursts into the sky, taking the
love to
shape
join
of
your
a
live
mushroom.
streams.
Panicked residents
Well, I'm
didn't
not gonna
know
have
what to
people in
expect.
Discord talk. Magnus.
When the Mount Luotobi volcano erupted late Tuesday, authorities
I
raised
actually
the
refuse to
highest
talk in
alert
Discord
level.
when I'm streaming.
People were advised to avoid
I
activities
can't
within a
hold
7
two
kilometer
conversations at
radius
one
around the
time.
crater and to
As soon as I'm
simply
talking to
wait
someone
it
in
out.
Discord, I ignore my chat.
It's the first
so I just
time
don't
I've
do it.
seen an eruption this big. I'm stunned.
Even when I'm playing video games, I
No
generally,
casualties have been
generally-
reported, but it was a breathtaking
I
sight
generally
for
don't,
many.
unless I'm raiding or something.
And tremors could still be felt Wednesday morning.
That's crazy.
When it started to erupt, we all ran out of our houses because of the noise. Everyone was scared.
In November, the same volcano erupted multiple times, killing 9 people and forcing thousands to
looking to see
flee.
if there's
This
anything
time,
else
at least
going
one
on.
village had to be evacuated, and ash rain was reported in several
latest
others outside the exclusion zone. Dozens
Latest
of flights
reports
have been
are
cancelled.
out of Ukraine about
We end this edition.
rockets
Stay tuned
and,
for more world news on France 24.
and drones attacking areas around Kherson and Kiev. That's why I have cameras up for the Kiev area and stuff like that as well. There actually seems to be more going on in the Kiev, in the Ukraine war than in the Iran-Israel war.
C'était ça la vie. Une grande bouche vorace qui ne retenait rien.
Mais non, les souvenirs restent.
Tout le monde fait la fête comme si
Apparently the LA Lakers have been sold.
T'es un petit bourge que ça
$10
raconte des
billion.
histoires, c'est tout.
Les gens qui sont dehors là,
Oh!
je sais ce qu'ils vivent.
$10 billion for a sports franchise.
Hello, and thanks for joining us for a look at the best French films of the moment. And I'm joined by our critic, Perrine Kenson. We're starting with a real-life Kabul extraction thriller which premiered in Cannes this May. 13 Days, 13 Nights comes from the director of The Three Musketeers.
Two U.S. officials told
Yeah,
ABC
that's right.
News there have
2
been
years after
intensive
his
discussions
two
about a full
part
evacuation
Three
of the
Musketeers
US
saga you just
embassy
mentioned,
in
and right
Jerusalem,
after
with
releasing
additional
a series on Apple
military
TV Plus called
evacuation
Carême,
flights in the
Martin
coming
Bourboulon
days.
hasn't been slacking off, we can say that. And actually, you can say also he's become the go-to director for French-style blockbusters. And this time, with 13 Days, 13 Nights, he's tackling a true story, the evacuation of the French embassy during the fall of Kabul in August 2021. I think we should have a look to the trailer, so let's have a look.
What is
20
this?
ans après, les talibans font leur retour au pouvoir.
Les gens qui sont dehors, là. Je sais ce qu'ils vivent. C'est l'enfer.
Il y a à peu près 300 personnes tassées devant la grille. Faut ouvrir. Ouvrez les portes!
Respecter les ordres, ça fait partie de notre métier, mais c'est aussi un choix de ne pas les
Is this
respecter.
a movie? What are they advertising here?
The French embassy being the last place in Kabul where anyone can go right now.
On ne peut pas tenter de sortir par la force. On n'a pas d'autre choix que de traiter avec eux.
Well, it looks extremely tense, Perrine. Should we expect a film like Catherine Bigelow's Zero Dark 30 or Ridley Scott's Black Hawk Dawn?
Not quite. While Martin Bourboulon's film is impressive, it's not trying to be
13
spectacular
days,
for
13
the
nights.
sake of it.
That looked
What
like
he's
it was
aiming for
good.
is tension, to make us feel that the danger is everywhere and that France held its ground until the very end, before the Taliban took back power. It's more suffocating, and if we have to do some comparisons, it's closer to another film from Catherine Bigelow's, The Hurt Locker. We have the same feeling of tension and grit.
Okay, and there are some really big names from French cinema in there, including one of my favourites, Roche Dizem.
Yeah, indeed. The film is adapted from the book by Commander Mohamed Bida, and that's the role Roche Dizem is playing. Actually, Roche Dizem is like really the go-to actor right now. He's
Fordo
like,
may
everywhere.
involve
He's
not
everywhere.
one
It's
but
like when
several
you can't go 3
strikes.
months without seeing him on screen.
That's
but
according to
actually that's not
ABC.
unpleasant. I totally
And they are
agree
also
with
reporting
you.
that
We
preparation
recently
is
was in
underway.
Winter
Trump
Stock
is
Show, for
getting used to
example,
the
so
idea
he's
of
everywhere.
destroying
And next to
the
him,
Iranian
we have
nuclear
Lina
facility in
Kudry,
Fordo.
whom we discovered in Papisha.
I think for sure it's. I'm like.
Working with
I'm
Wes Anderson, for example,
150%
and
sure now
also,
that
the
I think it's
actress
probably going to
Sitze,
happen.
Babette Knudsen, I'm sorry for the
Okay.
pronunciation.
How about we report news? Or need to hear about a movie.
We need strong black communities.
What is with all these, like...
Now a member of the EU and NATO. Fears of sabotage or an attack by Russia are high, and it's their job to make sure that doesn't happen. These pilots have eyes in the skies to keep Lithuania's borders secure.
It's morning on the border between Lithuania and Belarus.
We talked about this area.
This train has come direct from the Russian capital, Moscow, and has just reached EU territory.
I think they're talking about
Only
Lithuania?
Lithuanian border
Yeah,
officers are
Lithuanian,
allowed
okay.
to board for inspections. For everyone else, boarding and disembarking is strictly prohibited.
It's mostly Russian citizens. In those cases, they're traveling from Moscow to Kaliningrad, usually to visit their relatives.
These inspections have been in place for a while, but since the war in
Kaliningrad is over
Ukraine,
here.
some see the trains as a threat.
It's actually part of Russia.
They're keeping a lookout for anything dangerous. Andreas and his colleagues are part of a Lithuanian special unit to protect them.
So remember, people yesterday like,
services
why are
who
we
cannot show their
trying to
faces.
protect
Their voices
Ukraine?
are also disguised.
Why aren't we keeping our money in our cities? It's because if they allow Ukraine to fall, Russia will just march into Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania as well. And they'll make up some bullshit argument like, oh, we need access to Kaliningrad.
These helicopters are new.
Like they
paid
for sure
with EU
would do
funds.
that, and they won't
Andreas
stop.
says
We've
they're
learned this
also
lesson
there to
before.
protect the external border.
We learned our lesson the hard way in World War II, right?
In a way, the trains are a threat. At least if someone were to want to use them for malicious purposes.
There is a fear that soldiers, spies, and weapons could be transported straight through Europe undetected. The train takes 3 hours to cross Lithuania. Andreas stays hot on its trail the whole time. Raimondas Pranka opened this bar in the Lithuanian capital of Vilnius 10 years ago, right next to the train station.
When the trains pass by, it's not a nice feeling. We've also put up signs with slogans that support Ukraine.
One reads, "Long live Ukraine." From the sealed-off transit track, it's barely legible. Still, it makes a statement for the guests, too.
I don't know what kind of people they are, but it's unsettling to know where that train is going.
The feeling they know all too well here. Kibate is a small town at the end of the transit route. 4,500 people live here. It's just a few meters from the train station to Russia's Kaliningrad. It's also the last Lithuanian checkpoint for the Russian trains. Ruta Skeldinė is a community leader here. Her father, Kostas Kajalnis, used to work for border security.
Today is different, because the war isn't somewhere far away anymore. Your whole perception changes.
A visit to the community center and a little trip through time. Kostas has set up a small museum here. He began working at the border in 1990 when Lithuania gained independence.
Back then, relations with the Russians were good. We'd meet and talk. It was totally different from today.
Today, he says, friends have become enemies.
Those buildings back in the distance, that's already Russia, Kaliningrad.
Lithuania no longer permits all Russian transit trains. Military equipment and soldiers are no longer allowed to pass. For goods like steel and concrete, quotas apply, but that's still not enough for them.
It would be best if no trains were allowed. No one knows what else could be in them.
Well, let's see if there's anything going on in...
I think we should take a look. It's beautiful.
No.
I didn't anticipate.
I'm trying to get ready
for
the
to somebody out there who's struggling right now.
It's gonna be okay. You're probably feeling like there's no way I'm ever going to be normal again. My life is ruined. But that fog is a lie. It's not real. And you will rise above the fog, and it will lift.
Our thanks to Whit Johnson for that conversation. Coming up, a source tells ABC News President Trump is getting more comfortable with the idea of the U.S. striking Iran's key nuclear facility, but is his mind made up? Plus, a first for the medical world, the U.S. has approved the world's only twice-a-year shot to prevent HIV. But who will have access to the life-saving shot?
I'd never seen that many skeletal remains. Thousands.
This killer, he's the Dahmer you've never heard of.
There were mannequins, almost like it was a club.
I felt the presence of evil.
Never before a face-to-face interview with the camera.
Why now?
Let me ask you, am I the evil culprit, the accomplice?
I'd like to know how the audience views me.
The Fox Hollow Murders, Playground of a Serial Killer, only on Hulu.
I asked my husband the other day how to turn on the washing machine.
So far, I don't see anything about a live new conference coming up. What is it with Kick having so many bots, man? Like, it is,
What do we do about it? Are we going to have, and I'll say the word, a civil
it's
war?
crazy how many bots are on Kick.
Among ourselves.
About this. What can we learn from this? But,
You know? What's the scoop? World ending or not? I think so.
The world is in.
I'm 150% convinced that the U.S. is going to get involved now.
My biggest fear is about democracy.
150% convinced.
If we don't defend and renew and
there are reports that Donald Trump is supposed
invigorate
to
democracy and our democracy.
Here we go.
We're not going to be an example.
Here we go,
that
chat.
Is inspiring to other countries in the world.
Here we go.
But
CBS, Wall Street Journal, and ABC are reporting that Trump has approved an attack plan but not made a decision to strike. Well, he's approved of an attack plan anyways. New York Times reporting that Iran will meet with U.S. representatives soon. Axios reporting that Trump is not confident with the military option. He's not so sure that the bunker bombs are going to actually work, even though they've told him that it would. And semaphores are reporting that the strikes look unlikely at all due to a low stockpile. Low stockpile of what? The bunker busting bomb or what? I don't know about that, but anyways, that's what we got so far. We've got cameras. Because so much is going on in Ukraine, I've got cameras up in Ukraine as well, but there's a ton of attacks happening in Ukraine right now, but he said he's only going to attack the... Yeah, I think that's the plan. There's several nuclear sites, though, not just Fordo, but Fordo would be for sure the main target. They might not attack other targets, but I think they believe that Fordo is the only one that they can enrich uranium at, so... That's the most recent thing there.
And one paradox is the divergent tendencies in human nature. We all want to be respected.
What are we looking at here?
Massimo and his team have treated around 4,000 hedgehogs, which are a protected species in Italy and several other nations. That's all from us this week at Focus on Europe.
We had bats the other day in Canada that they were talking about saving, and now hedgehogs in Europe. Okay, here we go.
In the skies over Tel Aviv, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei has rejected Trump's call for immediate surrender. Our chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce leads us off.
Tonight, President Trump gathering his national security team in the Situation Room for the second day in a row. A source familiar with the intelligence tells our Martha Raddatz they think Trump is getting comfortable with the idea of the U.S. striking Iran's key nuclear facility called Fordo, buried 300 feet deep under a mountain. Separately, sources tell ABC News that the president told top advisors he approved of attack plans for Iran, but has not yet decided whether to put them into effect.
I may do it, I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that...
unless they get rid of Fordo...
Iran's got a lot of trouble.
It comes as Israel intensifies its attacks on Iran. A massive plume of smoke billowing near Tehran. The IDF saying it struck at least 60 targets today, including nuclear facilities, missile manufacturing sites, and military bases. Trump has demanded Iran's unconditional surrender, but tonight the country's supreme leader
defiant. What does unconditional surrender mean?
Surrender to what? The Ayatollah said. The Iranian nation cannot be surrendered. We will not accept any kind of submission.
Unconditional surrender mean?
And then this warning to the United States. The damage America will suffer if it makes a military intervention in this field will undoubtedly be irreparable.
The Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
Tonight, the president's own party torn on what to do. A division on full display in this clash between Texas Senator Ted Cruz, who supports a strike, and Tucker Carlson, who doesn't want America to get involved.
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population. At all? No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people live in Iran? 92 million. Okay. Yeah, how could you not know that? I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, he totally had this plan. You know, Tucker Carlson had to look that up
for his
before the
message
interview.
to Americans worried about the U.S. getting involved in another conflict in the Middle East after what they witnessed in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Well, I don't want to get involved either, but I've been saying for 20 years, maybe longer, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I've been saying it for a long time. And I think they were a few weeks away from having one. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Too much devastation. And they'd use it. You know, I believe they'd use it. Others won't use it. but I believe they'd use it.
The big decision facing Trump tonight, whether to drop a 30,000-pound bomb, the largest in America's arsenal, on that Iranian nuclear facility, buried 300 feet under that mountain. The president, who in his last term ended the nuclear deal with Iran that allowed in nuclear inspectors, has been urging Iran to negotiate an end to its nuclear program. Tonight, he says he still hasn't made up his mind on whether the U.S. military should enter the conflict.
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, because things change. I mean, especially with war.
Fair press time. Our thanks to Mary. Our chief global affairs correspondent Martha Raddatz joins us now from Washington. Martha, are we getting closer to joining forces with Israel in its fight against Iran?
Lindsay, I'm told that if that final order is given from President Trump, this would not be a single strike on the Fordo facility. It would be a series of strikes with 30,000-pound penetrator bombs from B-2 stealth bombers. This comes as the Israelis have discovered additional air defenses in Iran. They had thought as of yesterday they had taken them all out, but discovered that there are more, so that adds an element of danger. President Trump has also been briefed on security at U.S. bases, those 40,000 American troops in the region who would be vulnerable if the U.S. carries out the strike on Fordo and Iran retaliates. Lindsay?
Martha, thank you. It was a murder retrial watched across this country. Now, Karen Reed has been acquitted of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend. Loud cheers could be heard as Reed left the courthouse today. She blew kisses and briefly thanked supporters. Matt Gutman has the details.
I only heard about this
tonight, that stunning
verdict.
Days
ago.
Not guilty. A Massachusetts jury finding Karen Reed not guilty of second-degree murder, of manslaughter, and of leaving the scene in the death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe.
What say, is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman?
As word of the verdict reached Reed supporters outside the courtroom, the cheers were so loud you could hear it inside the courtroom. The former adjunct professor was found guilty of a single lesser charge of drunk driving and sentenced to a year of probation.
Right now you can hear the cheers of the crowd right there. Alan Jackson, Karen Reed in that light blue suit emerging from the courthouse.
Reed thanking that throng of supporters in a sea of pink, her favorite color.
What happened? I guess
could not be standing here.
This lady,
these amazing supporters who have
was
supported
being tried
me
for second-degree
and my
murder
team
of her boyfriend. She got off. She
and more
got found not guilty.
Emotionally for almost 4 years. And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have and my team.
Prosecutors argued it was a cut-and-dried case, saying Reed had rammed her SUV into O'Keefe after a night of drinking and left him to die in a blizzard outside a party that included other law enforcement.
She was drunk, she hit him, and she left him to die.
And they tried using Reed's own words from TV interviews against her.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I have had probably about 4.
But the defense arguing Reed's car never struck O'Keefe.
There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision.
Suggesting a much more sinister scenario, alleging that O'Keefe was attacked, dragged outside into the blizzard to die, and at some point bitten by the family dog.
Just look at John's arm. These are dog bites and scratches.
The case dividing the community, pitting neighbor against neighbor about that alleged police cover-up. And at the center of the controversy, lead investigator, State Trooper Michael Proctor,
I never
sent
really heard about
vulgar
this
text
until earlier.
messages about
Let's,
Karen Reed just hours after he got the case.
Move back to
and Britain will
Iran
be
and
meeting
Israel.
the Iranian foreign minister, and this, we are told,
apparently
is
Britain
a
has
meeting
announced
being coordinated
that,
by
or
the
the
United
UK has
States.
announced
so
that they
there is
will
a direct United States involvement
help
in that meeting,
if the US gets
could
involved.
Possibly be a window for President Trump to continue to push for some form of agreement coming out of Iran. The foreign ministers, the European foreign ministers, are seeking assurances from Iran that its nuclear development will remain a peaceful one, that there is no intent to create a nuclear weapon. Those discussions will be ongoing, and as we've heard, the US will be playing a role, albeit indirect, in those particular discussions.
Israel says it's targeted the headquarters of Iran's internal security agency in Tehran. Multiple airstrikes have been carried out across the Iranian capital. Israel says it's targeting military facilities there.
This happened last
night. Most of Iran is also experiencing internet disruption. And Israeli strikes have also been reported in Karaj, a city just west of Tehran. Karaj is home to a military facility. Explosions have also been reported at nearby Payam Airport. Toda Sadi has more from Tehran.
We've got reports about casualties, civilian casualties, from the day one as we are in day 6 of these escalated situation, and let's say civilian casualties, women and children are being killed as a result of this round of strikes by the Israelis. We have seen footages, reports coming from across the country. From Kermanshah, we had reports Farabi hospital there was targeted by the Israeli strikes. Also here in Tehran, we see lots of human casualties, civilian casualties, I insist, as a result of that. Also, there is this concern about contamination as Israelis continue to say and to conduct strikes on the nuclear facilities of the country. Today we heard 2 points being targeted, one in the eastern parts of Tehran and the other in the actually Karaj, near Karaj city, near Mahdasht, and near an airport called Payam. And now we see an already escalated situation.
Well, President Vladimir Putin says Russia has been in touch with Israel about its workers in Iran. Putin acknowledged that there are Russians working at the Bushehr nuclear power plant in southern Iran. He said Israel had agreed to ensure their safety. He called for an end to the fighting, and he also said Russia would be ready to continue its work on nuclear energy with Iran while guaranteeing Israel's security.
All these details have been discussed with both the Israeli and American sides, and we've sent signals to our Iranian friends. Overall, it is possible to ensure Iran's interests in the field of peaceful nuclear energy. At the same time, it's possible to address Israel's concerns regarding its security. In my opinion, such options exist.
Our correspondent Dorsa Jabari explains the significance of Putin's comments describing the relationship between Iran and Russia.
Vladimir Putin, he's been making some comments that are interesting to note. First of all, he mentioned that Russia has employees, has nationals working in the Bushehr nuclear facility. This is one of the facilities that the
Would you guys
Israelis
trust
have not
Russia
attacked as of yet.
be reporting whether or not
we have
Iran
to remember that
is,
Bushehr nuclear plant was built
following the agreements
by
of the nuclear
Russians,
agreement
it started
that they've had?
Construction in 1995 and it came online
I don't know
in
that I would.
2011. But Russia clearly has a very important role in Iran's nuclear program. They have already signed the 20-year strategic agreement with Iran that includes building another at least 3 nuclear facilities inside Iran. So that these developments that we're seeing unfold on the ground, it really do affect Russia as well. And we know the Russian President Vladimir Putin has been speaking to the U.S. President Donald Trump. He has spoken to Benjamin Netanyahu. He has spoken to the Iranian president.
From earlier.
So Putin highlighting that this conflict also has ramifications for Russia. Of course, the two countries have had a very complicated history,
news
but
conference right now. I thought there was
nonetheless,
supposed
it
to be
is
one
in
starting at
Russia's
6
best
p.m. Eastern.
interest that there is no complete collapse of the country of Iran, basically, as a result of this conflict. So his comments highlight
There are reports that U.S. officials said the Israelis told the Trump administration that they may not be able to reach deep enough into the mountain with bombs. They may be able to do it with humans.
Israel says its air defences intercepted the missiles over Tel Aviv. There have been no reports of injuries. Earlier, Israeli media reported the military had detected 8 launches from Iran, also successfully intercepted. Now, some of the Iranian missiles headed for Israel were intercepted over the skies of Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. There were also no reports of injuries there. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has delivered an address saying the leaders of the world support Israel's campaign against Iran.
We control the skies over Tehran.
We are striking the Ayatollah regime with tremendous force. We are targeting nuclear facilities, missiles, command centers, and symbols of the regime. I must tell you that I speak with world leaders, and there is tremendous admiration for our determination, for the achievements of our forces, and also great admiration for you, the citizens of Israel, for your resilience and your strength. We are suffering many losses, painful losses, but we see that the home front is strong, the people are strong, and the state of Israel is stronger than ever.
Well, Bernard Smith is in Jordan's capital, Amman, has more. He's there because Israel's government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank.
83% of Jewish Israelis support the government's war on Iran. Before Benjamin Netanyahu launched those missiles towards Iran on Friday, his government was under enormous pressure over the war in Gaza. Internationally, because of the number of Palestinians the Israelis were killing in Gaza, and domestically because the Israeli government wasn't getting the Israeli captives out of Gaza.
American
but
military
now the
planes.
focus has moved for Netanyahu to Iran, taking the pressure off him. And
Where
people
they're
like
at.
Avigdor
This is where the
Lieberman,
map was
hawkish
coming
on
from,
the
where it
right, who
showed,
put
like,
his cabinet in
40 of them
2018, now
flying
say
over here the
Netanyahu
other
was
day.
doing the right thing. Benny Gantz, who
And
put
they
the
all seem to
cabinet
be landing
last
in, like,
summer
Athens or
over the
something.
war in Gaza, now says on Iran there is no right or left, only right or wrong, and we are right. Iran has continued to fire missiles on Wednesday night. There were about 8 or 9 intercepted by the Israelis. Some debris landed on open land, setting off some fires, but there are considerably less missiles being fired now than there were at the start of this conflict from Iran to Israel. Either that's because the Israelis say they've destroyed Iran's capability to launch those missiles, or because Iran is holding
there
back
was
some
an
of its
air
stock
raid in,
because it wants to keep resources for a
Chernihiv
longer fight.
Oblast. That's in
Bernard Smith,
Ukraine.
Al Jazeera, Amman.
But it's over now.
Demonstrators have gathered in Washington, D.C., protesting against potential U.S. involvement in the Israel-Iran conflict. John Hendren has more from just outside the White House.
As the Trump administration considers deeper involvement in Israel's war in Iran, these demonstrators have come out in front of the White House to urge the White House not to get more involved. They're demonstrating against the Israeli bombing of Iran, against the U.S. involvement in the form of funding and billions of dollars in military aid to Israel, and they're urging Trump not to get directly involved in the kinetic part of that war. There are already 3 aircraft carrier groups from the U.S. in the Middle East. The demonstrators want to make sure those remain there for defensive purposes, not offensive purposes. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, the White House.
Well, still ahead here on Al Jazeera, surrounded by destruction and deplorable conditions, Palestinians in Gaza try to find a place to call home.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Why is Musk deciding to go up against the U.S. president?
Informed opinions.
We are in times where resolutions, words, and positions matters not. France was shipping ammunition. The UK continues to send scraps of F-35s.
Critical debate.
The sanctions have failed to stop the war.
The problem is that quite a number of countries help Russia to bypass sanctions.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
Discover a world of difference. Stories of diversity.
All right, I'm just trying to fix something on YouTube.
Rebellion. Corruption. And compassion. Al Jazeera World. A selection of the best films from across our network of channels. On Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
You're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top stories this hour. US President Donald Trump says his patience with Iran has already run out, but he declined to say whether he has made a decision on US military intervention in the escalating Israel-Iran conflict. He has just wrapped up a meeting in the White House Situation Room. Sirens have gone off in central Israel as more ballistic missiles are fired from Iran. Israel says its air defences intercepted the missiles over Tel Aviv. There have been no reports of injuries. And Israel says it's targeted the headquarters of Iran's internal security agency in Tehran. Multiple airstrikes have been carried out across the Iranian capital. Israel says it's targeting military facilities
way more
there.
actually happening today in Ukraine than there is actually
The head
in Israel
of the UN's
and,
Atomic
Iran.
Agency has told Al Jazeera that the IAEA did not find evidence that Iran was
And it's been
constructing a
consistent,
nuclear
like,
weapon.
continuous,
Rafael
like,
Grossi's
attacks, like
comments
drones,
come a week
whatever.
after the agency accused Tehran of not complying to its nuclear obligations. He spoke to my colleague Neve Barker on Talk to Al Jazeera.
We did not find in Iran elements to indicate that there is an active, systematic plan to build a nuclear weapon. We have not seen elements to allow us as
like, for the last several
inspectors
days.
to affirm that there was a nuclear weapon that was being manufactured or produced somewhere in Iran.
Iranian authorities also claim that scientists were assassinated after the identities were shared with the IAEA. Can you confirm if any IAEA reports were ever leaked, intentionally or otherwise, to states that may use them to kill, to assassinate? These claims made by Iran.
Absolutely not. How can you imagine? And by the way, we don't have information about addresses, people's lives. Absolutely not. So this is something that I would expect serious press not to peddle.
Those are the allegations made by Iran that I'm duty-bound in this interview to put to you. But I hope you appreciate in a region that where the shadow of the US invasion of Iraq in 2003 still casts a very long shadow, doesn't it? We have to make sure that we have to make sure that any of the intelligence that you may have based your findings on is watertight, which is precisely what we're doing here.
You can watch that entire interview at 9:30 GMT on Thursday on Talk to Al Jazeera. The US Senator has accused President Trump of being outsmarted by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Democratic US Senator Chris Van Hollen spoke to Al Jazeera's Bottom Line program. He says despite making a few gestures that may have unsettled Israeli leaders, including skipping Israel during his visit to the Middle East last month, Trump has consistently refused to pressure the Israeli government on Iran or Gaza.
And quit his job and then declare bankruptcy.
There's no doubt
And the judge,
that Netanyahu has outsmarted President Trump. President Trump has gone from taking the positions you just described to essentially making his administration a subcontractor, a junior partner to President Netanyahu's objectives in the Middle East. You know, you would think at the very least at a moment like this that President Trump would work harder to end the awful situation in Gaza, the absolute humanitarian catastrophe there, help bring back the remaining hostages. He said he was going to do that on day one. You would think at a moment when he was essentially supporting actively supporting and maybe thinking of getting involved with Prime Minister Netanyahu against Iran, that he would at least take the time and make the effort to deal with the situation in Gaza. And yet, what we've seen is a pattern where President Trump doesn't want to put any pressure on Prime Minister Netanyahu.
You can watch the full interview with Senator Van Hollen on The Bottom Line this Friday at 12 GMT.
Uh-oh. Human remains have been found near Taylor Swift's home.
To Gaza now, and attacks by the Israeli military have killed 72 Palestinians since midnight Wednesday. Many were killed while waiting for food. Israeli forces opened fire on crowds near two distribution centres operated by the US and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. And the bodies of 15 Palestinians have been recovered from an aid distribution site in northern Gaza. Witnesses say they were waiting for food when they were shot dead. Hani Mahmoud is in Gaza City, where the bodies were delivered.
Just in time as we arrived to the backyard of the Shifa hospital, where an ambulance vehicle just pulled up in the backyard of the hospital carrying as many as 15 bodies of Palestinians, of the aid seekers from the northern part of the Gaza Strip. These people, just in the past 5 days, they were at one of the locations where they had to wait for hours for 80 trucks to arrive to the area. When, as soon as the crowd got larger and larger, the Israeli military attacked and chased the crowd by the quadcopters, killing as many as 20 people. Today, the ambulance, after 5 days of relentless coordination, just important to know that for the past 5 days, the Palestinian Health Ministry, the Palestinian Red Crescent Society, including OCHA, an international organization, tried to coordinate for the recovery of these bodies from the northern part of the Strip. Only today, in the past couple hours, the Israeli military has given the approval for the paramedics and the ambulance vehicles to arrive to the site and to pick up, to collect these 15 bodies.
It comes after many calls reporting the disappearance of their family members in northern Gaza in a red zone. This area is hard to reach. After 5 days of many attempts, we managed to get the approval to reach the area and recover 15 bodies. There are more than 30 bodies that we are unable to recover because they're stuck under one of the damaged and rolled over aid trucks. We don't know the reason why the trucks rolled over.
These are the bodies of young men, of children, of women who were very desperate to get some food parcels and aid from the trucks coming from the northern crossings of the Gaza Strip. This is an example of the state of desperation in which Palestinians have gone through for the past 3 months. Palestinians across the Gaza Strip have been living without any basic necessity or food supplies coming in due to the ongoing blockade that has tightened in the past 3 months, preventing people from getting the most basic supplies, let alone other survival items. It's also important to point out for the past days, many Palestinian families across the northern strip, 5 reports of enforced disappearance of many of their family members. Little they knew that many of them were killed, were chased and killed by the Israeli military at the northern part of the strip, and here their bodies, many of the family members started to arrive to the courtyard of the hospital to identify the bodies of their family members, hoping they will find the bodies of their family members here at this hospital. This is an ongoing, evolving tragedies. As long as the blockade continues, as long as the state of desperation grows more and more in a very getting the conditions to worsen each passing day, Palestinians now are not just dying because of the unpredictable falling bombs, but as they show up at distribution centers or food trucks, aid trucks, to pick up whatever they're able to have or to get to feed their hungry children. Hani Mahmoud, Al Jazeera, from Gaza City, Palestine.
I'd almost feel like
left with no choice. Many displaced families in Gaza are taking shelter in crumbling homes. An expanding military zone now covers 82% of the land, leaving people without spaces to live. Felix Nyawara has more.
Finding a place to call home in Gaza often means taking shelter in the midst of rubble. More than 90% of buildings in the Strip have been destroyed in the course of Israel's war. The few structures still standing hang by a thread, and people here are desperate. There are no options left.
We slept in the streets for 2 consecutive nights when we couldn't find any shelter. We saw people opening up this place and clearing the rubble, so we came thinking it was suitable, but it's really not. My daughter and I sleep here, and rats come near us. There's pollution everywhere.
The Israeli army has forced hundreds of thousands of Palestinians to leave areas where they had sought refuge. In the last 4 months alone, it's issued 39 forced evacuation orders.
Well, I'm not even reporting Canadian news.
Nearly 82% of the land in Gaza is now listed as a militarized zone, prohibited for civilians. That has confined nearly 2 million people in an ever-shrinking space.
We were forced to flee to this place, which now houses more than 50 families, all from Jabalia in northern Gaza. The building is destroyed, but it's impossible to live on the streets. Raw sewage is spread through the streets, and this could cause a
Your
health
one-stop
disaster.
source for news, Liminal.
The UN says that since the breakdown of a ceasefire in March, 665,000 people have become newly displaced. Even open spaces are now overcrowded, with no room for makeshift tents.
We searched a lot and found nothing but this place to flee to.
I know, I was
We know
steering
it's
for
dangerous,
Florida,
but we have no other choice. When we arrived, the rubble was 3 meters high. We worked for
imagine
2
having to live
continuous
like
days
this
to
for
clear
2
it. Just
years?
Wherever they set up a new home, the Israeli army is ever
Oh my,
close
what?
by.
Look at this. Set up a new home. Where? That is like that's wild. Yeah, that is absolutely crazy, man. Everything has like literally been just totaled. That is absolutely wild, man.
Ready to push them out. Felix Nyawara, Al Jazeera.
Well, that's all from me, Tom McRae. For the moment, you can find much more information on our website. Weather's next, then on Inside Story as Israel attacks Iran. Its genocide in Gaza has shown no signs of easing.
Going on all day.
Stay with us.
Region here, kind of near where Russia and Ukraine are fighting. So three drones have been launched here.
Although those monsoon downpours across
likely
India will be
against,
through the
Ukrainian
west around Mumbai. Good to see you, by the way, but also for northern and
Me to get a non-surgical breast enhancement.
As celebs like Kylie Jenner and Kristen Cavallari come clean about their own surgeries, others are popping into places like New York City's Cleavage Clinic for a quicker fix.
A lot of patients actually come get their treatment on their lunch break and then go back to work.
Gone is the Baywatch-style body of yesteryear.
The yoga boob ballerina trend, I think it's a hot trend associated with the Pilates body.
Is bigger no longer better? Plus,
I wouldn't say that.
Ayatollah Ali Khamenei saying we know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding.
Sorry, I got
but
distracted.
adding we are not going to take him out, kill, at least not for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. And after abruptly leaving the G7 overnight, President Trump is pressing Iran to back down.
It's funny, between different sites have their audio out
All of it a significant shift in
really
tone
loud.
from the president who's repeatedly vowed he will not allow
Thanks,
Iran to
Peepcast,
have
so
a
I
nuclear
appreciate it,
weapon.
though.
But for weeks has backed diplomacy, urging the Iranians to make a deal. Now indicating Iran may have missed its window.
Let me go back to that story. No, dude. The hell is it? We're here for real news coverage, man. Real news coverage.
President Trump today also declaring we now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran, though no U.S. forces or jets are participating in the Israeli strikes. Israel has damaged multiple Iranian nuclear enrichment sites, but
There was a video floating around earlier
facility buried deep beneath the mountain.
where it showed a B-2 bomber flying over somewhere over in the Mediterranean towards, but I didn't see it anywhere else, so I think it was just AI.
Saying that President Trump may decide he needs to take further action to end Iranian
Now it could come up a bit.
Later noting the UN nuclear watchdog just determined Iran is not complying with its nuclear non-proliferation obligations.
If you want safety, part of safety, and I think all Americans want that, is ensuring that the worst people in the world don't have a nuclear bomb.
Peter Alexander joins us tonight from the White House. Peter, viewers at home are going to be watching this and asking themselves, just last week, we were talking about a potential deal with Iran and the Trump administration. Now we're considering joining the war with Israel against Iran. How did we get here?
Yeah, what's going on,
President
dude?
Trump had long opposed Israeli military action against Iran, pushing for negotiations over any bombings. But in the days before the Israeli strikes began, multiple U.S. officials tell NBC News that the president became convinced that Israel's heightened anxiety over Iran's nuclear enrichment capabilities was warranted. And among the reasons for the president's change of heart, we're told, was the declaration last week by the UN's nuclear watchdog that Iran was in breach of its nuclear non-proliferation requirements. These officials tell NBC
How did
News
I
that
vote?
President Trump was
I'm not
also
American,
concerned
dude.
by the sense coming not just from Israel, from the U.S.,
I'm
but
not
also from that
American.
nuclear watchdog, that Iran had achieved leaps in its
US
nuclear program, and he did not want to be the president on whose watch it was able
U.S.
to
State
obtain
Department has
his
now
nuclear
issued
power.
another travel advisory
Leading us
for
off
Israel,
from
West
the
Bank,
White
and
House.
Gaza.
Just a short time ago, sirens wailing in Tel Aviv after Iran launched another
Ben
barrage
Gurion
of
Airport
missiles on
and
Israel.
seaports
Our
remain
Richard
closed.
Engel is on
Who
the
would
ground in
go
Tel
to
Aviv and has
Gaza
been
right
following
now?
this escalating conflict closely. Richard, walk our viewers through what you and your team just witnessed.
5 ads. Oh, did ads come up? Fun.
So, Tom, just a short while ago,
Watch
there
on
were
YouTube if you
two
want.
assaults by Iran, 2 barrages of ballistic missile. They were only about 15 minutes apart. We saw here in Tel Aviv the Israeli Iron Dome system in action, intercepting those incoming missiles. Appears that almost all of them were shot down, but we could definitely hear that one of the missiles got through, exploded, setting what seems to be a car park on fire, lighting several vehicles ablaze. There are no reports at this stage of any casualties.
Israel tonight is launching new strikes inside Iran, taking out Iranian F-14 fighter jets while still on the runway and destroying ballistic missile launchers in western Iran. Israel now declaring the Iranian military leadership is on the run. And
Hey,
that
thanks
it
for the
just
follow
killed
there, man.
Iran's
Evening,
most senior
evening,
military
Flame Strike, what's
commander,
up?
General Ali Shadmani, who had
Peepcast, thanks for
replaced
the
another
follow,
general
man.
Israel killed just 4 days ago. At a press conference tonight,
Aziz
Israel's foreign minister
XOXO
warning
says,
anyone in
God
Iran
bless
to,
America.
quote, consider carefully before taking that job.
Imagine
from
blowing up
Israel's
a
ambassador
perfectly
to the
good
United States.
Tomcat.
You're going to see some surprises on Thursday night and Friday.
Overnight,
thanks for the follow,
images
dude.
of massive traffic
But yeah,
jams
feel free to
as
watch on
residents rushed out of
YouTube
Tehran.
or Kick if you
While
want
we've now learned from
free
sources
ads.
on the ground, potential cyber attacks
I
are
do have
hitting
chat up
Iran's
for both,
banking
as you can
system,
see, so-
with some ATMs not
Yeah,
working.
feel free to,
Israel's military operation targeting Iran's nuclear program and its military leaders is now into day 5. Israel saying it's killed several top Iranian generals and 10 nuclear scientists. Today, Germany's chancellor praising Israel's operation, saying, "This is the dirty work Israel is doing for all of us." While China's President Xi saying all parties should work to de-escalate. Iran has launched missiles every day against Israel, some seen streaking through the skies out of the window of a passenger jet.
Crazy to watch that
I heard
go off.
this ballistic missile explode around 9 o'clock this morning. It caused a major bang, but nobody was
What happened
killed
today?
or injured
Some
here.
missiles
Instead,
dropped.
a lot of buses.
There's been a lot going on in Ukraine. Actually, a lot more going on in Ukraine, but of course it's not
Israel
the
says
news
Iran
story,
has
so it's not being reported
400
nearly as much.
ballistic
But there's been a
missiles at
lot more
Israel
attacks
since
in
Friday.
Ukraine than
Air defenses
Israel and
have
Iran.
taken out most of them. Richard Engel,
Trump and them
NBC
have
News, Tel
talked
Aviv.
about
And Richard joins us once again live from Tel Aviv
joining
tonight. So
the
Richard,
fight.
I do
It
want to
sounds
ask
like
you,
they're
we saw
going
the
to.
pictures out of Tehran, those traffic jams, hundreds of thousands trying to flee the city. We have the President of the United States threatening Iran as well. Obviously, it's a chaotic situation there with all those bombs raining down as well. What's the temperature like in Israel? We saw
Let's
the
see. There was a
chaos
dead body
in your
that was
report
found
as well,
outside
but what is
Taylor
the temperature
Swift's
of the people in Israel?
or near her where she lives.
People are nervous. They are
Trump's
worried
reviewed
that
the attack
these
plan on
missiles are
Iran
much
and has
bigger
agreed
than
upon it. He
anything
just
that
hasn't
Hamas
decided
was firing
whether
from
to give the
Gaza.
okay to go
They're
ahead with it.
concerned that if a building that they're in, even if a building has a reinforced room, that it might not survive a direct impact. So there's definitely more nervousness.
The U.S. has also
in this
moved
country
a
than
lot of
we
their
saw when
equipment
Israel was
away
fighting
from
against
Iran.
Hamas or fighting against Hezbollah.
So any
But
bases
in
that
general,
were
I would
near
say, things are pretty calm. We're not seeing Israelis fleeing the city. There's no lines of traffic.
They've moved their equipment away.
The country.
That, to me, is an indication that the U.S. is going to get involved, because Iran threatened that if they got involved, they're going to start attacking their bases that were nearby.
All right, Richard Engel.
If they weren't going to get involved, they wouldn't have to worry about it, right?
I do want to bring in NBC News national security analyst Mark Polymeropoulos. He's also the CIA's former chief of operations in Europe and Eurasia. Mark,
Dubai International Airport's now canceled a bunch of flights and
fast-moving, but this one specifically seems to be
issued a travel warning
drastically by the minute. What do you think happened in President Trump's calculation from last week to this week?
In the U.S. election?
Well, Tom, I think first and foremost, the Israelis have had this spectacular operational success.
I think Trump is too far right for me. I am more right-leaning than
killing
left, probably.
Of the top nuclear scientists.
I'm not that far right.
And frankly, which is really one of the most extraordinary things that I've seen in the region in some time, they enjoy air superiority over Iran. They're flying daytime missions over Iran. And so now, as they've taken out,
I think the American elections are kind of whack because you
previously in Fordo, and frankly, the Israelis need our assist for that. So I think it's the fast
like
pace of events, and
two worst opponents in the world. Like
spectacular Israeli
that's the best that they have to offer to run their country. It's almost embarrassing.
We have to get a part of, because at the end of the day, the dismantlement of the Iranian nuclear program has been a long-standing U.S. foreign policy goal, and it seems like
left of center? No, I would be considered very centrist in Canada, maybe even right of center.
Campaigned in both of his campaigns, including his first campaigning against the war in Iraq, when that war was over the weapons of mass destruction that were never found. He has said various times he is not a warmonger and actually gone out after people in his cabinet that want war. The MAGA world has been pretty outspoken about this, including people like Tucker Carlson, who are saying they're very confused.
Tucker Carlson's still part of the MAGA world after the attacks he did today on Ted Cruz.
What do you think is going through his head right now? Because he's confusing a lot of his supporters.
Well, there's no doubt about that. And, you can watch this kind of,
overturned window. I don't even know what you mean by that.
In MAGA world. J.D. Vance came out with a statement today, which is almost.
Are these missiles U.S. or Israeli? The ones, the smart missiles? Well, the missiles that are launching right now are Israeli. But
one could know. Look, President Trump does not have another.
It may be missiles that Israel has bought from the U.S. previously. I don't know.
He does not want to be.
But so far, the U.S. has not launched anything
to achieve a real foreign policy goal of the United States. But look, is there hypocrisy involved here? Of course there is. He really did campaign against foreign entanglements. Yet, when you become president and you have these really major decisions, probably the biggest decision of his presidency, even under the Trump 1 administration.
I don't think they've used laser-guided bombs yet.
They were telling him, hey, this is something that you have to consider.
They have the Israeli fighters have, but the U.S. hasn't used anything yet.
The Iranian nuclear program that has vexed multiple administrations.
They've stayed out of it until now, but it sounds like it looks like they're going to get involved. We're kind of waiting for an official announcement now.
There's a possibility that with U.S. assistance, a lot of damage to the program can be done.
No, I won't. I have no plans to play TBC.
If we bomb Iran, and then he's
just not really interested in playing WoW right now, to be honest.
Establish peace between Hamas and Israel.
Oh, there's all sorts of inconsistencies, of course. So, we're going to come to the Israelis' aid now, as many people certainly think that we should. Yet he's totally, in some ways, abandoning Ukraine. Look, Vladimir Putin, almost certainly, whose ally is Iran, probably does not want him to do this. But President Trump, there's no consistency really in policy here. And in some ways, I think you have Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, who's doing.
North Korea has now called Israel a cancer-like entity and blames the West for the conflict with Iran.
But in some ways, if we take this action, which I think many of us think, should be considered,
directly from
the end result being the dismantlement of the Iranian nuclear program would be a good thing for the world, as German Chancellor Merz actually
North
said.
Korea is saying the West
even
is
if
the
there
cancer.
are some inconsistencies in President Trump's approach.
All right, Mark Polymeropoulos, we thank you so much for your analysis. It was great having you on Top Story. As we monitor everything that's happening right now with Israel and Iran, back here at home in Minnesota, police are revealing chilling new details in the murder of Melissa and Mark Hortman while their children are honoring their memories. NBC's Maggie Vespa reports.
Yeah,
Tonight, a solemn procession.
I don't know what that's about.
And we need to understand, in order to solve this, we have to solve the root cause. Because only
But he said at the end of the day, his supporters are for him, therefore America first, and this is what
America first, baby.
Is what is needed, and that ultimately the red line is that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Now, was asked about what's.
He says Israel is a cancer-like entity and blames the West for the war with Iran.
Ago, he said unconditional surrender. He said that means that the Iranians give up and that the Americans go in and basically get rid of all of the nuclear facilities and infrastructure that they had. So that is something which is still being discussed. Of course, the real red line that everyone is looking for is whether the Americans will approve the use of those B-2 bombers, which are the only platform that can carry the 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs that the Israelis say they need to be able to hit the Fordo nuclear plant, a nuclear enrichment facility.
So you're just talking about the range of acceptable ideas.
How more than likely the US would get involved if they were to. So still no official word one way or another.
I think if there was a centrist party, they would immediately take over politics in the US.
Jackson reporting from Washington. We move on now to the Gaza Strip, where the Hamas-run health ministry says 144 people have been killed in the space of 24 hours. Officials say people being killed on a daily basis as they head.
The same thing happened here in Canada, though. We have a three. Well,
Palestinians in the Strip also say that
there's technically could be more than 3 parties, but there are only like 3 official parties, although one lost their party status this last election because they lost too many seats. But we have our version of a right-wing party, although they're not as right-wing as MAGA. We have a centrist party, which is known as the Liberals, and the leader of that party is very centrist. And then we have a left-wing party called the NDP.
Food in central Gaza. The Israeli military said its forces fired warning shots after identifying a group of suspicious individuals, but that it was unaware of injuries.
He went to get a bag of flour.
Well, the Liberals under Mark Carney are much more right than under Justin Trudeau, and that's why they won the election.
These deaths have become a near daily occurrence. Hundreds have been killed while
Where's
waiting
this?
near aid distribution
Oh, this is in Gaza.
including
This
more
is
than
so
50
disgusting.
just on Tuesday. This as the world's attention
People that are
shifts
dying
to
just trying to get
Israel
aid.
and Iran.
Do we send our children to death? No, we don't send them to their death. We send
They
them
weren't
to bring
further
us
left
food so
than
that we don't die. No one is seeing
NDP.
us.
Give
The
your
whole
head a
world's
shake, dude.
focused on
Come on.
Iran and has abandoned us.
These chaotic scenes have marred aid delivery in the Strip since a new US-Israeli-backed private contractor called the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation mostly took over distribution. UN agencies have refused to cooperate with the foundation over concerns it was designed to cater to Israeli military objectives.
It is crazy, man. This is disgusting what's going on.
Also increasingly occurring along routes used by the UN to
Like,
deliver humanitarian
we can look at
supplies.
this. We see a
Israel has
ton
said
of
it is
stuff.
preventing aid
This is
from getting to
perfect
Hamas.
example of the media bias in North America. You don't see any of this. If I look at AB, it would be almost funny if I actually flip through like ABC, NBC, or whatever. You never see them covering this stuff on like ABC, Fox, CNN might show it a bit. This is why I watch international news. No, CBC will definitely show this. I know you're one of these conspiracy theory people that believe that CTV and CBC are out to get the conservatives. But they say just as much bullshit about they were like all over Trudeau before he dropped out. Look at this! Look at this volcano. Yeah. Let me see if I can find. Actually, that's actually a good point. Let me see if I can find a BBC live broadcast.
It was a breathtaking sight for many, and tremors could still be felt Wednesday morning.
It doesn't appear that they ever like broadcast live on YouTube.
We all ran out of our houses because of the noise. Everyone was scared.
In
Crazy.
November,
Look at this
the same
volcano.
volcano erupted multiple times, killing
Absolutely
9
nuts,
people
man.
and forcing thousands to flee. This time, at least
I've
one
had
village
I've
had
had
to be
ABC and
evacuated,
NBC
ash
on
rain
all
was
day.
reported in several
They don't
others
even they
outside
haven't
the
even
exclusion
touched on
zone.
this, man.
Dozens of flights have been cancelled.
I haven't even touched on this
Stay tuned
crap.
for more world news on France 24.
And like you watch news reports like that, they're not giving like an opinion of this is right or this is wrong. They're just this is what news is like outside. It's just factual and it's straight to the point, and it's like, here are the facts. You make up your mind. You know, like it's not there's not a bias going on here.
Potential war crimes.
What else do we have? Here it is. Look at this. It's all over the news.
To the telecommunication.
Not on NBC, not on
Gaza
CBS.
is dependent on fuel to operate the live facilities in Gaza, mainly the rest of the
This is
hospitals
Gaza
that we
now.
have. So if we will not have fuel in 2 days, I cannot imagine the situation regarding the lives of patients and injured, and also the third situation that we will be in. Although that now we are suffering from severe
U.S. officials have now told ABC News that there has been intensive discussions about a full evacuation of the embassy in
So we
Jerusalem.
have a lot of diseases. It's an urgent issue
Jerusalem,
now.
of course,
We
is
are
right
in
on the
very
border
critical
of
situation that
Israel.
Gaza is passing through. While Israel launching this war in Iran, we have this critical humanitarian situation.
Well, and that's the thing. That's the thing, Chris.
No,
isn't
Flame
it?
Shake, that's not why they don't
Because,
allow it on
you
their
know,
news.
The world is
It's
focused on the situation
the
in Iran,
shit situation in
and
Gaza,
Gaza, to
paints a
degree,
very
has
poor
been
picture of
forgotten to a
Israel.
large degree, has
That's
been
why they
forgotten
don't
at this
show it on the
moment in
news.
time. But coming back to the GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which has been co-opted by the US and Israel to oversee this aid, what's your assessment of what they're doing and what should be happening?
Yeah, well, let's take a step back, and what we've seen throughout the course of this war is repeatedly a real cynical use of the notion of humanitarian assistance and humanitarian aid. We've seen it in the naming of the so-called humanitarian zones that were supposed to be safe zones for people to evacuate to, where people were bombed and injured in those zones. So we've seen the manipulation of the word humanitarian, but we've also seen prior examples.
Here's a video on the bottom right. Supposed to be, it's an Iranian missile fired towards Israel.
By the American Department of Defense.
And we'll just pause this and I think that's one that's been intercepted, though. Oh, here's another one. Is that it? No, there's... This is above Lebanon. There's another missile. No, they're on my end. There's a couple of news feeds that I'm following. I can turn that off if you want, but are you talking about? Are you hearing it? Oh, are you? Hold on. No, you shouldn't hear that. Hold on, I just muted it. Are you hearing it every time somebody chats? That should be a notification only I get.
And what we're seeing in
is that the notification or is it the other ding?
GHF, in the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
I just turned the other one off. I don't need it anyways because it's
approach
just sitting right there for me.
I would argue a cynical way of feigning compliance with international humanitarian law when we know that that's been broken on a daily basis. So it is dangerous to the individuals, dangerous to the community, but also really undermines what it is to be a humanitarian actor in a conflict zone such as what we see in Gaza.
Yeah, no, it's just coming into my ear. When he said there were notifications, I thought for some reason you guys, whenever there's new chat on my chat box, if it's longer than a period of time, it'll ding in my ear, so it notifies me that hey, somebody's hey dummy, look at chat is what it's basically telling me to do. But I have a couple of like Twitter feeds up and stuff like that, so if something happens, I hear about it right away.
This is an illegal, long-standing occupation in contravention to all international treaties. It was recently judged as illegal by the International Court of Justice, and it should be ended this year. A conflict is an argument between two parties. This is an illegal occupation which is perpetrated by the state of Israel.
Oh, anyways,
with its colonial settler
those missiles
system
came over this area here,
supported by the U.S. And until we
and they were heading towards
discuss and solve that fundamental issue,
Israel.
all
So
humanitarian aspects of treating or handling
they were
the
probably
situation
launched from
will
somewhere
be
up here
insufficient and even more,
and
it
flying
might
down
add
to
the problem and
Israel.
be part of the problem because it might cover up. I'm not saying that the people of Gaza should not have humanitarian help. Of course they should. But the main solution is, number one, to stop the bombing and have ceasefire. Number two, to open Gaza for humanitarian support. Because what's going on is not only an illegal occupation, but it is also an illegal
Well, Turkey is
which is not allowed according to international
Turkey is
law. And we
apparently
need to stop
condemned
only
the attacks
discussing
by
the
Israel.
symptoms in Gaza.
So they're
And
not
we need
siding
to
with the
much
rest of the
more
NATO countries.
profoundly discuss the root cause of all this man-made misery. I mean, when you look at the footage from Gaza now, no director from Hollywood would even think of making a manuscript with these sceneries. It would be doomed as completely, unrealistic and obscene. Still, it is the reality for the people of Gaza. And Israel, as Chris said, I mean, they're weaponizing
more explosions in
food supply. They're weaponizing humanitarian help, and they do it for two purposes. One, it is to have a legal argument in the international
more
court
explosions.
of
I
justice
think this is
with
in
the ongoing
Kiev, or it's in
genocide trial,
Oblast.
saying that we did indeed support and supply food. And number two, I think
it's
this
in
is
Russia.
the first time in modern history that food is used.
Oh, there's explosions in
systematically
Russia
as a
right
bait
now.
to attract the people, give them 20 minutes from the loudspeakers in the drone to fight over these bags of food.
No, that
and then
little bloop.
starting to shoot
That's the
them
one that
as
you're talking about,
part
too, Dizzy?
of the ethnic cleansing and the genocide in Gaza. This is the context.
If that
we
annoys
need
you, I
to
can turn it off. That's
Indeed,
just a
and
notification that
brings
there's a
me
news
on to,
news
Human Rights
article
Chief
coming
Volker
up on my
Turk
feed.
said on Monday
I
that
can
Israel
turn that
was
off if you want. That
weaponizing food,
did you hear that again?
and he called for full investigation into the shootings, but
That
as
one?
we all know, these investigations
I can turn that
rarely
off. If it
come
bothers
to
people, I can
anything.
turn that
Briefly,
off.
if you would, because we're just running out of time.
Yeah, it's like a
You know
balloon
that
popping.
Israel
Like a
refused
plop,
any
plop,
kind
plop.
of investigation, and they,
That's just my news
they
feed
refused
saying, hey,
this
there's
from
something
the
else
beginning.
coming
And
up.
whether that there is investigation or not, they will not follow.
No, it's me.
These
Definitely me.
But we are talking about
If I'm looking over at other windows, like I've got a you guys can only see 3 of my 4
this is not
windows
only in
basically.
Gaza. It could be
I've got a
an
4th one open up that is me that I can search around and look for stuff and then bring them over onto my other windows.
community
And
all
that's
over the
one of
world
the
has
that's one of the windows that I have
against this kind
up
of
there.
mechanism, and to get this mechanism accountable
And it
as the
just
occupation
notifies me
itself.
so that
They are
something has
culprits of
happened,
the-
and it's
also the
very
killing of the
like
people,
very quick at
and,
reporting stuff, so I can
over
look
400 people
and
were
see
killed,
that something's
thousands were injured, insulting the people. So
been announced.
there is
But yeah,
supposed
there's
to be
explosions
cases against
happening
this
in,
company, which is called SRS, and this Gaza Humanitarian
These are could
Foundation,
possibly be
which
drone
is,
strikes.
working in the same agenda with the occupation against the Palestinian people, and then in the end, that yes, we have this humanitarian impact, but
No, I'm fine
we
with people
have
being
to
on Twitch.
solve this problem. Otherwise, Israel will be
Thanks for the
again.
follow, man.
Okay,
Thank you very
Matt, I
much.
think you wanna
That
come in
was who was that?
Yeah, I just want to
Godovan, thanks, man.
to mention a newly published
Or you can
study
watch
in
on
The
YouTube.
Lancet, which
Like if you want to
shows
watch on YouTube,
that the
ad free
life
with an ad blocker,
expectancy for the people of Gaza,
have
the
at
good
her.
people of Gaza,
I
has
can't stop
dropped
ads
during
on
the
Twitch,
first
but
12 months
ad blockers
since the
do work
7th
on
of
YouTube.
October by 35
I just
years,
appreciate you guys being here.
meaning the life expectancy was
You know,
75
give a
years
follow,
before the
give a
7th
thumbs
of
up on
October.
YouTube.
After
You know,
it has dropped to 35
that's
years.
that's
which
more than
means
enough for me.
that the sum effect
Don't
of
need
the bombing,
you know,
the attack on healthcare, the lack of treatment for common diseases, the starvation, and the thirst. All these factors come together, and they steal half of the life of the good people of Gaza as it is now. That's what we need to address. Because without solving the occupation and the starvation and the blockade of Gaza,
thought I found another
it will
good
continue to drop. It's
live
already
feed
only
site,
half
but it's
of what
basically
it was.
just showing something else.
35 years lost in life expectancy through the Israeli occupation of Gaza. It's horrendous, never seen in history before.
Chris, last word to
It's
you.
stopped.
I'd like you to
Really,
react
I've
to
never
that.
had
And
any
also, do you think
problem watching
in years to
YouTube
come
with
there
ad
will be
blockers.
any kind of reckoning? This, a
Who was it? There's a couple of
realisation
people
of
that
the
asked me
horrors
to
that have
give
been
a
committed,
recap.
bit like the Bosnian War?
There's been missiles fired back and forth on Israel and Iran. Nothing huge. I think Iran's capacity to actually launch missiles is at a minimum now. Iran. Donald Trump has been in meetings with the Security Council today, and he's basically agreed that he likes the plan for what they could do to knock out their facilities, but he hasn't given the okay to go ahead and do it. However, we have seen in air traffic lots of planes heading over to towards that area. The cargo jets that the Americans have. There was a video of a B-2 bomber flying. It was assumed that it was headed in that direction, but I only saw one video of it, and it's unconfirmed that it was even from today. So there's possibly a B-2 bomber on the way over there, and the general line of thinking is that the nuclear facility site that is going to be targeted would be hit multiple times, not just once. Also, the LA Lakers looks like they're getting sold for $10 billion, which is absolutely insane. North Korea says Israel is a cancer-like entity. And Taylor Swift, there's apparently been a body that is found near her residence, and it is not confirmed whether or not it is Travis Kelce or not. Probably not, though.
That some kind of respite is coming. Thank you to you all.
Probably not. I'm still waiting for Israel to give any evidence whatsoever that they had found, like they have evidence that Iran was enriching uranium to the point where they'd have nuclear weapon capacity. But we showed a video yesterday where Netanyahu has been talking about how Iran is like this close to getting nuclear weapons for like the last 32 years or something. So.
A weekly look at the world's top business stories.
Do we need to worry about Trump's tariffs? How is all of this going to play out and affect all of us and the rest of the world?
From global markets and economies,
Europe has been extraordinarily successful at coping with the loss of Russian gas.
Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
Here's a picture of their bunker busting bomb. Somehow it manages to press to get right down deep into the earth and knock out bunkers. So the American military officials have assured Donald Trump that this would work. He's agreed that if they're going to go ahead, this is the plan that they would use, but he hasn't given the okay to do that yet. So. $4 billion for the Lakers. Yeah, isn't that crazy? I don't even think the Lakers are I don't think they're anywhere near the priciest sports franchises in the world. Like, I'd have to think it would be one of the soccer/football. Maybe the Dallas Cowboys would be up there. 2020 took out one of which generals?
I'm Tom McRae in Doha. These are the top stories on Al Jazeera.
Evidence from Israel, good one. I know, dude. I'm just saying, like, if you're going to attack another country and claim, hey, we're attacking them because of this, show us this. Show us proof, dude. Like, if your Mossad agents have video or tape of whatever of them having, you know, enriched uranium to that point, like, show us. We went through this in the Iraq War, man.
I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, you know, because things change. I mean, especially with war, things change with war. It can go from one extreme to the other.
Here's the Donald.
Israel says it's targeted the headquarters of Iran.
The President of the United States, in unacceptable remarks, explicitly calls on the Iranian nation to surrender. But we say to him, first, make threats to those who are afraid of them. Threats have never influenced the behaviour or thinking of the Iranian people. Second, telling the Iranian nation to surrender is not a rational statement. Wise individuals who are familiar with the Iranian people and their history would never utter such words, because the Iranian nation is not one that surrenders and will never submit to anyone's aggression.
President Vladimir Putin is calling for an end to the fighting between Israel and
Yeah,
Iran.
Vismo, I don't even need that much. Just show me pictures of their facility. Like, if
Israel had agreed to ensure their
they've got to
safety.
have some evidence
Putin
other than
also
we've
said
got a hunch.
Russia would be ready to continue its work on nuclear energy with
I don't
Iran,
need a nuclear
while
weapon to go off in
guaranteeing
order to,
Israel's
you know,
security.
prove it.
All these details have been discussed with both the Israeli
Apparently
and
Putin
American
thinks he's the
sides,
right
and
man
we've
to
sent
bring
signals
peace to the
our
region.
Iranian friends. Overall, it is possible to ensure Iran's interests in the field of peaceful nuclear energy. At the same time, it's possible to address Israel's concerns regarding its security. In my opinion, such options exist.
And sirens have gone off in central Israel as more ballistic missiles are fired from Iran. Israel says its air defense has intercepted the missiles over Tel Aviv. Earlier, Israeli media reported the military had detected 8 launches from Iran, also successfully intercepted.
You want the U.S. doing Israel's bidding? I mean,
he's in Oman because Israel's
I don't want
government
Iran to have
has
a
banned Al
nuclear
Jazeera
weapon
from
either,
reporting inside
to be
Israel,
honest.
as well as the occupied West Bank.
Iran has
Putin.
continued to fire missiles on Wednesday night.
Should I try and remain neutral when we're doing these casts, or do you guys want to see biased Aladar?
Debris landed on open land, setting off some fires, but there are considerably less missiles being fired now than there were at the start of this conflict from Iran to Israel. Either that's because the Israelis say they've destroyed Iran's capability to launch those missiles, or because Iran is holding back some of its stock because it wants to keep resources for a longer fight. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Amman.
I mean, I can give my
Attacks
honest
by the
opinion.
Israeli military have killed at least 11 Palestinians in central Gaza.
try to remain neutral.
All were waiting for food early Thursday morning when they were killed by the strikes.
I think I'd probably be
Another
much
60
more
people have
lively
been
if I.
injured.
I'd probably piss more
The
people
bodies
off
of
though,
15
rather than just
Palestinians
remaining
have been
neutral.
recovered from an aid distribution
Professional
site
Aladar or
in
not
northern
professional
Gaza.
Aladar?
Witnesses say they were waiting for food when they were shot dead. Their bodies were left for 5 days
You guys want
before approval was given to recover
And
them.
Aladar?
Well, those are the headlines. The news continues here after Al Jazeera World, which starts next.
Is that what you guys want? Right there? I'll give my opinion. I try to remain as open as possible. Like I'm always the type of person where I like to think that I'll listen to other people's opinions as well, but there's a point where I'm just like, no, you're an idiot. I've had it like. Oh, the Israel Air Force has announced that it is currently conducting a series of strikes in Tehran and additional areas in Iran. So, unfortunately, Iran has shut down their internet, so we don't have any live cameras in Iran. Spicy Aladar. I mean... Okay, I'll try to be as, honest as possible, but you know, open to discussions. How about that? Send Iran Starlink just for entertainment purposes. Yeah, Iran would. I guess they're probably Starlink would probably be up too high for Iran to knock them down, right? So, what is this? Like, this is.
DW correspondent Misha Komodowski, thank you for that update.
Republicans are split.
Israel says it's degrading Iran's nuclear capability with airstrikes on facilities across the country. But so far, Iran's secretive Fordo fuel enrichment plant has remained intact. It's buried deep underground and is considered virtually unreachable by conventional aerial weapons. But if the US decides to enter the conflict, its so-called bunker buster bomb could change all that.
This could be Iran's worst nightmare. The GBU-57, better known as a bunker buster or the massive ordnance penetrator. And the US is the only country in the world that has them.
I'd like to know how the bunker buster works. Like,
which is the massive ordnance penetrator that's being discussed heavily in terms of American.
Why is it able to
in
get
Iran,
so far into the
can
earth?
actually penetrate up to 200 feet before detonating its ordnance. It is the only weapon
200 feet.
In anyone's arsenal globally that's able to successfully target and potentially even eliminate facilities like Fordo. It was designed originally with the intent of attacking and destroying targets specifically built into mountains.
The Fordo facility southwest of Tehran is at the heart of Iran's nuclear program. It includes hundreds of centrifuges, reportedly buried up to 90 meters underground inside a mountain. And according to the International Atomic Energy Agency, the site has been used by Iran to enrich uranium to 60%, well beyond what's required for civilian purposes. But for the US to get
Again,
its
we'd like to see
bunker
proof
busters
that they're
in range
doing
of
this.
Fordo, it will need to use its B-2 stealth jets. They're the only aircraft certified to carry the giant bombs that weigh in at around 14 tons. But each bomber can only take 2 of them, and analysts say any attack on the Fordo facility would likely require more.
So it wouldn't just be a single munition dropped or even 2 from one airplane. It would be multiple strikes kind of barreling
Possibly
down
flame
into
strike,
that target
possibly.
set,
Rumored.
over time, kind of drilling down towards the target.
They're in stealth, so we
Logistics
can't see
and
them.
refueling support for the B-2s is another factor that the US will need to consider. The jets can fly around 11,000 kilometers without refueling, but can go even further with just one mid-air top-up.
11,000 kilometers.
The Indian Ocean island of Diego Garcia sits around 4,000 kilometers from Iran's southern coast. The US has recently had a squadron of its bombers stationed at its base there, with Iran well within striking range. The big question now is whether US President Donald Trump will open the door to US military action in Iran and give the go-ahead to unleash America's bunker buster bombs.
On that note, we spoke
Hey, top left, guys.
Benta
This is where the
Scheller,
airstrikes
head
in
of
Iran
the Middle
are
East and
happening
North
right now. It's
Africa
just
division of the Heinrich Böll Foundation,
just to
asking
the
if the
southwest
conflict
of
between
Tehran.
Israel and Iran had the potential
So this
to
is
become
the
much
area
wider.
that the airstrikes are happening
I really
right
hope that
at
we're
this
really
moment.
far away from that. But what I really see is a dangerous escalation, one that has seen rhetoric that is mutually escalating, and of course it involves the risk to spread out to the entire region. So it is really a very dangerous situation, and the most dangerous about it is possibly that we don't see where the conflict parties see their end game and how that would not only transform into a military solution, we might see military damage to the nuclear program of Iran, for example. I think there are lots of achievable goals. However, politically I fail to see what should be the end game here of Israel.
This Middle East analyst Benta Scheller. Meanwhile, some comments on the conflict from German Chancellor Friedrich Merz on the sidelines of the G7 summit.
Only
has
options
sparked
here is to be
criticism here
on
in
the
Germany
bad,
and beyond.
sick
Here's
terrorist fanatics who are trying to take over the
G7
Middle East or
leaders
the
managed
same
to rally
Israel.
behind a joint statement
I'm not
on
a
the
fan of
Israel-Iran conflict this week, calling Iran the
religious
main source of
fanatics.
instability
Let's put
in
it
the
that
Middle
way.
East. German Chancellor Friedrich
I'm
Merz
not
went
on.
much
I'm not
further
on
than
their
that,
side.
praising Israel.
This is the dirty work Israel does for all of us.
I can only say that I have the greatest respect for the Israeli army and the Israeli leadership having the courage to do this.
The foreign policy spokesman for Merz's coalition partner, the Social Democrats, called this tone not very helpful, given attempts to de-escalate.
Reported out of Iran that Iran has arrested 18 Israeli Mossad agents.
Law by Israel,
that could just be propaganda as well.
Civilian
but
casualties in Iran.
The
Merz also appeared to welcome
the report that this is coming from is known as very pro-Iranian, so that could just be BS.
in Syria as a positive example.
It would
Half
be
the
good
best.
if this
What's up?
regime
How's
came
it
to an
going?
end.
That's at odds with
Do I
French
consider
President
Putin a religious?
Emmanuel
Me?
Macron.
No. I don't think Putin's even religious. He might pretend he is. I don't think he's religious.
For now, there's much speculation about.
I'm talking
whether
about,
or
like,
not the US
Al-Qaeda.
will intervene in Iran. According
You know,
to
these-
Merz, the responsibility
These
lies with
fanatics
Iran.
that are running Iran,
If the
clerics,
regime
like
would be
they're.
willing to return to the negotiation table, then no more military
I believe
interventions are necessary.
all religions have like
But
a
as Merz
peaceful
returns to Berlin,
population,
he's likely to face
but
questions
virtually all of them have like some fanatical group that are like
whether his rhetoric
an extreme
could
fanatical
outline
group, and they're the ones that cause the problems.
solution.
An erupting volcano in Indonesia has forced the evacuation.
Is he actually Orthodox Christian? Christian though too?
With over
Wow, is he?
14,000 passengers
Or does he
affected.
just say
No
that he
injuries
is?
have
Like, you
been
know how,
reported,
you know,
but
the fake
authorities
Christians?
are warning that the danger is far from over.
A
this
setting
volcano
sun
eruption.
illuminates the giant plume of ash, reaching 10,000 meters into the evening sky. Residents at a safe distance were spellbound by the display. But closer to the mountain, authorities evacuated villages, expanding
Crazy
the danger
eruption,
zone
huh?
to 8 kilometers from the crater and raising the eruption alert to the highest level. By morning, roads and roofs were dusted with a layer of ash in this village closer to the mountain. People here had to flee when the volcano went off.
Yesterday, when the mountain erupted, we were on our front lawn, but then stones started raining down on us and we ran to the next town.
Mount Lewotobie Laki Laki is located on the island of Flores in eastern Indonesia, south of Sulawesi. The ash cloud was visible as far as 150 kilometers away, and the
There was an
eruption
air
affected
raid
air
warning
traffic
in this
Bali,
area of the
more than 500
Ukraine, but it's now
kilometers to
been
the west.
cancelled. Actually, it's in
Dozens
this
of
city.
flights
Actually,
in and out of the
been
tourist
cancelled though. It's
island
over.
were cancelled, leaving travelers stranded. But most took it in their stride.
Cannot be despair, otherwise you do nothing. So yeah, it's gonna be okay. A lot of time again wasted for nothing, but hey, that's part of the adventure. It's fine.
no wonder our ancestors believed in God. I mean, I don't even know if I'd be considered an atheist. I'm just agnostic. I just don't.
For a reason, and like if
Sure.
they don't feel like
Maybe
it's
there
safe,
is, maybe
then,
there
you know,
isn't.
I'm
I-
happy that
whatever.
We're not in the air when it's not safe, you know.
They are rescheduling us, but we want to go early, on time, you know. Our family is waiting. They are worried because of this volcano eruption and all.
Authorities say the eruption at Lewotobie
That is
Laki
insane.
Laki is set to continue, warning
Oh,
residents
Jesus.
of lava flows triggered by rain and more falling ash and stones.
You're watching DW News. Here's our top story at this hour. Donald Trump says he hasn't made a decision on whether the U.S. will assist Israeli strikes on Iran. The U.S. president warned that Iran's leadership
I'm
could
barely
fall
old enough to
as a
remember
result.
when Mount St. Helens erupted, and that was
You
enormous
are
here.
Up to date, but stay
I
with
just
us.
remember being a
Coming up
little
next,
kid.
Our doc film looks at how the
Flame
Yazidis
Strike
in
was already
northern
45
Iraq
years old
are
when
dealing
Mount
with
St.
life
Helens
after
erupted,
the
but
reign of terror by the Islamic State.
I remember like dust coming down and stuff like that, and I lived several hundred kilometers away from it. Bigger clouds with your bong. I'm sure you have.
My name is Nozibele Kamgana Mayaba.
Don't
hold back. Say it loud.
That's like a document. Anything going on stateside here?
Case joining us now is civil trial attorney Trey Lovell. And Trey, thanks so much for joining us. So this is a mixed verdict for Karen Reed. Explain to us what that means.
Okay, does anyone care about the Karen whatever verdict? Anyone care? Oh, apparently the hold on, the blasts in Iran are in several of these cities around Tehran. So Karaj was so So Karaj, and there's other areas in the same area where they're bombing right now in Iran.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me.
How much are
And you
eggs
know
now?
me. How big of a deal is this?
We didn't have an issue here in Canada.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We are back now with Top Stories Global
Interest
Watch. At
in the-
least
in the
16
plastic
people are
surgery.
dead and more than 130 hurt after a Russian attack.
Sorry, if it comes
Ukraine's
on again,
capital
maybe
city.
we'll watch it, okay?
A UN group saying this appears to be the deadliest attack on Kyiv in almost a year. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky saying Russia deployed more than 400 drones and more than 30 missiles, declaring tomorrow a day of mourning. Russia's defense ministry saying it had
so
hit
these-
military targets.
This is what I was
Ukrainian
saying earlier
officials
when we
say
started the
residential
stream.
buildings
There's been
and
more
critical
happening in
infrastructure were
Ukraine
targeted.
than has been
volcano
happening in
erupted
Israel
South
and
Central
Iran
Indonesia
today.
raising the alert to the
But it's
highest
old.
level
It's an
and
old
expanding the
news
danger zone.
war.
A mushroom-shaped
The
cloud
people
of
are
ash
barely
seen
covering
billowing
it.
over the area, visible for almost 100 miles. A statement from Indonesia's geological agency saying
We
it
need to get
reported
you
over 30,000
Americans
feet
on
of
board with the
clouds.
metric
No
system,
deaths
man.
or injuries have been reported. Residents are being warned that the heavy rain could
That's
cause
160
lava to
kilometers
flow
for
from the
those of you that
volcano
are
into nearby rivers. A man tried to make his way
watching
down
from
Rome's
everywhere,
Spanish Steps,
everywhere outside of the
this time
U.S.
by a car. The 80-year-old in a compact luxury Mercedes-Benz, you see it there, sedan, getting stuck early this morning. According to a statement by municipal police,
Huge amount of
they said
immigrant
the
problem in
Rome
Canada.
resident
Yeah,
tested
there's not
negative
enough
for
beautiful
alcohol,
Latino
also
women
saying he was
coming up
struggling
here.
to explain how this occurred.
That's the problem.
Firefighters used a crane to
Or
remove
beautiful Indian women.
Now to a show
You
of
know,
bravery
there's not
tonight
enough
from a
beautiful
furry
women
friend. Crazy
coming in here.
surveillance video capturing the moment a wild bear waltzes right into a California
Freedom
home,
units?
only to be
Well, he
confronted
reported
by
that
the
it was
barking
100 miles.
family
I was
dog.
converting it
NBC
to,
Los Angeles' Tracy
you know,
Long on how that encounter played out, and
not
apparently
such
this wasn't the
a
bear's
to
first
not
offense.
as much of an archaic measuring system.
Surveillance footage captures
Whoa.
a brave little dog confronting a massive bear inside their Monrovia home on Valley View Avenue late Saturday night. The furry intruder seems unbothered by the pup and continues to walk around the
Is that a
kitchen,
collar on the
sniffing
bear?
for
It is.
snacks before making its way outside and through the yard to exit.
We've seen this bear come by a couple of times now, and over the last couple of days, it not only went into our neighbor right next door, but into the neighbor's house 2 doors down and into their kitchen, eating ice cream and eating pizza and apparently getting into the pool.
Lily Martinez is not surprised.
Allowing
Bear
the
sightings
attractive
are
women to
very
turn away the
common in
uglies,
the
I would be
neighborhood.
okay with that.
We're
Yeah,
prepared,
just
you know, we
sorry.
have our whistle and whatever else we need to get them out of there, but yeah, we're locking our doors at night.
But they don't only appear at night. Neighbors believe this is the same bear wearing a similar tracker on its neck, walking through their street Saturday afternoon. The
That's
police and
dangerous, man.
wildlife
The area
officials
that I
were
live
called
in,
to help redirect the mischievous
there's
beast
black bears
back
that come
toward the
down from the
foothills,
mountains
not
quite
knowing it would
regularly.
return later that night.
It's part of living up here. You know, we're real close to the mountain, and you know they're here first. But luckily, you know, knock on wood, they've all been real friendly coming through here. So.
Austin Hart says it
Real
comes with
friendly.
the territory when you live this close to the mountains. But he advises all his neighbors to still be careful when they spot these wild creatures.
They're not a puppy, but
What makes you
know,
think
you
that
see
he's
them
on
enough, you get used to
steroids?
it, but
Maybe
just
he's
also,
just
you know, have to be
genetically
cautious and
gifted.
just be aware, give them their space, and don't approach them.
Maybe he's just
Wildlife
genetically
officials
gifted,
reminding
man.
people this is the time of year when California black bears will be foraging for food and often going where it's readily available. They advise people to lock their doors and use bear-proof garbage containers. And most importantly, keep your distance.
Tracy Leong, NBC4 News.
Up next on Top Story, a picture-perfect surprise, a high school senior's parting gift no one saw coming. How 110 hand-painted portraits turned one graduation into an unforgettable work of art. That's next.
We have explosions in Ukraine again. So same sort of area that we were in earlier. So we are going to be reporting on the Ukraine situation as well. What do we got here? Simply because there's still lots happening there.
The Yazidi population has no more than a few hours to flee to the nearby.
Is no different. Trump is different because I don't think, and that's the second reframing I would want to do, I don't think he's coherent or he's sane.
Black bears are less scary than grizzly. They are less scary.
Has a very far
we have grizzly bears here, just not nearly as
reacts
many.
As he's pushed by events, but he's
How
not
about this
himself
for advice?
producing
Pack
a
heat and
coherent
pump
policy.
them full of
What
lead. You're
happens
talking
is
about
the cross
bears?
breezes between his personal
Unless you have a gun that is
but the
specifically
Pentagon,
like
the reasonable
big
people,
enough to
or
do
the
damage to them,
rational
if you
people,
pull
or
out like
maybe
a
not so
handgun
rational,
and
but at least
shoot
they have
at
a
them,
plan,
they
trying
will
to
just
do
charge
things
you.
in the Pentagon, in the State
Like,
Department, in other places, and then
you
the
would maybe
masses
annoy
of
them.
The American Trumpists who have their own agenda, and they're not happy about the whole thing. So you have these.
People afraid of Australia and
conflicting
wildfire,
things,
but
and
never
Trump is
see a
only one
large
element
land predator
there,
walking.
and not the most
A
coherent
wildlife.
one. Except
Dude,
in some
come
ways
on,
because
man.
he's
Here-
very friendly with Putin because Putin has been bankrolling him for the entire 1990s and 2000s. So he's really, really friends with him and wants to help him. But besides these personal relationships, and there is one also with Netanyahu, I don't think we should see Trump's policy personally as necessarily very coherent.
Bankrolling him is perhaps a bit of a stretch.
No. His son said so. No,
I wanna show you guys
Trump's
something,
son
chat.
said at the end of the 1990s that the Trump organization was entirely funded or almost entirely funded with Russian money. He declared that in public in a real estate conference in New York. So this is not defamation. This is what Donald Trump
Look
said.
at this thing.
Vago Muradin, is this impulse-driven policy?
Look
the
at
White
this
House,
thing.
or is this Donald Trump?
That's
domestic
an
political
Australian
strategy,
spider.
Have a bit of chaos, have a bit of internal dissension within his own camp over whether or not to intervene, and it makes, as he puts it, good television.
No,
I think
thank you.
Anybody would tell you they have their
Absolutely
own process,
no
how they do it,
thank
and
you.
It's very different from other administrations, right? And again, I mean, the president of the United States said, even I, at this point, don't know if I'm going to attack them or not. First, I think the relationship with Israel is a very different relationship. It's a very deep relationship. That
Don't
goes
they have
back
like
to
the most
1948.
venomous
Just 4 weeks
snakes in
ago,
the
we were
world
saying
in
oh yeah, Trump is dissing the
Australia
Israelis
as
because
well?
instead he's going to the Gulf, and he cares more about Saudi Arabia than he does Israel.
Exactly.
No,
so.
thank
But,
you.
Right. I mean, it's said, right? Whoever's the last person who talks to the president is the one who can sway him. So it depends on who.
Australia's
who's
a
talking to
PvP
him.
server.
I will say one thing though. You know, in the case of Israel taking military action, from Washington's standpoint, there was fury for the Osirak raid into Iraq. Right, Israel had
With these
waited to get
kick bots,
F-16s to
man.
use the new weapon,
1982.
the 1982 strike. There was
So many
a
kick
lot
bots.
of relief in a lot of places that
And
Iraq's
flame
nuclear
strike
program was
on
delayed,
kick.
and then the Syrians were working on a program. As the world was debating, the Israelis went ahead and did that. So there is a tendency in Washington sometimes to think, if there are hard problems, sometimes the Israelis actually help solve that. And in this particular case, it is being seen as, okay, well, it's already underway. If this
Apparently-
delays, by the way, I'm not endorsing a strike.
Apparently, Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina has been the central voice urging the president to consider military action. According to people familiar with the discussions, Trump has had multiple calls with Graham, the people said. That's reported by Bloomberg. And let's see, Senator, U.S. officials are preparing for the possibility of a strike on Iran in the coming days. According to people familiar with the matter, a sign that Washington is assembling the infrastructure to directly enter a conflict with Tehran. We've seen multiple jets. We've seen like cargo jets and other things being moved around. So this doesn't sound like they're just bringing in a couple of B-2 bombers to knock out one place. This could be something bigger.
Problem, for example, it's been known for being able to create one, but it took years to solve. But it's Israel, which basically went on and
Have I ever view-botted? No, I have been like attacked with view-bots before. Back in the day, TWOW, there used to be a like 4chan and stuff like that. There used to be a policy with Twitch that if you were being view-botted, you had to immediately turn off your stream because they considered it a way for you to take advantage of the view-bots to get more views and blah, blah, blah. So 4chan and other places would use view-botting to basically disrupt your stream and force you to turn your stream off. That used to happen very regularly, but I haven't seen that happen in years, like literally years. It may be like 5-6 years since I've seen that happen. I don't know if Twitch has also changed their policy. So if you're being view-botted by someone else, you don't have to turn your stream off. There are people that do view-bot for sure, though. And I know that there's certain female streamers that are being view-botted by their viewers. Maybe there's male streamers as well. I don't want to be sexist here. Because, you know, the male viewers are trying to suck up to them or whatever, or make them look more popular. But yeah, there is some view-botting that is still going on. I wouldn't even know where to go look to get a view-bot, to be honest. Like, I would have no idea. But there are people that apparently still do it. I'm just kind of like, yeah, whatever. Like, you know, if they're not active in my stream, they're not going to come back. Like, what's really the point? I don't really get it, right?
Taking out more than a dozen Russian military craft, executing a sophisticated plan. It says was more than 1 year in the making, including remote-controlled drones operated from unwitting trucks. Drones also.
We're not at World War III yet.
Surprise unleashed last Friday. Yinki Oyatade has more on that.
It has all the ingredients of a thriller film. This is the story of how Israel managed to attack Iran from within. It's June 13th, 2:15 a.m. Under the codename Rising Lion, an operation that has been years in the making kicks off, orchestrated in the shadows by Mossad, Israel's secret service.
Hey, top
Most
left.
eyes are on Israeli fighter jets, but behind the scenes, a far more daring mission is
Top left. So this is southwest of Tehran in this town of Iraq. Israel Defense Forces have told residents to clear the area. So we can probably expect. Actually, this is west of Tehran anyways. So probably going to see some missiles fired there. Or, well, they have control of the airspace. So probably just some of their F-35s being flown there.
I think it was a huge surprise.
Yeah, apparently residents are being told to evacuate from this area.
Intelligence and also the timing of the attack. So I believe Israel managed
to get more money through viewership during ads? I have no idea, actually, if bots affect that. I have no idea. I know, obviously, the more viewers you have, the more ad revenue you get, but I mean, you would have to have a significant number of viewers in order to really make any money in ad revenue. You know, like you'd have to have hundreds of viewers or something like that to actually, for it to be anything. Having an extra 10 viewers, you're not going to notice any difference at all.
Iranian police say they found one of those secret workshops just outside Tehran. It was the focus of this report by State TV.
I mean, I do appreciate the. I just want real views, man. I don't want.
And GPS boxes too.
You know,
in this 3-story house,
I don't want fake views.
Kilos of explosives, 30 drones, and launchers.
That's why I appreciate everybody that actually, you know, comes and spends time on the stream. I'm gonna give you guys a little example of something though. I want you to know this so that if you have a small streamer that you support, like this dude here, Well, we can use me as an example. Let's use me as an example.
We can use me as an example.
Even though he sounds like an idiot. Anyways, actually, let's use somebody else as an example. Okay, so let's use Ponce, good friend of the stream. Hello, Ponce.
They'll have radar, anti-air.
If you want to support him with a view, you can go to his channel and click on the little speaker icon in the top of your tab. Most browsers have this now. This will make sure that Twitch still counts you as a view, but
anti-radiation missiles.
if you use the mute button through Twitch, it will not count you as a view. It will stop giving him credit for having that viewer. So if you've got like somebody that's got a small number of views,
SU-57.
try to do this for them instead, because then they actually get credit for the view and they get their ad revenue or whatever. It also helps put them up the number of viewers or whatever for people that you really enjoy watching. Anyways, little
superiority over Iranian
little tip there for you.
But what
Yeah,
seen,
to move up the
during
rankings.
this operation,
I mean, you could put
was a
like
true
I gave with
multi-domain
with him.
when you
let's say Ponce for
effects
example. Here,
about military effects
let's make that dummy
across
be
all
quiet.
domains, be air, space,
Say you just want to help out with the viewership, man. Ponce is a totally cool guy. You can just mute his tab, and then watch whatever you're watching, and then he's still gonna get credit for my view, even though I'm not actually watching him. Right? So I mean, if you've got a buddy who's just starting up streaming, or a particular streamer, like the Ann News Network, that you want to give an extra view to, by all means do that. 1 to 2, 3 viewer Andys.
A tour or something in front of that, and then I have like a.
Anyways.
And used many times already long-range drones to attack energy infrastructure.
Not sure if that works with YouTube, but for Twitch, I'm pretty sure it still works.
Also, military infrastructure to attack targets, and also have used human intel. They have the same kind of advantage here on the ground, that they can actually infiltrate and.
Hey, this
town
in Iran
and so that
we're looking at.
Ukrainians speak Russian, unlike all non-Russians.
Apparently, there is a nuclear facility here.
Also is something that they have done, including for explosions.
Apparently, there is a nuclear facility somewhere in this town. What does this town look like? Oh, we can actually.
Type of targets: high-level military, scientists, and propagandists.
Look at this. Somebody's actually gone by and taken pictures step by step with a camera and uploaded them
Ukraine,
by themselves.
It's the state which executes
with
these
Google.
Operations. Spiderweb was executed by
because
Ukrainian
Iran,
security
all
bureau, SBU,
evil countries don't allow you to.
Operations, including Kursk.
You can't do this on a freelance basis.
Somebody has literally gone through like each of their street and just taken a picture step by step.
There are, of course, the acts of resistance in the occupied territories where
that is
people
unbelievable.
can
actually,
plant a bomb and then explode people that.
Anyways, there is a nuclear site here somewhere.
But we are not talking here about when talking about drones and highly sophisticated intelligence operations. These are organized.
Got new laser technology that can take out drones and missiles called Iron Beam that just became operational a month ago. Really? Why haven't we seen lasers in the sky yet?
In real time. The Russians also upping their ability. There have been nightly swarms of drones of ballistic missiles like the one that Emmanuel Macron was alluding to that destroyed an apartment block in Kyiv 2 nights ago. At least 23 dead, says our correspondent now. The death toll has been revised upwards. The French news agency followed one Ukrainian drone unit in Dnipropetrovsk region in Ukraine.
These international news stations are still reporting about the Ukraine.
Going up.
It's harder to work now because the enemy's intensity has increased significantly, and more FPVs have been flying in recently, especially at long distances. This wasn't the case before. Previously, you never encountered FPVs here, but now they're flying in more, aided by fiber optics.
Just quickly, remind us what an FPV is.
It's a first-person view drone, so that is as opposed to another type of unmanned flying vehicle, which basically uses a mask over your eyes, which helps you to see everything as if you are flying inside the drone.
Pierre Gervais, your thoughts on this new kind of arms race?
It's actually, I think,
drones are the
treat in technical terms. It's actually less advanced on one dimension, which is the political dimension. It's absolutely striking the way the
these drones are becoming the new wave of fighting
wars without any thought of the political consequences, to a point which was impossible even 10 or 20 years ago. I mean, you have the Israelis basically destroying
It takes
Gaza.
out most of the rockets.
Genocide has been demanded about. At the minimum is war crimes, war against
What's it called? Hold on.
humanity. You have Israel attacking Iran for good or bad reasons, but completely out of the rule of law. And nobody seems to think that there is a downside.
Well, you knew lasers were. It was only a matter of time until
lasers
lasers
became
became.
drones and technical systems do not think politically.
I'm surprised it's taking this long.
And the
Actually,
political consequences
Iron Beam. Okay,
will
look
be
that up.
extremely serious in the Middle East, in the world in general, and nobody seems to try and analyze what these brilliant military actions will actually produce in terms of, say, terrorism. You were thinking about terrorism. You could argue that Israel is the main sponsor of terrorism in the Middle East. You have an entire generation of Palestinians who are now wedded to the idea of killing all
Here's
Israelis
the Iron Beam
and will
here.
be lucky if they don't think kill all Jews, which would be the risk. So you have enormous political downsides to all this. It's not even one time bomb, it's a series of time bombs, and everybody's throwing them left and right.
Well, it says
because
not until
basically
October
they can.
2025.
I tend to blame war games and video games sometimes because
That's why we
these
haven't
people
seen lasers
don't
in the
seem to
sky yet.
realize what the consequences can be.
And that's kind of what you said earlier about the
There's
Israelis.
YouTube?
They've been planning this for years. This was their window of opportunity.
Yes.
They did it because they could.
Yes, but to come to this point, I would like to say that back in the time, we used to have innovation inside or provided by the main.
Did you know Israel has a
industrial-
laser weapon called the Iron Beam?
The Iron
then
Beam.
why aren't they using it to stop Iranian missiles?
Yeah, why aren't they using
The
it?
Iron Beam already shot down some 40 drones coming from Lebanon, but it is
Okay.
actually not fully operational yet and was expected to be deployed in October 2025. Also,
There you go.
the
It's
beam
not
requires
quite
a
ready yet.
continuous and immense source of power to operate,
and
as
this
well as
came out
cooling
a-
systems,
came out yesterday.
which
This
are
is
not
an
yet
AI video,
prepared
though.
for an actual battle.
That's an AI video, though, so.
Of course, then can be used in a military setting. So it's not really the fact that people don't see the political side of it. It's just that the world has changed because innovation is not anymore driven by defense industry.
Yeah, but if I may add, the fact that you have new abilities and new technologies does not excuse you from thinking politically, which is what's happening now, in my view.
And for the last 2 decades, this has been a question, Vago Moran. When we saw in the war in Afghanistan, people able to, from a command center, use joysticks already. This was the kind of question.
We want to watch
being
the whole.
posed. Have we stopped
No, we
thinking
don't. Do we?
about
Tucker
the
versus
why and
Cruz.
only thought about how, oh, look how cool this is.
That's old
and
news now, right? That happened
Well,
yesterday. We don't need to
I'm,
watch that, do we?
2 points. Point one is in Afghanistan there were lawyers involved, so you weren't doing willy-nilly operations. There were months often where you were tracking a target to better understand, and then how you would attack a target to be in.
Oh, we've got an announcement here. High-ranking U.S. officials. Hold on.
Effort was.
High-ranking U.S. officials are preparing for Washington to strike Iran in the coming days, according to Bloomberg. So it might not happen today, but it
Look,
is.
it's a
It looks like it's
democratization of
happening in the
airpower,
coming
right?
days.
I mean, right now somebody can go and buy a drone, put a little piece of explosive in it, and fly it through someone's window. So to
CNN
that
now
point,
apparently
Pierre,
has a reporter
reporter
in Tehran.
We have to think, I think, a lot harder because it's a military threat. It becomes a
And
politically
ABC is reporting that
stabilizing
President
threat.
Trump is getting
And
very
indeed,
comfortable with
if you looked
strikes on
at
Iran's
Hamas's
Fordo
October 7th
nuclear
attack,
enrichment
they were
facility.
using unmanned systems as well.
The plan
because
likely
they're
involves
available.
multiple attacks,
So
with
I
U.S.
think
forces
that
preparing to execute
there are
it.
very big political questions on on the one
What
hand,
about all
I can
those
get
people that
aerial
voted
delivery
for the
of my
U.S. not to
pizza,
intervene in
and Chinese food really quickly. quickly.
Middle East.
I
Do you
might
think
be
they're
able
going to suddenly change their mind
take a
and
taxi over Paris and get from one side to the other in 20 minutes? Except, because some of us were spending 2 hours in a car trying to get back.
well, it's
from,
reportedly not being used yet,
but
Saitama.
there are very
That's-
serious questions.
Unless you can show
on,
me evidence
okay,
that
well,
it's
how do you
being
govern
used,
and
but
control that
everything that I
technology?
saw on Google said that it's not ready
sure,
until
if you
October.
were Chinese, how many cargo containers are coming into the United States or coming into France or anywhere else? You could turn that into a very, very potent weapon if you have an ability to deploy a whole bunch of drones no matter where you are in order to be able to do a strike. So, I mean, it is a new world that you have to think your way through.
Anastasia Shapachkin, let me ask you about your personal experience with all this. Since February 2022 and Vladimir Putin's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, how much has changed? How much have you seen this drone technology change, and what does that make you think about where humanity's going?
Let's see. It is currently
I have to address quickly where humanity is going.
5:30 in the morning in Iran.
And that's just, I think,
4:30 in the morning in
this technology. This
Israel,
is
I think.
Soldiers. These are army
let me just
soldiers in the
confirm
context of the war, whether in Israel or in Ukraine.
For now, but Vago makes it sound very simple.
They are not going to respond
Yeah,
in
it's
this context.
quarter after
they are
5
not
in the
going to
morning.
allow themselves to think politically, to think about the fate of the world.
I just
because
wanna
if
make
they
sure-
were
yeah,
thinking
okay.
about that, they would
Oh,
not
there's-
have gone to
there's
the
only a
area.
half an
Just-
hour
and then
difference.
I want to get back to the technical point, and then just basically, and then for the security, of course, the criminals can also use it, and they're already using it very amply. Any police commander is going to describe you. Can talk for hours about this, but they've also used any type
it's
of
4:42
in
in Israel.
Here. But just to
I
come to
misread
the-
my
and-
clock,
and then
actually. I
just
thought it
respond. I
said-
just wanted to address that.
I didn't
point
see that
real
it was a
quick.
4.
What
For
we have
some reason, I thought it
observed
was
as
a
a think
1.
tank, when we look at the evolution of drone warfare in Ukraine, we have observed the transition from the big drones, right, the Bayraktar, which was really very mediatized the first maybe 6 months, and then it has grown too big, basically too easy to target. When the trend has shifted toward FPVs and other UAVs, but basically smaller drones like Mavics, produced by DJI and other, but especially by DJI, unfortunately, Chinese firm, and then. What we have seen is that first it's like the small drone, then it's the drone which is more and more precise.
So smaller is better.
Smaller has become more. It has become more purpose driven because the small drones with the load basically they're used massively and as quickly as possibly massively because they were replacing the deficit in artillery for Ukrainians first of all.
Remember those
and that they were
reports
cheaper
about
and
Trump
more
possibly being assassinated? Hold on. This is apparently a Pakistani man that was charged with murder for plot. And there's more. Hold on. There's 3 of them apparently that have. Second one, I don't have a picture of them, but there's 3 names that are given that were possibly people that were being recruited as and this happened like last year. Happened last year, so
use them right away, and they don't have the same obviously viewpoint from the R&D center or from the developer, but they are using it. And today
I heard about people being arrested, but I didn't hear that they were like
right, because with
planning
every
to
single type of
assassinate
drone, you
Trump.
are thinking counter drone systems, right? How do you bring
That's
it
crazy.
down? So then once you figured out how to bring down Bayraktar, the small drones, okay, how to bring down the small drones? Okay, there is a gun basically. There is there are the
This
the
lady's getting
electronic
pretty
warfare
excited
systems,
about
et cetera,
shooting down
which can be
drones.
more or less effective. But now you have the next stage, which is, for example, Shahed drones, right? The Iranian drones, especially with which Russia cooperates on co-production. Iranian drones under license are produced in Russia as well as in Iran. They are produced, and they are now flying powered by jet engines at a speed of 250 kilometers an hour. So how do you target that? And this then brings your counter drone systems and counter drone warfare to a totally different level. Then you're no longer able to target it with another. You need then other drones to target it.
Anastasia Shapachkina providing, pardon the pun, the perfect launch ramp for the question then, which is, with did Operation Spider's Web kill the fighter jets? Some people are wondering. I'm going to put the question to you, Jean-Marc Vigilon.
There's guys that are that have been arrested for murdering
future combat.
That one guy that I showed, it actually mentioned that Trump may have been one of the people, but the other 2 doesn't mention Trump at all.
About for years, and what
So-
they might be in 2040. It's
So-
it's what? It's Germany, France, Spain,
and Belgium
yeah.
soon.
Is it worth spending the money on if you're the defense
The
minister?
Hasbro,
Absolutely.
$5,000. Is that
Even
what
though
it?
you saw what
Is
happened
that what
in
it
Operation
said?
Spider as
Well, I mean, considering
Let me
these
answer
people
you.
might make
First,
$300
as
a
a
year,
pilot, you can
or
imagine
that's what
that
they're
I
used
think,
to.
Human intelligence will not be fully replaced by artificial intelligence. However, we need the mix of both manned aircraft and unmanned aircraft or vehicles. In addition to that, the future combat air system is a system of systems, not only an aircraft. And we have to go beyond this, what I call platform.
Do you remember last night we were talking about this big surprise that Iran had said? It said Iran had a big surprise for the entire world. That they were going to talk about it for centuries to come. It was a new missile. They launched like 3 of them, and they were all shot down immediately.
Saturing his layers of defense, and by integrating military effects across all domains.
None of them hit their
space,
targets.
Cyberspace, information space, electronic warfare, etc.
So how do you? What good is an expensive fighter jet when you have Anastasia's swarm of drones?
Because in fact, what we are creating with the FCAS, it is a system, and of course the fighter, the new generation fighter with drones or remote carriers will be a part of the system, but the heart of it is connectivity and the ability to command and control, to gather data from all the sensors and then make sense of it with the help of artificial intelligence to speed up the decision-making loop. So that
Flame
we
Striker,
can,
you just
send
hearing
the
that?
right
I said that
information
comment
to the
about flame
effectors,
bots like
who will,
an hour ago.
which will basically create a military effect.
Vago Muradyan?
The general, as a fighter
Oh,
pilot,
the
I'm
air
an
raid
illustrious fighter
in
pilot, is
Ukraine has
completely on the mark
ended?
on that with one of the world's finest air forces. Look, I think
It
that
looked
one
like
of the problems with
it
the
looks like
Ukraine
that's
war
over.
is
That's
people may
mostly
be
been
drawing the
drones
wrong
over
lessons.
in
If the Ukrainians or the
Ukraine,
Russians
though.
had been able to establish air superiority, none of this would have happened. Why is Israel able to conduct this operation? It dismantled Iran's air defense networks. It had stealthy capabilities in order to try to do that, the long-range weaponry, and it completely changes the dynamic. You're stuck in this kind of a duel, this kind of deadly duel, because both of them are using whatever means they can in this knife fight, as opposed to being able to establish air superiority, take out those armored vehicles, and really prosecute a much more mobile.
Iran has taken down their internet, citing Israel's alleged misuse of the network for military purposes. So they were probably taking photos or something like that and using the internet to upload it. But you would think that Mossad agents would have another way to still contact their headquarters without using Iranian internet. I don't know. That just sounds odd. I don't know.
The U.S. Air Force is working on an entirely new generation of systems to accompany manned aircraft, to be able to send, to be able to prosecute targets at a greater distance. Sir?
And I would like to say that it is very dangerous to
There's
draw
more
the
drones
wrong
that are being
lessons
launched
learned
in the Ukraine
from
now.
the current conflict in Ukraine, because the Russians, they haven't been able to use air power properly. It is not their doctrine. They rather like to use artillery in support of the ground forces. I mean, the Western armed forces, we will firstly use air power to establish air superiority or air supremacy, so that our other forces, land forces or naval forces, are able to maneuver and to do what they have to do.
Elon Musk helping Israel with
We
Starlink?
We
Maybe.
began this conversation talking about the G7 summit. The same protagonists will meet again, as Anastasia was saying, next week in The Hague for a NATO summit that could be, according to Anastasia, and she's not the only one saying it, quite fractious. Pierre Gervais, if you're a European, this moment in time where, again, that we've just described how quickly the technology is evolving.
Let's not
How do you defend the continent and when you're not sure of your
First of all, I'll take a very different view, which will probably shock some of you, but not much has changed in some ways. That is, a conflict is still won politically. The political dimension is still primary. The technical means you use to achieve certain military goals is completely different from waging a war. And that's been true since the gun was introduced with the powder in Europe in the 14th century, or if you started having submarines. So the real question is political. Now, politically at this point, Europe is divided. Part of Europe is falling into authoritarianism, let's say it. I mean, Orban is not somebody who is interested in democracy. And it's the political problem Europe has to solve. It's not a technical problem. Similarly, the problem with the US is not technical, it's political. They have at this point a government which is not interested in democracy, which is actually actively trying to undermine it. And that brings it aligned.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go to the washroom really quick. I'll be right back.
Bad actors on the international scene, starting with Putin, but I would throw Netanyahu in the mix. And similarly, the Iran-Israel war, this is technically a success, but politically it may be a disaster, because you may end up in a situation in which the mullah actually will gain popularity in Iran because of this. You would have the prime objective of the Israelis should be to detach the population from the mullahs, but they're not doing that. So the basic parameters of the discussion are still the same. You think politically, you think of what each group wants politically, what the strategy is internationally, and the technical part, while important, I'm not saying it's not, doesn't change that basic situation.
The one thing I would add is there are 4 countries in this mix: Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, and they're all focused on fighting against Ukraine and Ukrainians, right? I mean, so you have to bear that each one of these are dangerous actors in their own right, that are able to have strategic effects, at least the way that they're doing it, and that's very problematic.
And they have wartime economies, which we do not fully hear, and that'll certainly be a topic next week. Vago Mouradian, I want to thank you so much. I want to thank Jean-Marc Vigilant. I want to thank as well Pierre Gervais, Anastasia Shapachkina. Thank you for being with us here in the France 24 debate.
Your stories inspire the future. Your daily lives create the news. Your cultures, struggles, and successes are at the heart of our programs. We tell the stories of those who made our planet and those who are building it. We tell the story of the world, shaped by the lives of those who live there.
Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Why is the far right on the rise in Europe and around the world? I'm sure you've heard some version of this question being asked about a million times before. We at Enter certainly think about this a lot. Like, a lot. We decided to do a bit of research, and we figured out that the rise of the far right is kind of like pie. Not in the sense that it's delicious and fills us with joy, but more so in the sense that it requires a lot of different ingredients to bake. So, what is the recipe to build the perfect right-wing extremism success story? First and foremost, the main ingredient: votes of approval. Far-right rhetoric often plays on people's primal instincts and
Wow, that's
fears.
crazy
For
how
example,
close you can get
something
in
we
with
see all the time, instrumentalizing
satellite
what may
view,
be
eh?
legitimate security concerns to demonize immigrants.
What we often see is politics of distraction. And politics of distraction takes away the human nature of who we are.
Security and immigration, as a matter of fact, are often cited among the top worries of Europeans in opinion polls.
Why is this? Well, because people have been through a lot in recent years, and that brings us to our second ingredient: crisis.
Among them, the wave of terrorist attacks and migrant crisis of the mid-2010s. In Germany, for example, the AfD was quite literally created as a movement against the Islamization of Europe.
15 years on, and these far-right parties continue to present immigration as the #1 threat to
memo,
security.
Gotti, there was a line that admitted that ICE knew that that policy would keep agents from hitting these daily quotas. These were quotas put in place by Deputy White House Chief of Staff Stephen Miller in mid-May, telling ICE officials that they needed to arrest 3,000 immigrants per day around the country,
daily
or
quotas.
they could face firings. Instead, what happened is because of this memo that went out, and possibly because Trump himself saw a lot of media backlash, people saying, wait, is the Trump administration actually softening its stance on immigration? They've now reversed course. This was not through a memo, but through a verbal communication.
Diggity doctor, I would be considered a centrist. I'm also Canadian, not American.
Telling them, forget that memo. You can go back to workplace enforcement
Oh.
at fisheries, at farms, at meat plants, at hotels, and at restaurants. Basically, everywhere is fair game again. And what this means for ICE is that they're able to do these workplace enforcement operations where they get a lot higher numbers. It also means they could stop some people who may have committed identity fraud. Oftentimes, when it comes to employment by undocumented
I'd
workers,
vote
they
Trump or
have to
Kamala.
have taken a tax ID number, a social security number of
I
someone
wouldn't
who
vote for
is
either one of them.
legally allowed to
I'd
work in the
put
United States.
Aladar down.
And so they could be
I'd put
filing
Aladar down
false tax
for
documents
president.
on their behalf. That's one reason why ICE says that workplace enforcement
That's the
is
best
really
two,
important. It's an important tool for them enforcing
Two most
when they make
qualified
these
people that
arrests.
you have
But
to
around the
run for
country,
president,
what we
your
are
country's
hearing
in
is that
serious
this could
trouble.
have a chilling effect on those industries, and there could be a bit of a backlash, particularly in rural communities.
Progressive
that
ideas I like
depend
from the
so
liberals, and
much
there's traditional
on
values.
big
Yeah,
ag
that's why I
and
say I'm a
meat packing
centrist.
plants, really to spur their
Like there's some
economies.
things that I
And
like,
out in
there's
those
some things I
communities,
dislike.
oftentimes, employers say
On both
if
sides.
they could only hire Americans, they would not be able to provide the products at the low cost that Americans have come by to afford. So it's a complicated topic, one that the Republican Party has often wrestled with.
Like,
They
I
wanna be
believe
hardliners on
immigration is a
immigration,
problem,
but also sympathetic
but
to
I also
business
believe
interests.
farmers are in
That's all
deep
playing
shit
out
now
in
because they have
real
nobody
time here
nobody
as
tending
we
to
see
their
this
crops.
policy take a 180 just
You know?
over a few days, Scotty.
So
NBC's Julie Ainsley, thank you so
you
much.
want your
And
food
for
prices
more
to go
now
up?
on how businesses around the
Start
country are
paying
dealing with the impacts of
start
these
paying
ongoing
white
ICE
people,
raids. Let's
you
go
know,
to
$25 an
NBC's
hour to
Zingli
pick your
Ismail.
crops for you instead of $5 an hour. See how much the price of your groceries raised.
Deportations and raids. Many business owners fear the emotional and fiscal fallout is just beginning.
I know of one landscaper that lost 9 or 10 of the whole crew he had, and he's just totally out of business all of a sudden.
President
want your
Trump suggested
landscaping
last week
to
that immigration raids would shift away from
costs to
workplaces
rise
like
up?
farms, hotels, and restaurants.
Get rid of
They're not
the
citizens, but
immigrant
they've turned
workers.
out to be, great. And we're going to have to do something about that.
But now, the Department of Homeland Security says worksite enforcement remains a cornerstone of our efforts to safeguard public safety, national security, and economic stability, all as business owners speak out. In Key West, Florida, Vincent
$7 for a
Scardina
pound
is
of
the
ground
owner of a
beef
roofing
in the
company.
Midwest. That's
He spoke
$7
to
American, too.
WTVJ and says a third of his workforce was detained in an ICE raid.
It's financially as well as emotionally. It takes a toll.
Of his workers, 5 of the 6 detained men have pending asylum cases, according to their immigration lawyer.
Like, if you
Scardina
have
voted for President Trump, but
have to
says
go from
he
paying,
thought
I don't know what
the
these immigrants were
administration
making
would
an
focus solely on
hour
deporting
that pick
criminals.
berries or whatever they're picking.
You become their
But you're not going to find people that are like born in the USA to pick
The
for that
American
price.
Immigration Council
So the farmers are
estimates
going to
that
dramatically increase the price of their because of the
is
cost,
undocumented.
and then that's going to be passed on to your groceries. Are you,
impact a local
you're okay with that?
economy
Fine,
quite
but
drastically.
This Kansas City
there's a lot of people that are having trouble paying the bills already as it is.
now facing a dramatic decline in sales, as told to our affiliate KSHB.
Not to mention the fact, I don't know many people that want to go work picking fucking berries and shit, like some of the jobs that they were doing.
Little Village.
Recently, we have seen fewer clients, fewer people have been coming.
WMAQ visited the hub.
We had an incident that somebody posted a TikTok from Atotonico, and as soon as they put that up, people
$15
diminished.
an hour is the same
In
as
Boston,
mine,
residents
$6.25 and
sharing similar
$26.
sentiments with WBTS that fewer people are
I mean, you're probably going to notice inflation starting to hit now, Brainstead, that the tariffs are starting to come into play. There's a lot of people's supplies that they bought. As soon as Trump announced the tariff, people went and bought a whole bunch of stock for their shelves or whatever, and now that's starting to run out. So anything that's coming in now is being tariffed.
15.1% of the workers.
You'll probably
of the
notice on
construction
next
industry,
month's
we know
inflation report that prices are going up
of workers
quite a bit.
are undocumented.
And the guidance at the federal level
In
continues
fact,
to expand.
I can look up this last month now since it's halfway through the month.
Had perfect enforcement of federal immigration rules,
Here.
we'd starve in this country.
Local businesses and
This is your inflation rate for last month, 2.35%. So slightly up. That's basically considered static. But it did go up a notch. We've got Canada's as well as kind of a.
If you use DHS's CBP home app here in LA.
Anyways, you can see it. It's down to 1.74%. I've never had this do this before.
Here's part of her story.
Come with me to self-deport my mom after being in this country for 36 years. My mom is leaving behind 3 grown-ass kids and 3 grandchildren. We are doing this all while some of the biggest ICE raids are going on back home. With my mom's complicated legal status, she decided to do this.
Canada's consumer price index actually has gone down the last 2 months. So prices are actually coming down here.
12-hour shifts since she was 15.
Which is good, I guess, because people are have been complaining that they'd gone up. But actually, if you look at the consumer price index, prices have gone down.
Joining us now is Julie Earsh here in Los Angeles in the studio.
Are really getting on my nerves talking about the U.S. dollar going to shit at a record rate.
And I gotta say, I watched that video.
Are they bragging that it's going to shit, or are they saying that it's good?
You see the heartbreak, and yet you also see, like, you guys are trying to be optimistic. You guys are trying to be positive, and you guys are trying to look forward. I got to ask, for people that may be looking at this as an option or may have had their loved ones deported.
Come a long way since the Lights Hope server. Hey, man, how's it going? Garrett Wiles, thank you for joining us, man. Yeah, we're just sitting here watching news.
It's just been grieving, honestly. Just being sad. Kind of just living the reality.
Man, those Lights Hope days were good, though, man. Were you one of the many people that were stream sniping me back in the day?
Her drive over there, and when she made it, it was just keeping.
Were you friend or foe?
With her. And sometimes, since I talk to her so much,
I still play Classic. I haven't played WoW in like 6 months. I may at some point go back to WoW, but I'm just not interested with the product that Blizzard is putting out these days.
A lot of being sad and,
to be fair,
just trying to stay hopeful.
It's kind of like not
and yet,
really interested.
Just seeing your energy here, there is a sense of like the world is not over. Like, we are going to continue forward, right? How? And what does that look
like? It feels like the world's.
Oh, apparently there's a big air raid alert in Ukraine again.
Keep pushing them forward, and it's
apparently in Ukraine there's a big air raid alert.
I keep thinking about the future, but
Classic Plus doesn't interest me at all. No, I have no interest in playing Classic Plus.
I'm trying to take it day by day. It's really hard.
I have no plans on playing TBC.
We're all trying to stay busy. My mom's over there. She has so many things to do over there, so it's kind of just taking it day by day, staying in the present.
Yeah, and it seems like she left so much to you. I mean,
we were earlier waiting for a.
How's she doing?
She's
waiting for a live press conference in the U.S., but it didn't seem to happen.
Including conservative personality Tucker Carlson, who previously campaigned for Trump.
You're not going to convince me that the Iranian people are my enemy.
But the U.S. president insists he's not considering a prolonged foreign entanglement.
The next week is going to be very big, maybe less than a week, maybe less.
U.S. intelligence suggests Iran is years away from making.
Oh, I think you, if they don't dramatically decrease tariffs, yes, Brainstar. I think in 2 months you're going to see major inflation. Or you will definitely see it skip up.
President Trump has also said he likes making decisions just before they're due. He was speaking.
Well, we'll
to
see.
reporters
I
at
mean,
the
I
White
could be
House on the
wrong.
Iran-Israel conflict.
But I mean, tariffs are always passed on to the customer,
I hate to
right?
see all that death, so much death and destruction. But death primarily is what I hate to see.
Does that mean you haven't made a decision yet on what to do?
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make
The
the
Navy
final
is-
decision 1 second before it's due.
The Navy is moving its 5th fleet from Bahrain out to sea as a precaution amid potential tensions with Iran. Defense officials say these vessels were mainly minesweepers and patrol ships.
One must assume that the discussions are ongoing between Trump and his national security advisors. The basis of
I think
these
it's, I will say this, Brainstar, I think it's outrageous that Trump was trying to suggest that other countries pay for tariffs. Like, why would you even suggest something like that? Like, it's ridiculous.
on Iran. The U.S. has a number of options, or President Trump says he's been presented with all the options but no decision taken.
And when he
yet.
put tariffs on China and said that Apple would be just moving their phone facilities to the U.S., they didn't move them to the U.S. They moved them to India.
President Trump said during his media briefing that he was keen on maintaining talks about ending Iran's nuclear program. The possibility of Iranians coming to the White House was floated. Obviously, no confirmation whatsoever of such a statement. However, there is a tangible thing happening on Friday, and that is European foreign ministers will be meeting in Geneva.
Daylight,
with the
these
Iranian
cameras in the
foreign
top
minister,
left, guys, are all
leaders of
cameras on
France,
Ukraine. There's
Germany,
been a lot
and
of
Britain will be meeting the Iranian
attacks
foreign minister,
over the last
and
24
this, we
hours.
are
That's why I have
told,
those cameras
is
up.
a meeting being coordinated by the United States. So there is a direct United States involvement.
I don't think you'll ever
in
see
that
the
meeting,
facilities
which
move to
could
America, though,
possibly
July
be
rating.
A window for President Trump to continue to push for some form of agreement coming out of Iran. The foreign ministers, the European foreign ministers, are seeking assurances from Iran that its nuclear development will remain a peaceful one, that there is no intent to create a nuclear weapon. Those discussions will be ongoing, and as we've heard, the US will be playing a role, albeit indirect, in those particular discussions.
All right, so the ballistic missiles that were going off
Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali
were in this
Khamenei
region
has
here in
warned that
Ukraine.
any US strike on his country will have serious consequences. In a pre-recorded televised message from an undisclosed location, he said Iran will not accept any peace imposed by
this
force.
city here.
The President of the United States, in unacceptable remarks, explicitly
So
calls on
these
the
would be
Iranian
Russian
nation to
attacks
surrender. But we say to him,
into
first,
Ukraine.
make threats to those who are afraid
The
of it. Threats have
Ukraine
never
Russian
influenced the behavior or thinking of the Iranian
attacks.
people.
The
Second, telling
Iranian
Iranian nation
line
to surrender
hasn't
is
really
not a
moved too
rational
much
statement.
in that
Wise
war, so
individuals
it's
who are familiar with the
still
Iranian
mostly
people and their history would never utter
east
such
of this
words,
area here.
because the Iranian nation is not one that surrenders and will never submit to anyone's aggression.
The Israeli military is warning people to evacuate the area around Iran's Arak heavy water reactor. Earlier, Israel said
Where our
it targeted the
counterpart
headquarters
tries
of
to
Iran's
steal
internal
smartphones
security
and-
agency in Tehran.
Sorry,
Multiple
you've lost me
airstrikes
there. I
have been
don't know what you
carried
mean.
out
I should have the
across
same
Iranian
country where
capital.
our
Israel says it's
counterpart tries to
targeting
steal
military
smartphones
facilities
and
there. Now, most of
who's the
Iran is
counterpart?
also experiencing internet disruption. And Israeli strikes have also been reported in Karaj, a city just west of Tehran. Karaj is home to a military facility. Explosions have also been reported at nearby Payam Airport. Tohir Sadi has more from Tehran.
So Karaj is where we
We've got
reported
reports
earlier.
about casualties, civilian casualties from the day
Um,
one, as
go
we
back
are
over
in
there.
day 6 of these escalated situations.
Karaj and
and
Tehran.
human- and let's say
So
civilian
the
casualties, women and
Israelis
children
are
being killed as a result of this.
I guess dropping
round
bombs,
of
missiles
strikes by
on
the
this area
Israelis. We
here.
have seen footages, reports coming from across the country. From Kermanshah, we had reports. Farabi Hospital there was targeted by the Israeli strikes. Also here in Tehran, we see lots
US
of
is full of
human
dumb people.
casualties, civilian casualties.
I don't
I
want to
insist,
insult anyone
as a
that's watching the
result of that.
stream.
Also, there was this concern.
Apparently, it's
about
been acknowledged that
contamination as Israelis
Trump
continue
Mobile,
to
their
say and to conduct
the phone
strikes
that
on the
they're
nuclear
using to promote
facilities
Trump
of the
Mobile
country.
is definitely made in
Today, we
China.
heard 2 points being targeted,
Blows
one
me
in
away.
the eastern parts of Tehran and the other in the actually Karaj, near Karaj city, near Mahdasht, and near an airport called Payam. And now we see an already escalated situation.
Well, President Vladimir Putin says Russia has been in touch with Israel about its workers in Iran.
So this is,
Putin acknowledged that
go
there
back
are
to,
Russians working at the Bashir nuclear power
Iraq.
plant in southern Iran. He said Israel had agreed to
Which is
ensure
in
their
Iran.
safety. He called for an end to the fighting.
This town
and
here,
also
it's
said
south
Russia would be ready
west
to
of
continue its
Tehran
work
up
on nuclear
here.
energy with Iran while guaranteeing Israel's security.
All these details
but
have
it's
been
got a lot of
discussed
heavy
with both the
water
Israeli
reactors
and
here.
American sides, and we've sent signals
Apparently.
to our Iranian friends. Overall, it is possible.
There's
to
a high
ensure
school. There's a
Iran's
school,
interests in the field of
track and
peaceful
field
nuclear
that's
energy.
there as well.
At the same time, it's possible to address Israel's
But apparently,
concerns
somewhere in this city,
regarding
there's
its
heavy
security.
water
In my
reactors,
opinion, such
and they're
options
bombing
exist.
Our correspondent Dorsa Jabari explains the significance of Putin's comments describing the relationship between Iran and Russia.
Vladimir Putin, he's been making
I wonder
some
how close
comments,
to the city they would be.
Are interesting to note. First of all, he mentioned that Russia has employees, has nationals working in the Bushehr nuclear facility.
It is getting
this
bad,
is
yeah.
one of the facilities that the Israelis have not attacked as of yet. We have to remember that Bushehr nuclear plant was built by the Russians. It started construction in 1995 and it came online in 2011. But Russia clearly has a very important role in Iran's nuclear program. They have already signed a 20-year strategic agreement with Iran that includes building another at least 3 nuclear facilities inside Iran. So that these developments that we're seeing unfold on the ground, it really do affect Russia as well. And we know the Russian President Vladimir Putin has been speaking.
Dow Jones is also down
Trump.
so far for the last week.
He has spoken to the Iranian president. So Putin highlighting
people
that this,
not happy about the
also,
possibility that
has
America is going to be entering the
ramifications for
war.
Russia. Of course, the two countries have had a very complicated history, but nonetheless, it is in Russia's best interest that
Iran's
there is no complete
internet
collapse
apparently has been
of
down
the
for over 12
country,
hours now.
Of Iran, basically, as a result of this conflict. So his comments highlight directly how Russians could be affected.
Sirens have gone off in central Israel as more ballistic missiles are fired from Iran.
I mentioned like half an hour ago that Senator Graham is a very big proponent of
the missiles over Tel Aviv. There
attacking Israel. So
of injuries. Now, earlier,
I thought
media reported the military.
I thought the idea that what they were running on was the fact that they were not going to get involved in any more wars. There must be a lot of people, a lot of Republicans that are pissed off right now. I know a lot of people voted to stay out of this crap.
There were also no reports of injuries there. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has delivered an address saying the leaders of the world support Israel's campaign against Iran.
We control the skies over Tehran. We are striking the Ayatollah regime with tremendous force. We are targeting nuclear facilities, missiles, command centers, and symbols of the regime. I must tell you that I speak
Netanyahu's
with
got
world
some
leaders,
influence. It
and
seems
there is
like it.
Tremendous admiration for our determination.
You know what
for the
happens when sheep
achievements
get
of our
mad?
forces, and
EMAC,
also
are you
great
suggesting
admiration
that
for
they're
you, the
full of
citizens
sheep?
of Israel, for your resilience and your strength. We are suffering many losses, painful losses, but we see that the home front
Blindly
is
following
strong,
along?
the people are strong, and the state of Israel is stronger than ever.
Well, Bernard Smith is in Jordan's capital and has more. He is in Amman because Israel's
I don't
government has
even know how
banned
to,
Al
like-
Jazeera from reporting inside Israel as well as the occupied West
Here you guys go. We were talking about the tariffs just 2 minutes ago.
80% of Jewish Israelis support
There you
the
go.
government's
Apparently-
war on Iran. Before
Apparently, Trump says that he got a call last night saying that from Congress saying that there's a problem. He said, "What is it?" And Congress said, "Money is pouring in. We don't know how to account for it." Too much money is coming in now, CMAC. Too much money from tariffs is coming in. Oh man, that's a terrible problem. Too
right
much
thing.
money is coming in.
quitting the cabinet last summer over the war in Gaza now says
You were
on
too
Iran
busy
there is no
measuring the
right
size
or
of
left,
Trump's
only
polls.
right or wrong,
Probably
and
about
we
2
are
inches.
right. Iran has continued
Yeah,
to
sorry I
fire
didn't get up and cover
missiles
that
on
for you guys
Wednesday
today.
night. There were about
I didn't
8
feel
or
like
9
getting up to
intercepted by
to cover
the
Trump's
Israelis.
polls.
Some debris landed on open land, setting off some fires, but there are considerably less missiles being fired now than there were at the start of this conflict from Iran to Israel. Either that's because the Israelis say they've destroyed Iran's capability to launch those missiles, or because Iran is holding back some of its stock because it wants to keep resources for a longer fight. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Amman.
Anti-war demonstrators have gathered in New York to protest against any US involvement in the Israel-Iran conflict. protesters marched through Manhattan denouncing US support for Israel's war on Iran and for its genocide in Gaza. Many of them demanded an embargo.
Is Iran
on all
striking
arms
right now?
sales
I
to
haven't seen
Israel.
any reports that
John
Iran's
Hendren
striking.
has been at a similar protest in Washington,
There
D.C.
have been strikes all over Ukraine
As the Trump
today, though, like
administration
way more than
considers
what's going on in
deeper
Iran
involvement in
and
Israel's war in Iran,
Israel.
These demonstrators
But that's
have
old
come
news
out in
now.
front of the White House to urge the
Ooh,
White
shoot
House
that
not
bird?
to get more
The
involved.
hell was
They're
that?
demonstrating against the Israeli bombing of Iran, against the U.S. involvement in the form of funding and billions of dollars in military aid to Israel, and they're urging Trump not to get directly involved in the kinetic part of that war. There are already 3 aircraft carrier groups from the U.S. in the Middle East. The demonstrators want to make sure those remain there for defensive purposes, not offensive purposes. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, the White House.
Well, still ahead here on Al Jazeera, US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is grilled in the Senate over potential US military operations in Iran, but offers very little information. And surrounded by destruction and deplorable conditions, Palestinians in Gaza
I don't
try
think-
to find a place to call home.
Hold on, let me read that properly. I don't think these people understand that Israel is the intelligence center for the USA and NATO. Did I yell hard enough? I know I don't understand. I don't understand.
Although those monsoon downpours across India will be through the west around Mumbai. Good to see you,
Praise
by the way.
Israel.
But also for northern and northeast parts of India. So Jharkhand state, highest level alerts issued. Red
Devil
warnings
Sword
in
Mafia,
play
did you ever
for how
kill
much
me
rain
while
we're
I was
gonna
trying to
see
get some
over the
Devil
next
Sword leather?
24 hours. That rain through Myanmar, Indochina as well. And then for the Philippines, it's more so northern Philippines, Luzon Island, where we've got those red alerts in play for just, again, how much rain we're going to see. The rain has been intense in southern China around Guangdong province, southern Guangdong here. There's been landslides and flooding after half a meter of rain.
I just wanted
fell
to
within
see. Dude, I'm
24
reading
hours.
all
That
chat.
rain is now filling in across the country up to the Yellow River Valley. but
You were on
also
EU
extending
servers.
into
Oh, you didn't have the
northeast China
opportunity
around
to
Harbin. Downpours to be
try and
expected
kill
there with a
Aladar?
temperature of 27 degrees. Looking
C-Mac
good,
was
though,
going to
in
try
Japan,
and
not much
stream
wet
snipe me,
weather
but
to
he didn't get
report.
higher than level
If we go
7.
back to this part of Southeast Asia, this is spinning around here, so it's going to sling rain into southern Sumatra and West Java province. So wouldn't be surprised if you see thundery downpours in Jakarta. Well, in this weather
That he
report,
knows of.
in
What
western
was your main
Afghanistan, where those
character,
winds are
C-Mac?
picking up around Herat, we could see them push past 55 kilometers per hour on Thursday. See ya.
Level 7 priest.
The war in Gaza has orphaned 30,000 children, with 15,000 who have lost both parents. These children are the strongest of survivors. We see them with the resilience they carry and bright possibilities they deserve.
Oh, have you
just
leveled
like
higher than
every
level
child
7 since
in the
then?
world. Sponsor an orphan with human appeal and create a brighter future for Gaza's children. Give mercy now.
City lies with Iran.
For a long time, the U.S. was a leading
now-
force
or
in
9 now. I
international
don't
development
believe you.
cooperation. But since Donald Trump's return to the White House, the country has dramatically slashed its contributions. And in an increasingly uncertain world, many other nations are boosting defense spending at the expense of their foreign aid budgets. That has left organizations like the UN with a funding crisis. So far, with half the year gone, the UN has received only $5.6 billion to fund its global aid programs in 2025. To put that into perspective, it had originally hoped to raise $44 billion. That's just under 13% of the original target they've achieved. The United Nations says it's the biggest funding shortfall in its history, and it's scaling back its global humanitarian aid plans.
Today, we're having to prioritize.
Now it's completely
even
daylight
further.
over there. Oh, hold on. What's
We're
this?
having to hyper prioritize. Brutal funding cuts have left us with the cruel math of doing less with less. Even as the world around us
Nothing
remains
important.
on fire, and as people die because we don't have the resources to save them.
Damian Lilly is a seasoned humanitarian, spent many years working for the UN, and is today an independent consultant working on humanitarian peace and security issues. Today, he joins us from Maputo in Mozambique. Damian, welcome to DW. Does this funding crisis pose an existential threat to the UN and the people who rely on its assistance?
Yes, I think the funding crisis at the moment facing the UN, I think, is the greatest that it's faced since the start of the organization. So this is putting millions of lives at risk.
Trump administration will officially be terminating the National LGBTQ plus youth suicide lifeline.
Who will be most affected by
Is that really costing too much money?
Most affected will be people in the humanitarian crisis around the world, people in war situations, people affected by climate change, people reliant on the UN for food assistance that's being cut dramatically.
There's
people
also,
are reliant on
this
the
is
UN
just a
for
random tweet that I'm reading.
medical health services, and even people in protracted conflict. About the most
The U.S. has approved the world's only twice-a-year shot to prevent HIV. I didn't know there was a shot to prevent HIV.
Extreme difficulty, and no certainty this is going to change anytime soon.
But in a recent article, you argued that this was a predictable crisis. How so?
Well, I think we've seen the.
Oh wait, yes, I did. What's it called?
Funding this year.
Hold on.
But this has been something that's been building for the last few years. The Trump administration's cut in aid has been the one that's grabbed the headlines. But if you look over the last few years, it's been the
I heard about this several years ago,
UK,
actually.
Germany, France, many others that have cut aid. So the real peak aid was back in 2023, and so what we're seeing is an acceleration.
I can't remember the name of it, but I had heard of this before.
The drying up of
I remember somebody mentioning it.
It's not going to end anytime soon. I think the predictions, there's reports out today predicting that humanitarian funding could fall as much as 50% by next year. And so we're looking at half the level of humanitarian aid that we saw only a few years ago. This is a massive, massive shock.
Is this considered being biased at reporting, or like, you guys tell me, if I'm reporting this, that the people from India, or India says Trump is lying about the trade deal and says he's, does that seem like I'm being one-sided?
I think the deal I'm most.
He's saying that Trump took credit for a deal between Pakistan and India when India is saying he had nothing to do with it. You agree that the U.S. gives away too much money? I think they don't give enough money to me. Like, that's what I think. They don't give enough money to me.
Situations changed in these countries, and I think there's a clear sense of people saying, you know, our problems come first, and those people abroad.
I think they maybe spend too much money foolishly, to be honest. If you were to ask me, I don't have a problem with people spending money on defense. I think they spend way too much money on the military when it could go towards other things.
There's clearly been shifts.
They could reduce money spent on military around the world and helping other people, and also just in general, and spend it on other things like education, perhaps.
Reductions in aid. They clearly made a straight
healthcare
for cutting aid and giving to defense spending. So we're seeing that as well. And more generally in relation to the UN, we're just seeing a general erosion of support for multilateral institutions such as the UN, and a very much a kind of transactional view of international relations, and this has just relegated foreign aid down the list.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get back to this, actually.
To what extent?
Apparently, Prime Minister Modi, he's leader of India. What is this? Hey, that's not. This is it here. Prime Minister Modi clearly told President Trump that during this entire episode, there was never any discussion at any level about an India-U.S. trade deal or U.S. mediation between India and Pakistan. The discussion to halt military action occurred directly between India and Pakistan, though existing channels between both armies and was made at Pakistan's request. So they're saying that Trump had nothing to do with it, and Trump was trying to take credit for it. Prime Minister Modi firmly stated that India has neither accepted mediation nor does it do so and never will. There is complete political unanimity on the subject in India. President Trump understood the details explained by the Prime Minister and expressed support for India's fight against terrorism. Prime Minister Modi also said that India now sees terrorism not as a proxy war, but as a war. I insinuate, well, if I report on something like this, is this going to make me look biased? Am I supposed to be unbiased, or can I give my opinion? Would you guys rather have opinionated Aladar or just professional journalistic Aladar who just reports stuff that he sees? Because I mean, you have the option. Which would you guys prefer?
The UN is made up by.
You wouldn't book any travel?
So a lot is a
I don't know anyone
reform
that's
of
going to the
UN
US,
in
to
terms
be
of
honest.
Security Council that has increasingly failed to deal with many crises around the world. We've seen it again with Gaza.
Hey,
Iran,
the air raid
Russia,
warning in the
and
Ukraine
other,
has been cancelled.
crisis. But the UN is a
So no more threats
system of
in
agencies. They can also
no more threats
be
in the
reformed
Ukraine.
to become more effective. The Secretary General launched earlier this year in March something called UN 80 to coincide with the 80th anniversary of
Damn, another follow?
He's attempting to
Are
bring
you
about
slick,
more
dude?
efficient
Thank you,
and more
man.
effective, organization.
Thank you very much.
Some
Always
of the proposals being
always
made
appreciate
from
follows.
many parts of the UN, from New York to from Geneva to other places in the world, cutting staff, reducing workforces, looking at more common services.
Feel
and then
free to
eventually
follow on
proposals
YouTube as
for,
well. Links down
the
below.
restructuring
If there's
of
if
the
there's commercials or whatever, feel free to hop over there and watch
parts of
there.
the UN, and I think many people will
Dead,
see
so you
that
don't get
also as
commercials.
well.
Or on
So
Kick. Hello to
there's
the
a lot
viewers
that
on Kick
could
as
be
well.
done to make it much more efficient and effective.
Racist can always try and improve.
This could be a blessing in disguise for the UN.
As long as you're trying to improve, dude.
Blessing in disguise in a way, but quite a difficult pill to swallow.
My Anne needs a signature chime. What do you mean? We've got our chime. Did you not see that earlier, C-Mac? Are you kidding me?
Conducted in a very arbitrary way, a very forced way, particularly the withdrawal of US funding. At the same time,
I spent some quality time on that yesterday, man.
Really to reform itself, to look at some of these issues that have been long-standing about how
Spent some quality time on that.
efficient and effective organization in that sense. Yeah.
I need a breaking news chime. That's what I need. I need a breaking news chime. Maybe I'll try and work on that over the next couple of days. Just a little alarm. You guys like the Anne? That I actually.
DW News for now, though, from the entire team here on the day. Thanks for spending part.
You guys are here for the Anne News Network. The foil hat was a nice touch. When I made the picture, I was like, okay, this people don't understand that this is supposed to be a joke. Like maybe I look too serious. And then one of my guildies, Lazarus, who you might see in chat once in a while, he was like, I said I need something to make the picture look like, make people understand it's a joke. And he was the one that gave me the idea to put a tinfoil hat on.
The environment, trends, technology, commerce.
Let me try and work on a breaking news chime. So I can go oh, hold on, breaking news, and then hit a chime for you guys. Is that what you guys want?
The challenges, dare to try new things. Take flight with DW's Business Magazine, made in Germany. Next on DW. Ideas that make a difference. Visionaries with their projects. Get involved to create a better future.
How much do you think the National LGBTQ Youth Suicide Lifeline was costing the administration every year? Like, would it have been less than the army parade that we got to witness?
The ambulance vehicles.
Okay, where are we? Are we backing?
To pick up, to collect these 15 bodies.
It comes after many calls reporting the
Gaza again.
family members in
Again, something that is not being reported
area
well
is
enough
hard
in
to
the
reach.
West.
After 5 days of many attempts, we managed to get the approval to reach the area and recover 15 bodies. There are more than 30 bodies that we are unable to recover because they're stuck under one of the damaged and rolled over aid trucks. We don't
Could you
know
imagine
the
being
reason
somebody that has to help dig up bodies?
These are the bodies of young men, of the children, of women who were.
That's why I got out of healthcare, actually. When I used to work in healthcare, working with too many sick kids, it was just like, it gets to you after a while.
Northern crossings of the Gaza Strip. This is an example of the state of desperation in which Palestinians have gone through for the past 3 months. Palestinians across the Gaza Strip have been living without any basic necessity or food supplies coming in due to the ongoing blockade that has tightened in the past 3 months, preventing people from getting the most basic supplies, let alone other survival items. It's also
How evil do you have to be in order to kill people that are trying to get food?
Families across the northern strip, 5 reports of enforced disappearance of many of their family members. Little they knew that many of
Being
them
the
were
lunch lady,
killed,
no,
were chased and killed
I
by
worked
the
in what's
Israeli
called
military
nuclear
of the
medicine.
northern part of the strip, and here their bodies, many of the
So
family
it's a
members
way of
started to
detecting,
arrive to the courtyard of the
or
hospital
it's
to
early detection of
identify the
cancers
bodies of their
using
family
something that
members,
is
proving
similar
they
to a CT scanner by injecting the patient with like a radioactive dye, and it would you could basically have it coat the specific organ that you wanted to look at, and then when you take a picture with the CT scanner, it gives an extraordinarily detailed view of basically what it looks like. But you'd have kids coming in, you know, these are, you know, 5-6-year-old kids, and it's just extremely depressing because you'd know what they'd have, and you'd just be like, okay, this is too much. Didn't really bother me too much if it was like an 80-year-old person. They've had a good life.
Which aims to bring lasting stability
But,
to the Eastern DRC. Technical teams from both sides have initialed a draft peace agreement.
that's like a young
the
kid.
deal is expected to be
Terrible.
signed next week. In January, the M23 alliance, backed by neighbouring Rwanda, seized parts of Eastern DRC. Intense fighting displaced thousands. The mineral-rich East has been at the centre of a long-running conflict for decades. Well, that's all from me, Tom McRae. You can find much more information on our website, that is aljazeera.com. Mohammed Jamjoon will be here at the top of the hour with the latest on the Israel-Iran conflict. But up next, The Stream. Stay with us.
We've witnessed more than 18 months of genocide in Gaza, a ceasefire that never made it past the first phase, an entire population, their fabric of life, and their homes annihilated. Talks about what should happen next continue behind closed doors, but what happens then? Who will run Gaza and who can rebuild? I'm Stephanie Decker, and this is The Stream.
Kick butters, yeah, I know. What is this now? What are we watching? No, we're not gonna. This is like some sort of report. What is this now?
Or an intercity travel, because that range anxiety still exists, and the lack of infrastructure for charging also exists there.
But now that's set to change. Pakistan's government wants to electrify mobility, and for good reason.
It covers 14 hectares and hosts around 100 aircraft and drones. The base has played a key role in operations across Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, and the fight against ISIS. In Bahrain, the naval support activity
Apparently,
hosts
there are 10 U.S.
9,000
military
personnel.
bases within
It's
range
home
of
to the
Iranian
US
missiles.
Fifth Fleet and
According
serves
to a
as a
report
major
that was released.
logistics, supply, and command hub. The Al Dhafra Air Base in the United Arab Emirates focuses on reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, and support for aerial combat operations. It hosts advanced aircraft and various surveillance planes. In Iraq, the Erbil Air Base is used by U.S. forces for air operations, especially in northern Iraq and Syria, where troops advise Kurdish and Iraqi forces. The U.S. military presence in the Middle East is thus extensive, with some bases located just a few hundred kilometers from Iranian territory.
All of their bases are within our reach, and we will not hesitate to target them in the host countries.
In some places,
Reporter in
crossing
slow-mo.
the Persian Gulf is
There was
enough
one
for
yesterday
Iran
that
to
was
reach
it was
American
AI
bases.
generated,
could
so
also
it sounded
rely
like the
on
person
one
was
of
having a
its most
stroke.
active proxies in the region, the Houthis in Yemen. Armed by Tehran, they regularly
Oh, wait a
strike
second,
Israel
hold
and
on.
U.S. positions in the area.
Whoa!
But if the U.S. decides to go to war, its undeniable military superiority would put Iran at serious
Oh, I
risk.
thought I had Iranian live feeds,
Well,
but
President Trump
we
has
don't.
refused to be drawn on whether he would order U.S. strikes.
But
on
that's where
Iran
the
in support
car
of
alarm was
Israel.
going off.
His administration has until now been one of the most isolationist, having frequently criticized his predecessors for going into Iraq and Afghanistan to enact regime change. Though he refused to rule out taking part.
Making your decision on Iran.
I love
Trump
Trump talking
he is
tough.
working through his options for how the U.S. should respond to Iran.
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, because things change. I mean,
Taking questions in the Oval Office in the presence of an Italian
Taco,
football team.
what does taco
he
mean?
says he hasn't closed the door on meeting with Iranian
What does taco
leaders,
mean?
But once again implied they could have been developing a nuclear weapon.
because the entire world will blow up. Not going to let that happen.
In a national address, Iran's
Trump's
Supreme
here to
Leader
save the
earlier
entire world,
Wednesday
chat.
rejected
He's-
U.S. calls to lay down arms.
He's here to save the
warning
entire
any
world.
Military involvement from them would cause irreparable damage.
The Mexican food,
the
yeah.
Iranian nation firmly opposes an imposed war, just as it will firmly oppose an imposed peace. This nation will never surrender.
Never surrender. Is that a
Israel
Corey Hart
says
song?
it struck
I think it
40
is.
sites in Iran Wednesday,
T-Mac's a
including
big Corey Hart
production
fan.
and weapons facilities. France is planning, along with its European partners, to suggest a negotiated solution to end the conflict. Emmanuel Macron's office said he was concerned with Israeli strikes increasingly hitting targets not linked to Iran's nuclear or ballistic program. Since Friday, Iran has fired more than 400 ballistic missiles at Israel, triggering
How many have
air raid
actually hit,
sirens
though?
and a rush to bunkers. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has thanked Trump for what he calls continued support.
In the infancy of social media, many people carelessly wrote their opinions online, never imagining their long-forgotten posts could land them in hot water. But now, those applying to study in the United States could be refused because of them.
Get this.
The US has now restarted
this.
accepting student applications after halting them at the end of May, but it's now requiring all applicants to make their social media profiles public for vetting purposes. As an example, posts supporting Palestinians or against Israel's conduct could lead to a rejection.
Yeah, you have to actually make your Facebook and whatever profile public. Instagram, you have to make it public so they can scan you for eligibility. You no more freedom of speech.
Officials say people are being killed on a daily basis as they head.
I know people, I am Gabe, that if they are forced to go to the U.S., they take a burner phone with them. They won't even take the real phone, or they'll delete all the apps off of the phone.
Israel and Iran.
Pretty crazy.
At this Gaza hospital, Palestinians say their last goodbyes to family members who'd gone to seek aid but never came back. Gaza's civil defense agency says Israeli forces opened fire and launched several shells thousands of citizens who'd gathered to queue for food in central Gaza. The Israeli military said its forces fired warning shots after identifying a group of suspicious individuals, but that it was unaware of injuries.
Unaware of
He went
injuries.
to get a bag of flour, and they brought him back on a stretcher covered in his blood. Where is the world? Where are the Arab countries?
20 years I've been going in and out of Gaza. I've seen the most horrendous atrocities. Nothing changes. Nothing changes.
The news about Gaza is all over the news in like international news stations, but it's nowhere on the news over here in North America.
I wouldn't say we're the furthest. I guess I've been working on this long enough to know that things actually can change drastically from one day to the other. It is the most tragic, the most cruel it's gotten, but we also have had the success, let's say, of really showing what's happening, and there's a tectonic shift in the world where now Palestine is front and center for people around the globe, not just people who are pro-Palestinian. So the narrative, the Zionist lobby, as strong as it is, actually is losing the narrative because they're having to precisely use those very aggressive, very blunt force tools like getting people fired and silencing people. So the rest of the society is witnessing that. And that doesn't help your argument if you need to shut people up in society. So I think things are moving in the right direction, even if at an extremely, extremely high cost.
Dr. Mohammed, tell us a little
apparently,
about
Russian
the
President
destruction
Putin
that you
says
witnessed,
he is
because
willing-
we talk about potential talks of a ceasefire,
Willing to end
and
the conflict with Ukraine as
it
soon
isn't
as
going to be a
possible.
celebration that everybody can just go home and
End this conflict as soon as possible.
What does that mean, though?
I mean, the first time that I went, and this was 9 months ago, we drove from the European hospital to NASA hospital, and on that drive, we
Mac,
must
I
have
don't know
counted
how
about
active you
12
are on
buildings
Twitter,
that
but
hadn't
it's
been
just
damaged, and that was a 15-minute
it's so
drive.
full of bots
There's
now.
almost
It's
nothing
crazy.
left in Gaza. You know, people are living on the streets. There's not even any tents in Gaza. I was treating children that were falling out from buildings, from damaged buildings, because they had nowhere to go in the
Look at
cold.
this.
They would sleep in these damaged buildings and they would collapse with children inside them.
Look at these buildings, man. Whoops.
The state of the healthcare
Look at these
service
buildings.
is non-existent. We treat people in tents now.
Like the
And
entire
like I
place
say,
is
because
just
of the lack
leveled.
of facilities, because of so many have been bombed
And it hasn't
destroyed.
stopped. There's
We
there's
were
nothing
treating
left
people
there.
out on the streets. And when we think about how Gaza moves forward,
Like, how do you
there
get clean
is
water? How do
no
you can't?
vaccination
There's no
program for
food
children
there.
for the last
Like,
few years, so there's going to be a lot of increase
and then they're
in these
shooting.
diseases, which is going to.
They're shooting the people that are trying to get aid.
The malnutrition has stunted so many children's growth as well, which is further going to cause huge implications and health problems for them in the future, that even if we were to invest billions in the healthcare system in Gaza, we still wouldn't even be able to keep up with the child amputees, the head trauma, the stunted growth, the congenital abnormalities that children are being born with right now in Gaza. So from a healthcare point of view, even if aid was to be unimpeded and we were to get the best healthcare in the world into Gaza, it would take decades to reverse the destruction that has happened to this population. And this is not even mentioning the mental health problems that the patients have got in Gaza. I remember at night walking through the wards and you would hear people screaming, and they would be people with PTSD. And because we would have no sedation or no sedatives, you would hear children screaming at night in the wards because they would be reliving their home being bombed and destroyed, and seeing their families burnt alive in front of them.
See some of these
So,
pictures, and these kids are just young
you know,
kids.
this
Like
is
how
a huge problem for Gaza moving forward, even if all aid was to be unimpeded and there would
How
be
are they
peace
able to deal
tomorrow,
with that?
there is going to be a long, many years of reconstruction and redevelopment.
I think it's also important to remind those of you watching that most of the times wars, people can flee across borders. When it comes to Gaza, people are penned in. They have nowhere to go. They cannot leave. It really is.
What happened with the
it's an
interest rate
unbearable
decision today?
situation. Well, let's go
In
to
the U.S.,
our
CMAC might
correspondent,
know that.
Hadi Mahmoud. I just want
One
to
of you guys
play,
might know that.
a video he just sent
Did he lower
in to
interest
us.
rates
He's,
or
of course,
no?
been updating us since the beginning of this war, and this is how he feels
No
about
change?
the situation
I didn't think so.
I do feel abandoned by the international community, and not just personally, but on behalf of the people whose voices I carry. Every day I document the suffering of the children going to sleep without food, they're going to sleep hungry, the hospitals running out of...
Yeah, we're going to watch the Ted Cruz. I haven't watched this full interview yet, and I kind of...
You don't know. I may do it. I may
it.
not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that
we've watched the
Iran's
same
got a
stuff
lot of
over and
trouble.
over again, so...
And they want to negotiate.
Watch something new.
Donald Trump is treating the high-stakes questions of war and peace, life and death for millions of people, and nuclear armament like a reality show cliffhanger. It started this morning during this genuinely absurd flagpole stunt where he did a long, loving riff about how great the flagpole is and about how it's tapered and about how the rope is inside the pole. And then it continued a few hours ago in the Oval Office, refusing to commit to anything, teasing his big decision like a season finale as millions of lives hang in the balance. What will Donald Trump unilaterally, singularly do? What does the king want to do? But here's the thing. In many ways, we are already associated with this war. He's already greenlit Israel's war in Iran with support one way or the other from the U.S. The Wall Street Journal is now reporting, quote, President Trump told senior aides last Tuesday he approved of attack plans for Iran, but was holding off on giving the final order to see if Tehran will abandon its nuclear program. Trump is hoping that threatening to join Israel's strikes on Iran will compel Tehran to meet his demands. And that support, and perhaps even direct involvement in Israel's war, has led to something of a rebellion in the MAGA base. You see, Donald Trump was supposed to be a different kind of Republican. His big surprise political triumph back in 2016, and in some ways continuing today, has been the rebranding of the Republican Party from when it was at its absolute lowest point because of what George W. Bush had done to it. A financial crisis, bailouts, enormous tax cuts for the rich, and perhaps most crucially, a decade of war in the Middle East, including a war in Iraq based on lies.
As a condition for ending the Persian Gulf War, the Iraqi regime was required to destroy its weapons of mass destruction.
Which didn't exist.
To cease all development of such weapons, and to stop all support for terrorist groups. The Iraqi regime has violated all of those obligations. It possesses and produces chemical and biological weapons. It is seeking nuclear weapons.
I believe that Saddam Hussein is giving aid and comfort, training and assistance to al-Qaeda.
The fact that this guy is still around, there needs to be like term limits for people that are senators. I mean, come on,
murderers,
man.
That he has weapons of mass
This guy looks like he's 14
destruction.
here.
He is lying when he says he doesn't, and he will never voluntarily disarm. 500 inspectors, 5,000 inspectors are not going to make him disarm. He is a danger to our country and the world. He has killed his own people, and you're not going to disarm him, but diplomacy is going to take force.
That clip just almost gave me a rage stroke. I haven't seen that one in a while. Those lies and that war defined the Republican Party in some ways for a generation, which is partly why it felt to many within the Republican Party. I mean, the base of the party like a breath of fresh air when Trump ripped into Jeb Bush, who was trying to rehabilitate his brother's legacy.
Obviously, the war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake, all right? Now, you can take it any way you want, and it took Jeb Bush, if you remember at the beginning of his announcement, when he announced for president, took him 5 days. He went back. It was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. Took him 5 days before his people told him what to say. And he ultimately said it was a mistake. The war in Iraq, we spent $2 trillion, thousands of lives. We don't even have it. Iran is taking over Iraq with the second largest oil reserves in the world. Obviously, it was a mistake.
Boy, he does seem mentally sharper there, doesn't he? Now, that posture, along with some rhetorical noise against the so-called globalists and, Goldman Sachs and Lloyd Blankfein, created a very successful rebranding. But a decade later, here we are. What has actually changed? George W. Bush's domestic policy was an enormous tax cut for the rich and cuts to the social safety net for everyone else. His foreign policy was reckless wars of choice in the Middle East.
Apparently, there's been a massive drone attack in this area of Russia, Volgograd. There, I'll get it right. But yeah, apparently there's been a massive drone attack here. Russians are reporting that it's been completely repelled.
While Donald Trump's domestic policy is a huge tax cut for the rich and cuts the social safety net for everyone else, and his foreign policy is looking a lot like reckless war of choice in the Middle East.
Here.
In some cases, the exact same people are at it again, lobbying the president directly through his favorite TV shows.
I would like to see this regime fall, but I'm going to leave it up to the president as to what to do and when to do it. But I do know this. If we don't take out their nuclear program now, we'll all regret it. We're very close. Be all in, Mr. President,
do we
helping
take the
Israel finish the job.
program out
Honestly,
or not?
if we ever even got into a conflict with Iran, it would be over within 2 days, if that.
There's a theory, no Middle East wars. And then there's an enemy we've had since 1979. They killed our people directly. They have had blood on our hands since 1979. They've never paid the price for 52 hostages.
I'm a warmonger because
Might
I
as
think
well finish it now.
that these 7th century primitive barbarians with 21st century technology should be removed. An Islamo-Nazi regime with a nuclear warhead, intercontinental missiles that have threatened to assassinate the President of the United States.
Oh, this guy.
And we have morons, fools, running around the country. This isn't MAGNA. This isn't MAGA. This isn't what I voted for.
By all appearances, those Iran hawks seem to be winning the MAGA civil war. New York Times reporting Trump is shaping his foreign policy specifically in response to the dulcet sounds of Mark Levin. But there is a not so small contingent of the MAGA base, a big one, I think generationally, the young folks, that appears to feel genuinely snookered by all this. And I'm not talking about like rhino pushovers,
Mac, are
but
you snookered by this?
dyed-in-the-wool MAGA faithful, like disgraced former cable news host and frequent Trump ass-kisser, Tucker Carlson. And even Trump's own former top advisor and campaign chairman, Steve Bannon.
I actually really love Trump. I think he's a deeply humane, kind person. And I am saying this because I'm really afraid that my country's going to be further weakened by this. It's also going to end, I believe, Trump's presidency and effectively end it. I knew Bush. I knew George W. Bush. We had, family connection.
He's only got like 3 years left of his presidency anyway. He's going to effectively end it. He can't run
Bush,
again.
I knew Bush. Personally, I still
You're a
see
slave
Bush
to the Western media
sometimes.
narrative.
And
that's why I'm showing you
of course,
guys
he hates
international
me,
news.
and he does.
So you can
because
open
I
your
criticized
eyes.
him on Iraq, and that war
You can thank
is
me
the
later,
sum
C-Mac.
total, from a historical perspective, of his administration.
If we get sucked into this war, which inexorably looks like it's going to happen on the combat side,
what did
it's
you
going
say?
to.
Total, from a historical perspective,
in
of
what,
his administration.
If we get sucked into this war, which inexorably.
What?
Of his administration.
If we get sucked into this war, which inexorably looks like.
Is that a word?
Administration.
If we get sucked into this war, which inexorably looks like it's going to happen on the combat side.
I don't know what he's saying.
It's going to not just blow up the coalition. It's also going to thwart what we're doing with the most important thing, which is the deportation of the illegal alien invaders that are here.
Ah, yes. Don't start a new war in the Middle East. We have to focus on terrorizing 13 million neighbors of ours. Last night, that MAGA civil war was on full display for all to see.
When I started playing Classic WoW, and I banned your sub, I don't even remember you, dude, but congratulations, welcome back. Thanks for still continuing to follow.
In a Tucker Carlson interview with...
Yeah, you mad, bro?
Warhawk, podcaster,
You mad, bro?
and occasional Senator Ted Cruz of Texas.
I don't
How many
remember
people live
7
in Iran,
games
by the
ever
way?
having a sub, but okay,
I
thank
don't
you.
know the population at all. No, I don't know.
Oh, here we go.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people live in Iran? 92 million. Okay.
You know, Tucker Carlson looked that
how
up
could you not know
before the meeting.
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's,
because,
it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay,
it's not even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who claims...
What's going on with these two, man? What is going on with these two?
The dirty little secret of Trumpism and the MAGA movement and the current Republican Party and its trajectory really over the last 20 years is that behind all the rhetoric, when you actually look at what are they doing, right? What are the actual policies? So many of the actual policies are just the same reheated platform that Republicans have been pushing for as long as I've covered politics. I
wanted to actually watch the whole
It sounds like some folks
interview.
are finally getting the memo. Tonight there's an ongoing effort to recruit Republicans to help block Trump from entering Israel's war with Iran. And the man leading that charge joins me next.
Oh, it's 2 hours? 2 hours? Oh. Oh.
Plans for Iran. For now,
okay, this is Trump has reviewed attack plans. They're waiting to see if Iran's going to step away from the nuclear program.
Official telling CNN, quote, all options remain on the table. It comes as Israel is waiting to see whether Trump will attack Iran with one of America's most powerful weapons.
NBC's Courtney Kuby is on Capitol Hill. Mark Mazzetti is an investigative reporter for the New York Times focused on
more on this weapon that has actually never been used in combat.
Well, the bunker buster bomb has never been used.
It's a sophisticated, frightening piece of weaponry designed to hit targets like some of Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities deep underground.
They're buried so deep, and no other bomb would be able to certainly destroy them.
The GBU-57 Massive Ordnance Penetrator, also known as the Bunker Buster, the largest non-nuclear bomb in the U.S. military's arsenal. Designed, the Air Force says, to reach and destroy weapons of mass destruction in well-protected facilities. The Bunker Buster is roughly 20 feet long, weighs 30,000 pounds, with 6,000 pounds of high explosives. The Israelis don't have them, nor the means to deliver them. Only the U.S. does, and there is no public record that they've ever been used in combat.
The United States has never encountered a target that required a bomb of this size. We have other very, very large bombs, such as the Moab, which is the mother of all bombs, as they say.
That mother of all bombs, weighing more than 21,000 pounds, was dropped by U.S. forces on ISIS targets in Afghanistan in 2017. But the Bunker Buster, even heavier. Experts say the Bunker Buster has a thick, hard shell designed to withstand the impacts of the ground and plunge to the depths it needs to reach, with explosives in a fuse that also needs to be robust enough to penetrate the ground. The Bunker Buster doesn't have the biggest blast area, experts say, because it's designed to burrow into the ground before exploding.
I want to see how it works.
The only plane that can carry the Bunker Buster, the B-2 Spirit stealth bomber, flown by a two-pilot crew, capable of flying about 6,000 nautical miles without refueling and eluding an enemy's most sophisticated defenses. The likely target of the Bunker Buster, if the U.S. were to get involved in this conflict, Fordo, an Iranian nuclear enrichment site buried deep under a mountain beneath possibly 300 feet of rock.
I kind of want to see it being
used
used
question.
now.
Could the Bunker Buster really damage Fordo significantly? Experts say the Bunker Buster can penetrate about 200 feet into the ground, maybe more. But if the key targets at Fordo are about 300 feet under?
One bomb isn't going to penetrate that. You're going to have multiple hits at the same spot. Drop a bomb, another B-2 comes in, drops another bomb in the crater of the first.
Another key question is, would a strike on the Fordo nuclear facility cause a large radiation leak? 3 experts who spoke to CNN say a radiation leak would likely be limited to the immediate area, and a strike would likely not pose the same kind of catastrophic consequences that bombing a nuclear reactor would. Aaron?
All right, Brian, thank you very much. I want to go to retired Colonel Mark Cancian. He oversaw the U.S.'s development acquisition of these Bunker Buster bombs. So, Colonel, you know about these bombs more than anybody. Extensive knowledge of this Bunker Buster bomb, the one that could be used here, the GBU-57. I know you say Fordo was a specific reason that this bomb was developed, right? It's that this target has been out there. What would a strike with this bomb on Fordo look like?
It would be dropped by a B-2, as we've heard. It would happen at night, because that's when the B-2s fly. They would drop it from a high altitude. It's a bomb, so it drops. It's not a missile. And it would strike the mountain in which the Fordo facility is located. And because of its design, it would go through hundreds of feet of material, maybe not quite far enough, but it will go a great ways. It also has a large amount of explosives, ideas that will penetrate, that will explode, and that will cause either the collapse of the cavern or an explosion inside the actual facility.
And so when we hear that, 300 feet, and then Seth Jones was saying earlier that there's been talk that some facilities could be half a mile deep, but that'd be, more like 2,500 feet. I mean, we don't.
Fordo place that they're talking
Do you have any
about.
certainty as to whether this bomb would work, or is that essentially going to be just a who knows if they do
We're
it?
down here.
Well, there's no certainty, but what is almost certain is that the United States will use several of them. As we heard,
I think
they might drop several in the same spot. The Israelis did that in Beirut to get the Hezbollah leader Nasrallah, and the United States would probably do the same, drop it either in the same spot or on several spots looking for a weak point. There's no guarantee they would find one, but there's a high likelihood that they would badly damage the facility.
So I know that these bombers, these specific bombers, could take off from a few places, and the closest is the military base on Diego Garcia that the U.S. and UK share. But you're still talking possibly about 6 hours to get to Fordo. So is it possible the bombs are in the air and no one knows? And is the B-2 truly at this point something that people would not know was coming?
Well, the B-2 have designed to be stealthy. That's low observable to radar and to the naked eye and to a variety of other means. So it's designed to sneak in and not be seen. And it's been quite successful at that. They could be in the air. It's unlikely at this point because night is ending at 3 a.m. in the morning in Tehran, and the bombers would have to strike and then get out of Iranian airspace. If there were a strike, my guess would be tomorrow night. We'll watch for that.
Right. Well, interesting when you say, I think you just said something very important, 3 a.m., right? That even the hint of dawn is a light that bomber doesn't want to have. So when you talk about night, it is the dark of night. Out front now, Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, Danny Danon. And Ambassador Danon, you heard
as well.
Trump. And he's also now saying he's open to meeting with the Iranians again. So is that something you could support?
This is the up here is the Natanz site. This is one of the Fordo one. The Fordo one's right nearby. I'll try and find.
If that's the direction this goes.
Evan, I can tell you about our actions, what we have achieved in the last 5 days, the way we pushed back around the nuclear program, and what we are doing as we speak. Regarding the U.S., it's a question for the U.S. president and his administration. We tend to believe the Iranians. When they say they want to destroy us, we take that word for it. When they say they want to send rockets, we take it for seriously. And I think when you look at what they are doing, chanting death to America, trying to assassinate President Trump twice, killing American soldiers all over the Middle East, it's serious. But it's for the U.S. to decide what they want to do and how they want to do.
So I'm curious, though, Ambassador, if we've seen a dramatic decline in the number of missiles Iran is launching at Israel. Israel, you have all said that you control the Iranian skies. You've destroyed 40% of their missile launchers and control their skies. I guess I'm wondering, do you need the United States, right? We've been talking to generals. They're saying, okay, Israel could fly over Fordo again and again and again. If you control the skies, you're not going to get shot down. You have other options as well, ground forces, things you could use. Do you feel that Israel needs the United States or must have the United States to fully eliminate Iran's nuclear program or not as of tonight?
You know, first of all, we were a small country, you know, very committed, very determined. When you look at the size of Israel compared to Iran, it's like comparing Cuba to the United States of America. You know, a tiny country, and Iran is 80 times bigger than Israel. Population-wise, you know, we have 9 million, they have 90 million people over there. So we have limited capabilities, but we have good technology. I'm sure that, you know, it will be much longer for us to make sure that Iran cannot threaten the world anymore. It will be much faster if other countries will intervene. But we don't tell those countries, you know, what to do. But they should realize, you know, the threat of Iran.
Apparently, China has successfully evacuated almost 800 citizens.
Iran is not only to Israel. Those ballistic missiles
Something big's
that are
going
still
to
flying
happen.
into Israel can already reach Europe today. And give them some time, Erin, they can reach the eastern shore of the U.S.
So let me ask you, though, because I think, you know, I mean, there's so many fundamental questions here to discuss. But one of them, Ambassador, as you know, is that Prime Minister Netanyahu, obviously for many years, has said that Iran is on the precipice of a nuclear weapon. And it has not turned out to be true simply because they didn't get one at those times. Now he has said that it was weeks away. I ask you about this because United States intelligence, we have reporting, has concluded, and we heard this from Tulsi Gabbard, that Iran was not actively pursuing a nuclear weapon at this time. And in fact, had they chosen to do so, which intelligence said that they had not, they would have been 3 years away for delivering one. But Israel launched this attack essentially saying Iran was days away. So somebody's just either really, really wrong or not telling the truth. Is it U.S. intelligence that's doing that?
Well, we've been hearing from Israel that they've had a nuclear weapon for like 31 years now.
Well, let's analyze it. First,
31 years.
Listen to the word of the Ayatollahs. They speak about the destruction of Israel.
Went to war in Iraq because of this crap.
And they spend billions of dollars every year to make it happen. Second, look at the uranium level. That's not Israel intelligence. The IAEA said multiple times that they have enough enriched uranium to produce many bombs, not one. So why do they need uranium in that level? If they want to build a reactor, they don't need so much uranium and not enriched uranium in this level.
Insinuating
third,
that Israel, no,
the
never.
ballistic
Trump
missiles,
would never lie to
the
us.
weaponization system. So, you know, people expect us to wait, but until when? Until they actually launch the missile into Israel, and then what? So we got the information that they are moving fast. They are ignoring the international community.
Is this guy Austrian? Because he sounds like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
You know, the IAEA spoke about the inspectors that they cannot go there, and for years they lied. So we cannot wait. You know, maybe other countries felt they can wait longer, but maybe they don't.
You will never not hear it
Iran
now.
like we will. But after October 7th, we don't take any chances. And once we know that Iran had an extermination plan against Israel, we don't take chances.
You'll never not hear it. All right, that's the end of that one. What's going on here now?
I really, really hope that we are really far away from that. But what I really see is a dangerous escalation, one that has seen rhetoric that is mutually escalating, and of course it involves the risk to spread out to the entire region. So it is really a very dangerous situation, and the most dangerous about it is possibly that we don't see where the conflict parties see their end game and how that would not only transform into a military solution. We might see military damage to the nuclear program of Iran, for example. I think there are lots of achievable goals. However, politically I fail to see what should be the end game here of Israel.
That was Middle East analyst Bente Scheller. Now let's take a look at some other stories making headlines around the world. Russian President Vladimir.
Hey, we've already heard this. We're gonna watch
More now
this
on our breaking news. Nearing sunrise in Iran and Israel, a source tells CNN that the president has reviewed Iran attack plans, but he's holding off.
This is care of the Communist News Network.
Off to see if the country is going to step back from its nuclear program. Alex is back with us here to talk through the president's potential options here. And as you see it, there are three main scenarios that could play out here. The first one is essentially that Israel decides to go it alone.
Correct. So if the president decides to let the Israelis do it by themselves, if he's comfortable, he thinks they have the capabilities to do enough damage that he's comfortable with the after effects of it, this is what it would look like. So in terms of Fordo, you really have two options. The Israelis previously launched a raid into Syria about 200 kilometers north into a chemical weapons facility.
There's a video that I just saw where apparently Putin has offered Khomeini asylum.
put
I've only
commandos on the
seen
ground
one
before. That's
video,
an extreme
so
option with a lot of risk, obviously,
that's
putting
not-
people on. But as you
no-
can see, the
nothing to
tunnel
back
entrance
that
is
up,
here.
but-
So we got them here, right, here, and here, right? So if you're going to send folks inside into the mountain into a deep buried facility as a render safe mission, kind of difficult.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
It's
how-
got
how
over 1 million
defended is
views,
this area, though. I mean, are there, Iranians on the ground?
Sure.
What else is there?
So, I mean, there's plenty of defenses that are here. This was specifically built as a deep buried facility to withstand conventional attacks, either from a ground or an air raid.
Yeah.
So, and you also have what we'd call fatal funnels or choke points, because if there's any guns inside, those are the only entrance points, and that's where they're pointing. So it's a very difficult mission set for anybody performing it.
Yeah.
No.
So the second option is that the United States does a limited attack, and it sounds like from our reporting that is what the United States is trying to figure out. What is the limited option here?
Right, so if it's limited options, so if it wasn't the ground raid and the Israelis, those same tunnels, if they don't bomb them to collapse the tunnels and the air shafts so that they can't get inside, requiring constant suppression, then it becomes the U.S. option, right? There's really only one aircraft that's capable of carrying the 30,000-pound bunker-busting bombs required to do the mission, and it's the B-2 stealth bombers that you see here. So round trip to the United States with refueling, provided that nothing forward deployed, probably multiple sorties involved, but that's realistically what we're looking at in order to do enough damage to set the program back.
Yeah, and the B-2s, Israel doesn't have them.
They don't have them, and that's why it requires the U.S., and they can't deliver as big of a blow from the air.
Yeah, so talk us through option 3. This is essentially looking at the region and saying not just this one facility, but let's take it all out. Like, what are we talking about in terms of that?
Sure, I think.
Okay, so option 3. So the first option that they're talking about is Israel just basically goes in with ground forces. Israel acts. The second option is U.S. strikes limited use with Fordo with the bunker busting bomb and the B-2 bomber with multiple hits. And then the option 3 is U.S. strikes, but multiple targets, not just Fordo. At that point, you would have to say that the U.S. has entered the war. It's a little bit different if you're just attacking one target, but as soon as you're starting to attack multiple targets, then it's almost like you are entering the war, and there are a lot of people that definitely did not vote for that. I don't know how well that would fly in the United States. Trump's Space Force can shoot lasers from space and destroy Fordo. That's the secret. That's why they don't have that one up there.
Option to start with. If the president makes a decision to hit Fordo, his political base doesn't support, a
He
war.
out,
He
is he?
certainly doesn't want to collapse the government.
You missed
there and
everything,
deal with
dude.
nation and state building, which
The
is what we
war's
saw in
been
Iraq
fought
and
and won
Afghanistan.
now, and you missed it all because
But
you left.
if we did go in and decide to strike, right?
What's up,
what do
Zerafuse?
targets look like outside of that? You can see the nuclear facilities here with the nuclear symbols, and then you've got regime targets, and then you've got oil refineries along there, which is really far expanded at that point. It's more likely that would be, but that would realistically probably only happen if they decide to go after U.S. forces in the region. So we have between Qatar, the UAE, we've got major air bases. U.S. Central Command has a forward headquarters at Al Udeid Air Force Base in Doha. We've got major bases in Kuwait. But what's probably the most
Natalie
likely
Joseph,
would be
Aladar
the US
News.
bases here.
Seems like the missile attacks are maybe off, Zerafuse. I've been trying to report on the Ukraine stuff as well, but
predicting they would try to hit. So the U.S. has been surging assets in F-22 squadron.
We are so back
to the U.K. All kinds of fighter assets and air defense systems to protect you.
Hold on, let me pause this. Did you see this? Anyways, we'll keep going.
U.S. forces that are there. Ships were moved out of the harbor.
Don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe.
It is very clear the U.S. is preparing for a potential option to strike at this point.
Yeah, a potential option to strike, but they do not, it seems like, want a scenario where all of this is at play with
Certainly
Iran.
not. No, I think that's what they're trying to avoid. And everything today from CENTCOM has largely been defensive in nature to protect forces that are there. And there's a lot of dual citizens. People don't realize that there are millions of citizens that are potentially traveling through the region through Europe, and those that are dual citizens of Israel and other countries.
Yeah, Alex, thank you very much for joining us and for giving us all that information. Will he or won't he tonight?
I think what I need to create now. Oh, Kush, thank you very much. Look at that. Thank you very much, Kush. Oh, I thought it said 69 months. It's 60 months, man. 5 years. Thank you very much, man. 5 years, Kush. I think what I need to do is I need to make a sound clip, like something that I can play when I've got breaking news.
The world is watching and waiting for President Trump to make the single most consequential decision of his time in office so far, whether he will allow the United States to get involved in the conflict between Israel and Iran. Now, just a short time ago, CNN learned that Trump has reviewed potential attack plans for Iran, but he has not approved them. He is holding off to see if Tehran steps back from its nuclear program. Meanwhile, Trump met with his national security team in the Situation Room to discuss the options for U.S. military involvement. And we're told that top officials are now discussing how the U.S. can strike Iran without becoming embroiled in a full-scale war. Meanwhile, Israel and Iran continue to trade strikes, and the relentless barrage enters its 7th day. So here is what Iran is saying if the United States decides to join Israel's attacks.
If the Americans decide to get involved militarily, we have no choice but to retaliate wherever we find the targets necessary to be acted upon.
CNN anchor Anderson Cooper is live now in Tel Aviv. Anderson, now that you are on the ground in Israel, what is it like there? Do you get the sense of
getting sent to the danger
for what
zones.
Trump's decision is going to be and what that might mean for Israel and the region?
There's certainly a lot of anticipation here. Just in the last hour, Iran's Revolutionary Guard has said that air defenses have been activated in Tehran. Now, the IDF has also, in the last hour, put out a warning to Iranians in 2 areas around Tehran to evacuate because of strikes that they are going to be conducting. There's no word yet on what the latest targets might be from Israel. Earlier today, the Israeli Air Force said that 25 fighter jets had hit more than 40 targets in western Iran. They're talking about missile storage sites, military personnel, missile launchers as well. Israel continues, Abby, as you know, to dominate the skies over western Iran and seems able to take their time selecting out new targets, searching for new targets, and hitting those at will. Now, at the same time, Iran's ability to launch missiles here into Tel Aviv and elsewhere into Israel seems to be greatly reduced. Today, there have only been 2 warnings that have gone out to residents here in Tel Aviv to seek shelter. We've gone down to the shelters twice today. That's a lot less than in prior days. No reports of any fatalities as a result of those attempts by Iran. It is just past 5 a.m. here. Dawn is just starting to break, and once again, residents here are going to be waking up wondering what this next phase of the conflict will bring and what will President Trump decide to do.
Yeah, I mean, the entire world waits. And I know, Anderson, you've only been on the ground for a short time now, but what is life like?
Well, I don't know what you want me to.
I mean, are people able to go about their lives? I mean, we've seen a lot of our correspondents and anchors having to go into stairwells and bomb shelters
I know you were angry
as
when
these sirens have gone on. But are people able to do other things?
Yeah, you know, life in many ways has slowly gotten back. I wouldn't say to normal here. There's certainly a lot of concern about what lies ahead, how long this may go on for, what the impact of it is going to be, and whether or not the U.S. is going to get involved. But in Tel Aviv, I mean, Tel Aviv is often referred to as a bubble. You know, there were people swimming in the ocean today. There were people watching the sunset. There was coffee shops are open. Life has not returned completely to normal, but I think the fear that we saw over the weekend with so many strikes coming from Iran.
Well, this is a recording.
24 people died here. Many others were injured. Others have been left homeless because of the destruction of property. I think the stress levels have reduced. It's become a little bit more normal. And the 2 times that we went down to bomb shelters today, there wasn't a lot of fear from people. There was concern, of course. Nobody likes to do that. Some people were in their bathrobes. They'd just gotten out of the shower when the air raid warnings went off. They had 10 minutes to get down to the bomb shelter, and then shortly after got the all clear. So while there's a lot of concern and a lot of stress, and there's a lot of people who would like to leave and more Israelis who would like to come back, the commercial airspace is still closed. Life is slowly getting back to some semblance of normal. You know, restaurants aren't fully open. The life of the city is not continuing, but it's certainly better than it has been in the last several days.
Anderson, thank you very much for all of that. Anderson Cooper in Tel Aviv.
Australia is now evacuating its citizens from Israel.
It's been an interesting day, to say the least, for President Trump as he's weighing this potentially presidency-defining decision. He was actually on the White House lawn this morning overseeing a construction project. But while he was there, the president had this extraordinary warning for Iran.
Unconditional surrender. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it. I give up. No more. Then we go blow up all the, all the nuclear stuff that's all over the place there.
Okay, he's had it. He's had it. He's had it.
National security. And with me here, NBC's Garrett Hake is covering the White House. NBC's Courtney.
I am trying to provide coverage from different news outlets, guys. If you're there's ones that I'm playing that are like MSNBC, and you're like, that's too left. I do play Fox News stuff as well. So
he is on Capitol Hill. Mark
Mazzetti
Mazzetti is
sides.
an investigative reporter for the New York Times focused on national security. And with me here in studio, retired Army Colonel Jack Jacobs, recipient of the Medal of Honor and an MSNBC military analyst. So Garrett, no decision from the president. What do we know about what's happening behind closed doors? Who might have his ear? Bring us up to speed.
Yeah, Chris, well, no decision announced. I think it's entirely possible that the president has made some choices. He's just not willing to talk about them yet. He's being advised by his national security team.
I had that queued up, T-Wow. I haven't watched the whole thing. I only watched like the 30 seconds. Like, should we watch the whole thing? It's like 50 minutes long, though.
Told more or less around the clock in a series of
It
meetings.
is getting hard
and
for me
in
to
the way
find
that
content,
he likes to
though.
often kind of socialize any big decision, sort of in a constant running conversation with his staff. Everything that this White House is doing, everything the president is saying, seems to be pointing in one direction. The president, in that same running gaggle on the White House lawn a short time ago, saying that the advice he gave to Benjamin Netanyahu, for example, was to keep going, saying that his message to the Iranians who say they want to fight back is good luck. And saying this when asked what his post yesterday meant when he called for the complete surrender of Iran. Listen.
What does unconditional surrender mean?
Well, you know what it means. Unconditional
Can you explain it for those who don't?
Two very simple words. Very simple. Unconditional surrender. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it.
He's had it.
No more.
He's had it.
Bullies. They were schoolyard bullies. And now they're not bullies anymore, but we'll see what happens. Look, nothing's finished until it's finished. I wouldn't say that we won anything yet. I would say that we sure as hell made a lot of progress, and we'll see. The next week is going to be very big, maybe less than a week.
So a little bit of a tease there, a little bit of bellicose rhetoric, and all of it backed up by the White House, which has been sending around quotes of all the times that the president has said, either in the White House or on the campaign trail, that Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. We heard similar language from J.D. Vance on Capitol Hill yesterday. So, again, no decision yet, but the signs here at the White House seem to be pointing in one direction, Chris.
So, Mark, your new article laid out a fascinating timeline that recently as April, the president was pretty staunchly against this. So how did he go from that to seriously considering not only supporting Israel's effort, but potentially
You guys want to watch
joining
the Tucker Carlson interview?
Well, some of it has to
T-Mac
do
was
with
asking for it earlier, I
the
think.
increased leverage that Prime Minister Netanyahu had since last fall. The things that used to keep Netanyahu from
Seems like a
striking
big
Iran,
fan.
like a
No?
Hezbollah
Oh.
retaliation, like Iranian missiles, like the fact that they had to fly through Syrian
C-Mac
airspace.
would leave if I played
All these
that.
things sort of fell away
I'll play
last
it next.
fall,
No, I'm kidding.
and the risks to Israel and to Netanyahu lowered. And so he began this renewed push this spring to strike, and by late May, it was clear to U.S. intelligence that Israel was going to strike with or without the United States. So Netanyahu, who once needed the United States, needed them less so. And so then Trump was put in this position of, well, would he join once Israel attacked? Now, of course, we know that Israel can only do so much. And what awaits now is this decision about whether the United States will join with these bunker buster bombs that Israel does not have to get deeply fortified locations. So in a way, it became Netanyahu doing something where it became a fait accompli, and then it's now in Trump's court.
I think they're both idiots.
Yeah, and Colonel, as he said, we may learn something in the next week. Who knows when, maybe sooner, if the U.S. commits to helping Israel take out Iran's nuclear facilities, even just the one at Fordo, which is the one that's deeply embedded in a mountain. What are the chances we could limit it at that?
Well, it might be even more limited than what you're suggesting. It's not guaranteed that even one or more than one bunker buster bombs will be able to destroy that site.
Well, is it the general belief that it would probably take multiples of?
It definitely would take multiples of those bombs. And even then, you may only restrict access to it, and eventually it might be able to be recovered by the Iranians. So it might slow them down, but it won't necessarily take them out of the business of developing nuclear weapons. And most of their a lot of their fissile material has already been moved to other locations, which we may or may not know about. So it's not going to be a knockout punch that people expect. However, you're going to expect counterattacks by Iran on our forces in the Middle East. Like we said, there are 40 to 50,000 Americans in the region, some of them in fixed bases. We have ships in the region, plus commercial shipping. You can expect that the Straits of Hormuz will be mined by the Iranians or their proxies. There'll be attacks from Yemen by the Houthis on commercial and military shipping. So it's going to be difficult to limit it. And we also have to keep in mind the fact that the Israelis, while they're not actually running low on their Iron Dome ammunition, they certainly have lots less of it now than they did at the beginning of the war. So there are lots of imponderables here. The likelihood of this being over in a short time, very, very
Thank you
low.
very much, dude.
So what did we
Thank
hear,
you,
Courtney,
man.
from the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth? Did he have any more
Very,
insight
very
into
nice
the
of you. Thank you,
options
man.
that the U.S., that the president is weighing right now?
No, not really. I mean, keep in mind, this was the first time that he's appeared before the Senate Armed
we're
Services Committee since his
halfway
confirmation hearing
there.
back in January. So the questions were really.
I'm gonna get a copyright strike now for singing Bon Jovi.
Over the map. I mean, dealing with everything that has happened in a very busy past several months since Pete Hegseth has been Secretary of Defense. But he was asked about Iran.
Thank you
he
very
was
much,
asked about conversations that he had with the president about possible options. He declined to give any details, though. Here's what he had to say.
I sound exactly like
most
him.
of what
You
I
probably
can
thought
or
I was
should
playing,
say
just playing the
would be
video.
reserved for a classified setting. I would say the president, obviously, any decisions on this matter are at the presidential level. My job, our job, Chairman and I, at all times, is to make sure the president has options and is informed of what those options might be and what the ramifications of those options might be.
I appreciate that.
You
Thank
mentioned
you.
the troops in the region.
This guy seems extremely qualified for his job.
With maximum force protection at all times is being maintained.
And that's really the
Completely
biggest
qualified.
issue when it comes to what could happen here. If the United States were to be involved in a military strike or strikes against Iran, the biggest concern that officials
Psych.
we've spoken to have is
Psyched right now?
what the military calls their second and third order effects. So would U.S. bases, U.S. personnel in the region, as you mentioned, there's thousands of them forward deployed in the region. There's ships off the coast. There's more moving in towards the region, literally as we speak. Would they be a potential target? That's the biggest concern. Officials telling us that they are at the highest state of readiness for the potential for some sort of attack. But Chris, the reality is
They're
they've
gonna
been
blame it on the
at a
F.
heightened state of readiness ever since.
Well, that was one of the conspiracy theories going around the last few days, was that there was going to be a terror attack somewhere against the U.S., and it was going to be made to look like it was one of the Middle East countries, i.e. Iran.
Since October 7th. It's only been heightened since Israel began this air campaign, this strike campaign in Iran late last week.
Some guy
But
said it
defense
in
officials
chat.
are very
Well,
concerned about the possibility.
I mean, it was posted on his Facebook, so it was definitely facts.
That, again, if the United States were to be involved in a kinetic part of this conflict, so not just support, that there would be ramifications for U.S. personnel in the region.
Thank you so much, Courtney Kube on the Hill for us. So, Mark, we know there is this split between some hardliners who are pushing for a stronger response to Iran, others who want to stay out of the war. Tucker Carlson, who's very much in that latter group, did an interview with Senator Ted Cruz, who has advocated for regime change. And it started.
What happens if Trump decides to use this bunker-busting bomb, which apparently, according to this guy that was just on, it's not a guarantee. Maybe his military personnel are just telling him it's a guarantee in hopes that Trump will actually do it because it'll give them something to do. What happens if he decides to use it and then it's a failure, like it doesn't work? So now you're going to have people pissed off that you went and got yourself involved and you didn't even do what you aimed to do in the first place.
Started with Tucker Carlson asking Cruz if he knew how many people lived in Iran, and then it grew more heated from there.
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
There you
Why
go.
is it relevant whether it's
because
90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that
because if
relevant?
you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and
What percent?
predominantly Shia. Okay, this is...
it's not
okay.
even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
Okay,
actually,
I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a
who
senator
says,
who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know
claims
anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country.
So, so many questions, Mark, out of that, but maybe the most pointed one is, do we have any sense of who Trump is listening to?
Devismo, if it's not able to be destroyed with the bunker-busting bomb, the only other way to do it is with forces on the ground, which means invasion.
Now, is political pressure weighing on him at all? Is this purely
How ready
a
are
national
Americans
security
for that?
debate right now? What do we know about the considerations, if anything?
Probably why he hasn't yet.
You know,
his military specialists have told him that they're absolutely sure it would work. This guy, I can't remember who he is, says that it's not a guarantee.
I mean, that's the great question, and especially in this second term with President Trump, it's really much more of a mystery of what ultimately is guiding these kind of decisions. I think the first term, given his circle of advisors, it was a lot more stable in sort of knowing who was advising and where he was getting the inputs from. This time around, it's a lot more difficult. I mean, obviously, we know the past positions of people like J.D. Vance. We obviously know where Tucker Carlson stands. He's not an official advisor.
Did they
but
lie?
Obviously, someone who President Trump has listened
They
to.
ever
in the
lied
past.
about
It shows
Iran
that
having
the
nuclear
interview,
weapons
the clip
before?
you showed, it just clearly shows a lot of the schisms within the president's own party, and so. My guess is that these kinds of debates and different fights for the president's mind are going to last right up until he makes the decision, if he hasn't already.
I don't know, man.
So, Jack, when Iran threatens all-out war, what does that even look like? What's the risk to the U.S.? Is it confined mostly to those 40 or 50,000 troops, as you say, who are in the direct path?
Yeah, probably not is the answer to the latter question. Saying all-out war is a bit like the vague assertion that what we want is unconditional surrender. Surrender to whom? What's the war really look like? And the likelihood is that if there are attacks on American personnel and American assets in the region, that we will retaliate directly onto specific targets that will have already been selected, and they have been selected by the National Command Authority, who will then issue instructions for those specific targets inside Iran to be.
I mean, that's a given,
struck.
right? You cannot sit if there's been a direct attack on American troops.
Although we have done that in the past, we've turned the other cheek in the past.
In this administration?
No, not in this administration. And the likelihood of that's happening again, that's also very, very low. Iran is in a very difficult position from a wide variety of standpoints.
Coach, I got really bad news
which
for
is
you.
that they've got a large, and some would say a restive population who themselves
Really bad
are
news
willing
for you,
to see
Coach.
some change, are not particularly interested in seeing a continuation of theocracy. But one of the things that happens when you attack a nation, even if they don't get along internally, is that you have a tendency to weld them together. Unfortunately for Iran, they don't have the military capability to stand up to the United States or its allies, which is why I suggested that any involvement of the United States in this conflict is liable to elicit a conflict that may take a little bit longer than people now think.
Bush is probably
to resolve itself.
Bush right now. Bush is probably Kush right now. There's more air raids happening in the Kharkiv region in Ukraine. This has been going off literally all day, guys. Like, there is way more going off in Ukraine, in the Kharkov region up here.
Tonight, will President Trump give an order for the U.S. to bomb
All the way around
Iran's
here.
most critical?
I'm wondering, that's probably against Ukrainian forces?
Nuclear site. That's the question that can only be answered by one man.
Hold on. What was the this?
During this time, so we have to really coordinate our positions or communicate our positions as like security people on the ground to prevent further escalation. So that is the meaning of the confliction mechanism.
So going to
Here's let Israel and Iran take care of each other, and then everyone is happy.
The international society.
I mean,
has
unless
been
you're
hoping
Jewish.
that the situation in Syria will change. No, all of us recognize that during the last decade or so, Syria has become an arena of competition amongst international powers. And because of that, the Syrians suffered a lot. Now, Syria has changed. We have a new administration. There was a checklist that most of it was accomplished by the current administration.
Nothing.
Constitutional declaration was made. Inclusive government has been formed. Investigation on human rights issues have started. A lot of things have been done. But until now, the international community is reluctant to go ahead and to support the current. Okay, verbally we have heard that, but sanctions are killing people. And this is, I mean, I have been in Damascus, I have seen this for myself. People cannot. Bashar al-Assad supported the country by selling Octagon.
That anymore? Is this?
I'd say 35 members would say that they are believers and followers of Jesus Christ.
Not following that anymore.
Renewable source, geothermal. They are tapping gigantic hot water reservoirs.
Nope.
All travel to either nation. Clovis Casali has more details from the Elysee Palace.
It was the second special cabinet meeting on defense since the war began between Iran and Israel. And the first, of course, since President Emmanuel Macron returned from the G7 in Canada. He was here at the Elysee Palace with the French Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister, the Defense Minister, as well as the Interior Minister. For them, the topics discussed were how to best evacuate French citizens in the region, how to ensure their safety, as well as assess the evolving threats and talk about possible French initiatives. There are about 1,000 French citizens currently in Iran, and they could be evacuated through Armenia and Turkey. Those in Israel could be repatriated through Egypt and Jordan. The French government has made it very clear Iran is no ally of France. There are currently two French citizens, Cécile Colère and Jacques Paris, currently held in Iranian jails. Iran has supported terrorist networks in the past, but at the same time, the French president has made it very clear no military solution will bring about peace and end the nuclear program of Iran. Iran should not have a nuclear bomb. It would be an existential threat for Israel.
Here's an article here. We can read through it later, but Trump may go to war in Iran without Congress, and that's just the new normal. CMAC was telling us that you can, he's got 60 days, I think he said, to go to war before he needs permission from Congress. I thought you needed permission from Congress before you went to war. But
for Europe and the rest of the world, and would damage international order. But the French president believes that these Israeli airstrikes will not bring about peace, even though Israel has a right to defend itself.
Now, President Donald Trump has refused to be drawn on whether he would order U.S. strikes on Iran in support of Israel. His administration has been one of the most isolationist, having frequently criticized his predecessors for going into Iraq and Afghanistan previously to enact a regime change. But he won't say now whether he will be taking part against Iran.
Making your decision on Iran.
President Trump says he is working through his options for how the U.S. should respond to Iran.
I have ideas as to what to
holy
do. Holy
crap, CMAC! I'm not reading. I'm not reading that novel.
Because things change.
Taking questions in the Oval Office in the presence of an Italian
There's the
football
60-day
team.
clock.
He says he hasn't closed the door on meeting with Iranian leaders, but once again implied they could have been developing a nuclear weapon.
Because the entire world will blow up. I'm not going to let that happen.
In a national address, Iran's supreme leader earlier Wednesday rejected U.S. calls to lay down arms, warning any military involvement from them would cause irreparable damage.
The Iranian nation firmly opposes an imposed war, just as it will firmly oppose an imposed peace. This nation will never surrender.
Israel says it struck 40 sites in Iran Wednesday, including production and weapons facilities. France is planning, along with its European partners, to suggest a negotiated solution to end the conflict. Emmanuel Macron's office said he was concerned with Israeli strikes increasingly hitting targets not linked to Iran's nuclear or ballistic program. Since Friday, Iran has fired more than 400 ballistic missiles at Israel, triggering air raid sirens and a rush to bunkers. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has thanked Trump for what he calls continued support.
See, I always thought that you needed to have...
Moving on now to Gaza, where the Hamas-run health ministry says at least 140
you needed to have
people
support.
have been killed in the space of 24 hours. Officials saying that they were killed on a daily basis as they headed for the limited distribution sites. Palestinians...
Chat, since we've been streaming, this Gaza stuff comes up repeatedly on international news, never on national news or domestic news. Like, what are we listening to here?
With a buddy down to C.F. McCarthy's.
I ended up leaving my house to join John in Canton at 8:30.
Okay, so that was about the woman who may or may not have run over her boyfriend.
Manufactured in the U.S. The Liberty phone, made by his company Purism.
It's 100% done here.
The assembly is 100% done here, and the parts are majority American.
Correct, that's right.
Liberty phones cost
Liberty
$2,000. They're also twice as thick as and have half the memory of an iPhone Pro, and they don't allow users to download many apps.
What we do is we provide complete control to the person.
But the company says it's sold tens of thousands thanks in part to its security features. The phone, Weaver says,
half as
took
much
time to
memory,
make.
twice as
From
thick.
idea to finished U.S.-made phone was 6 years.
And so when it comes to the talking point of there are some things you just can't do in the United States, can you build a smartphone in the United States?
Well, of course, we're obviously proof of that.
All right, and on that
The
point,
Liberty
Brian, you just
phone.
showed us that Made in America smartphone costs $2,000, but the Trump organization mobile phone is going to cost $499, also claiming to be made in America. How's that possible? Yeah,
Made
that's
in
a pretty
China.
low price point compared to its competitors, but without knowing where it's made or where its parts come from, it's tough to say how Trump Mobile is going to be able to price it at that point. We're going to learn a lot more when that phone comes out, which Trump Mobile says will happen in August.
In August, okay. Brian, we thank you for that. Just ahead, what happened to R. Kelly in prison? The former R&B superstar's status after he overdosed, and why his lawyers allege it's part of a larger plot to have him killed behind bars.
Overdosed. Okay, let's take a look at the Liberty phone. This is your Made in America piece of crap phone that costs $2,000 and is like half as good as phones made in China. Here we go, guys. The Liberty phone. The Liberty phone. What are you talking about, Lazy Buddha? Anyways, it's like twice as expensive and half as good. Yeah. So we're not here. Let's see what I haven't seen Wolf Blitzer in a little bit, but I don't really watch American news.
It's very late. You know? I said it's very late to be.
Do you think Trump gets a new MAGA hat every day?
Okay,
Mr. President.
We may, it's I don't know. There's a big difference between now and a week ago, right?
Hold on.
And this comes as the Israel-Iran conflict is now in its 6th day.
Move this up here, actually.
So this was overnight over Tehran. Video from
We have the
Sunni
cameras
official
up.
Iranian media outlet showing air defenses repelling projectiles over the city.
The U.S. is scrambling big time right now with more assets to the region, including a second aircraft carrier strike group and more than 30 tankers for in-air refueling. This morning, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is rejecting President Trump's calls for unconditional surrender. This is what he said just a few hours ago.
Is it just me, or does the Ayatollah Khomeini, the guy in the picture, does he not look like Sean Connery? Does he not look like Sean Connery a little bit? Hold on. Need a picture. A little bit? He does. I've always thought that. He looks like Sean Connery. For years I've thought that. You see it, don't you? There, look at this. Is that it? Even if you look at real photos of this guy, an old Sean Connery looks just like him. Anyways, I just wanted to point that out.
Iran has never surrendered. Why should we surrender? If they threaten us again, they will receive an irreparable strike.
Now that he said that, he's threatened that if they say that again, they'll receive an irreparable threat or strike. I want to see them threaten again. I want to see what this irreparable strike is.
Fareed Zakaria, the host of CNN's GPS, is joining us now live from London. Fareed, everyone wants to know if the U.S. is going to get directly militarily involved in this conflict. What's your analysis?
Well, President Trump is clearly enjoying playing the part of a very unpredictable leader. You know, some people call it the madman theory of foreign policy, where, you know, you deliberately make it so that no one can guess what you're going to do.
What's your favorite Sean Connery movie?
Trying to out crazy everyone else. And Trump is doing that, and he's doing it very effectively. But I think at heart, what's happening here is it's sort of FOMO foreign policy.
That is hard, isn't it? I was a big James Bond fan.
He did appear to be negotiating with the Iranians, and Steve Witkoff was due to meet with them. He had been meeting with them. Then Bibi Netanyahu decides to move forward. It succeeds wildly. It succeeds, I think, even more than Israelis expected. And Trump now wants to get in on the action. So he's, you know, taking credit in a sense for the Israeli action, but does that mean he'll join in? So far, Trump has tended to be fairly cautious about major military escalations. I'm going to guess that this is mostly Trump trying to pressure the Iranians to come to the negotiating table with essentially a surrender, which is to give up their right to enrichment. You know, this was the issue that appeared to be the obstacle. So what he wants is a real win on negotiations.
Hunt for Red October was good too,
what
yeah.
Nobody else was able to achieve, and he's rattling the saber for that reason.
I love James Bond though, man.
A scholar once said there's one problem with threats in foreign policy: they can be very expensive if they fail. It means you have to carry it out. If the Iranians don't agree, then it leaves Trump in a bind.
So we know, just based on the available intelligence and talking to Israel, that it cannot fully eradicate Iran's nuclear capabilities without U.S. involvement. If the U.S. does get involved to try to take out Iran's nuclear capabilities, it would take more than just going in with one strike, right? Just given the...
You never watched most of the old... Oh, dude, I had a weekend where I did nothing but watch James Bond movies. I was like, okay, I want to make sure I've seen every single one of these. And I just literally sat down and watched one back to back to back to back until I got all the way to current.
The depth and the complexities around it?
You never know, in military affairs, what exactly might happen.
Okay, C-Mac. Come on. Pierce Brosnan? Daniel Craig, okay. I like Daniel Craig, but not Pierce Brosnan.
I mean, on paper, the U.S. has B-2s.
I grew up with Roger Moore, though, when I was a kid, but I like...
busting bombs that could probably
Daniel Craig is amazing.
Fordo. I mean, they could essentially destroy the whole mountain. And the whole, the entire facility would collapse in all likelihood, probably with just one or two strikes. As I say, on paper.
I want to see it happen now. I actually want to see these strikes. Let's see it happen.
Like that. But Fordo is not a hermetically sealed facility. There are heat vents. There are entrances. So there would be ways for the Israelis to very significantly degrade.
Oilers in 9.
It would take many strikes, but they have the capacity to do that. The Israeli pilots are now flying over Iran as though it's their own territory. There is no air defense of any kind. As long as they don't have to get to the ground, they can just keep pummeling and hope that, as I say again, these things are unpredictable.
Pierce Brosnan wasn't bad. I just prefer Daniel Craig.
The heat shafts, the vents, and something could easily give way.
It's interesting you say that, Fareed, because Trump in his remarks just a few minutes ago said, and I'm quoting him now, they have no air defense, referring to the Iran.
I tried to start watching Mobland, the new Pierce Brosnan TV show. It's getting great reviews, but I watched like one episode and I'm like, I just couldn't get into it. I don't know.
Iranians, meaning the Israelis, for all practical purposes, destroyed Iran's air defense system. Is that right?
Yes, it's even more dramatic than that, Wolf. They've destroyed all of Iran's air defenses. You remember they did that several months ago after the Hezbollah attacks. But what they've also done is, in this extraordinarily clever move, they got all the Iranian commanders into a room and then struck the room.
Here's another. Wasn't Timothy Dalton the Bond? I like Timothy Dalton in 1923.
Killing almost all the missile commanders, which meant that the
he wasn't good.
Would order
maybe it was Timothy Dalton I was thinking of that I didn't like in because I know I didn't like him as James Bond, but he was really good in 1923, I think.
Strike on Israel the minute the Iranians began striking, we're all dead. And so that gave the Israelis a window to destroy a whole bunch of missile launchers. So one of the reasons you're not seeing a lot of Iranian ballistic missiles.
Still trying to find any updates here,
Israel,
guys.
Fewer than Israel had predicted by far, is that the missile launchers have been destroyed by Israel. So they'd have no air defenses. They also have many fewer missile launchers than they did. They still have a bunch of missiles, but you can't do a lot with missiles if you don't have the launchers to launch them.
Good point.
All right, Fareed Zakaria, thank you very much. Always appreciate you coming on to give your analysis.
I want to go right now to CNN chief international correspondent Clarissa Ward. She's joining us from Tel Aviv. So what are you seeing there in Tel Aviv overnight? Sirens were going off, and there was a lot more activity over the skies, right?
Well, there was a lot of activity and a lot of sirens, but not so many ballistic missiles as we have been seeing.
You guys want to hear Canadian news on, like, how Canadian news is reporting stuff? We can watch it after this. But
earlier
all right.
on. Roughly 30 missiles last night, 30 missiles the night before. That's a big departure from some 200 missiles on the first night of this chapter in this conflict. So as a result of that, perhaps you're definitely feeling and noticing a more
Canadian,
relaxed posture here in Israel today. And we have heard now the military has made recommendations to essentially
Don't forget to leave your computer on and then watching me with the sound thing turned off on your tab.
Reopening the economy. What that might look like is things like people being able to go back to work in certain situations, more shops being able to open. We heard today from Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, basically saying that this gradual phased reopening of the economy and allowing people to move around more freely is what he called a message of victory over Iran. At the same time, nobody is completely relaxing, and particularly in anticipation of whatever decision President Trump
is keeping
makes
the world
vis-a-vis whether to intervene more forcefully in this conflict. The U.S. Embassy here in Jerusalem has announced that it is closed today, tomorrow, and Friday. No real official reason given, but certainly the timing is not coincidental, I would say, and also particularly given the fact that many Americans are stranded here at the moment and trying to get out of Israel. It's certainly an unusual time in that context for the U.S. Embassy to close for 3 days. So people waiting and watching and preparing for whatever comes, but certainly a sense on the ground, particularly here in Tel Aviv, that people are breathing a little bit easier as a result
like the original
of what is believed to be significant damage done to Iran's capacity to launch those ballistic missiles, which were coming out in full force just a few nights ago, Wolf.
All right, Clarissa Ward, thank you so much.
All right. Oh, we wanted to watch. You guys wanted to watch the Canadian
world on its toes and on
Trump
edge
says
as
he's
the
out of
U.S. president says he's heading back into the Situation Room for a second day to decide whether or not to join Israel's war with Iran.
There's no way that you can allow, whether you have to fight or not, you can allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, because the entire world.
This is CBC, Canadian Broadcast Corporation. This is sort of like this is our socialist news. It's not socialist, but it's basically a government-funded, unbiased news program. Basically,
we're looking for a total, complete victory. Again, you know what the victory is: no nuclear weapon.
In the meantime, Israel and Iran continue to trade airstrikes for a 6th day. The CBC's Sasha.
There are opinion pieces though, so there will be some opinions, but.
Joins us now from Washington. So, Sasha, what's the latest you're hearing?
Well, David, there's a lot of speculation, a lot of behind-the-scenes kind of information that's been flying through Washington all day today and yesterday, for that matter, about will he or won't he? Will he approve the United States going to war with Iran, effectively joining Israel, or will Donald Trump find some other way around that? And today, I think most people seem to be
let me know if this seemed biased or not.
Some kind of U.S. military
or just
action, although
reporting
Donald
what's
Trump
going
is
on.
keeping all of us guessing. He has been in the what he calls the war room, the Situation Room, all afternoon, meeting with his officials, trying to figure out what the plan would be and whether it should be put into effect. We're hearing some reports from U.S. media that he has privately approved a plan, but not necessarily put it into effect. Those sorts of things are flying around. In the meantime, I guess the other option in all of this is that he comes up with some sort of a deal, and he always likes to have a deal in his back pocket. We've also been hearing from other sources, other U.S. sources, that Iran is interested in talking to the United States, despite the fact that senior officials, including the Ayatollah, have said that they basically would have no choice but to retaliate, but to fight back if the Americans did attack. So all of that is swirling around here right now. Trump is obviously speaking to his own officials. We hear that he's speaking with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu every day, and that's an added bit of pressure on him. Netanyahu has for a long time wanted the United States to be involved in this. He wants the firepower. He wants the clout of the Americans to be on the side of Israel. Even though Trump today said that he was impressed
after this
several
video,
times
let me know if
with
you think
the
this
way
is a
that,
biased
Israel has
report or not.
handled all of this. So that's basically the situation as we have it right now, it keeps changing every few minutes with new information that comes out. We heard from Trump most recently out of the Oval Office just recently. This is again what the kind of way that he's been putting things lately.
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, because things change. I mean, especially with war, things change with war. It can go from one extreme to the other. I've been asked about it by everybody, but I haven't made a decision.
So, he said that he's going to wait until the last second before making the decision. In the meantime,
keep watching.
We have news that a very large U.S. Naval force is headed to the eastern Mediterranean. That would be the third aircraft carrier that the United States is putting in the region, with a lot of additional firepower on battleships and in airplanes that are on that carrier. So clearly the resources are being put into place. It's also true that that won't be in place for a few days.
Hey, apparently Jesus' hometown of Nazareth is reporting possible drone strikes. Possible drone strikes in Nazareth. There you go.
So we may hear about it at that point.
Okay, so Trump being kind of cryptic, in what he's saying his intentions are. What's the political reaction that you're seeing this session?
Well, that is the interesting part because, one of the things that Trump has always run on is this idea that the United States should not be involved in these distant forever wars.
Remind me to tell you a funny story about
Nazareth. Shouldn't get bogged down in that sort of thing. And that's one of the things that has drawn many of his supporters to his platform. That U.S. resources should not be spent in that way. The debate now is underway within that MAGA movement, that Trump base, about whether this is a good idea or not. And it really is split, with some prominent MAGA figures basically saying that this is not something that the United States should get involved in. And we're hearing maybe a little bit more of that kind of dissent than we do normally from that group about what Trump is doing. They're usually cheerleaders. For instance, here is one Republican representative from Congress who's talking about it, using many of the same terms that a lot of others are right now.
He ums and ahs too much, sure, but is he being biased or unbiased?
Yeah.
I just don't see American boys and girls going to a faraway land that
you were asking for it, Mike.
On a map. Again, it's Israeli. The Israelis can handle this thing. But I think we ought to let the president do his negotiating skills. That's what I elected him to do.
So that is the question. Will Trump use any kind of opportunity to prevent an actual war of this kind that many of his supporters don't want? Or is the decision more or less already made and we're just waiting for the final pieces to be put into place? David?
Okay, Sasha, thank you so much. That's the CBC's Sasha Petrusek in Washington.
All right. We've still got, that's the end of his interview. Was that biased?
So if the United States does strike Iran, how will it escalate the conflict? And what will it mean for the stability of the region? Aaron David.
Well, he's just stating facts, right, Zerafus? This is, it's not biased. He's just stating what's going on. This is what Canadian news is like. This is what news outside of America is like. It's actually very dull, boring, straight to the point.
David Miller is a senior fellow with the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace and a former negotiator and advisor with the U.S. State Department. Aaron David Miller, it's good to see you again, sir. Thank you for being here today.
Thanks for having me.
Saying what's going on is
what
biased?
the president had to say? There's some reporting in the Wall Street Journal just...
I'm hungry. That's biased.
Now that the president has approved attack plans but is holding off on, authorizing the go-ahead until he sees whether Iran will abandon its nuclear ambitions. How close does it appear that the U.S. is ready to engage directly with Iran militarily?
First of all, there's no way to read Donald Trump's statements. I served in every administration from Jimmy Carter to Bush 43. No American president ever behave this way.
Hold on. I don't know if this is verified yet. Apparently, remember we reported earlier that the Arak nuclear facility, heavy water facility, was under attack? Let me just pull it up on the map here. This here, there's heavy water reactor facilities there. Apparently, Israel has struck it with bunker busting bombs. I don't know how that's possible because it's been reported nonstop that they don't have any planes that can actually have them or deliver them. So I'll keep checking. You guys can keep watching this, but that is being reported. Don't know how.
Toggling back and forth.
We know it was attacked, but I don't know about the bunker buster bombs.
I haven't decided yet, but Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Let's let them fight it out. Just don't know. I mean, it reflects, frankly, a degree of confusion and the absence of an effective strategy. Donald Trump is managing three U.S.-mediated conflicts: one between Russia and Ukraine, one between Israel and Hamas.
Hold on.
And until last Sunday, when the sixth negotiating session between Stephen Witkoff is on.
Hold on. One of the leading reporters from Israel, fairly reputable actually, he is reporting that the Israel Defense Force says it has detected the launch of ballistic missiles from Iran. So we will keep an eye on that.
The Iranian Foreign Minister Arachi was supposed to meet.
What's with the man's hair? I don't know. He's probably too rich to give a fuck.
U.S.-Iran. All three of these negotiating tracks are now cratering.
Here we go, guys.
In Russia, Ukraine, Donald Trump wants to end the fighting, but he doesn't want to end the war. With respect to Israel and Hamas, he's interested in getting the hostages out.
Multiple reports now
involving the United States in the
multiple reports that there are incoming missiles from Iran.
Pursuing a broader Israeli-Palestinian deal. And had the Israelis not moved Thursday, Friday last week, Donald Trump probably would have tried to negotiate not a JCPOA, but a broader JPOA, a joint plan of action, which would have probably parked the Iranian nuclear issue for the remainder of his term. So Donald Trump doesn't think long term. He talks in transformative terms, but he's situational and he's very transactional. It boils down to three options. Number one, you strike. Number two, you find a diplomatic off-ramp. Or number three, you do what Donald Trump has done over the course of the last week or so with respect to Israel and Iran. You apply the same logic that he's used with Russia and Ukraine and Israel and Hamas. You, quote, let them fight it out. So one of these three options is going to materialize because I don't think the status quo, as he envisioned it, is tenable. He appears to be very weak. Again, toggling back and forth with.
No, this guy's American. This guy's an American guy that he's talking to.
That don't.
So if this guy is biased, that's not our fault.
Suggest or reflect resolution or determination.
Well, let's just go through some of those options. Let's go through the first one, the strike option. You know, because there is noise of this. I was just at the G7 where, you know, the other G7 leaders couldn't get the president to agree to a call for de-escalation in that conflict because clearly he has other options and intentions. If the U.S. does make this direct strike on Iran, we know they're backing Israel, supplying Israel.
No, there's no cameras in Arak. It's a very small town.
Direct involvement, though.
These cameras are basically all in Israel. That's where the missiles are incoming to.
Forget the stability of the region. I mean, in the last 18 months, the region we haven't seen a regional war.
But the alarm just went off. We got missiles incoming.
Look, it depends on the nature of the strike. Is it going to be surgical, dealing with Fordo and a number of other nuclear sites which the Israelis have tried and partially created some damage? I think they've done damage. They haven't crippled Iran's program. Or is it going to be a comprehensive, massive strike? Shock and awe, with long-range refueling capacity, which allows American aircraft, unlike Israelis.
Oh, we got more breaking news.
To basically try to destabilize.
Check this out. That's just an interview. SpaceX's Starship I don't know when this was, but this is just being reported. That it exploded during a static fire test. Check this out. I already watched it, but check this out.
Yeah, probably. I mean, even the other day when they... Whoa! Whoa!
Just exploded.
No!
Uh-oh. There goes the SpaceX Starship.
Oh my God. It appears there has been a
Ship
row.
36 just blew up.
Watch
Yeah,
it again.
I mean, even the other day when they... Whoa!
Whoa!
I think it was just a static fire test. I don't know if there
No!
would be people on it or not. That just happened.
Oh
Crazy.
my God. It appears there has been a
Ship
row.
36 just blew up. Yeah, probably.
Anyways,
I mean, even the other day when they... Whoa!
you can
Whoa!
continue watching it if you want. I'll mute it, but you can watch the
regime. Not that the U.S.
interview.
has any plan for regime change, because there's no
SpaceX
alternative
Starship
force,
just blew up.
somehow
Boom.
waiting in the wings. If Humpty
See, aren't you
Dumpty
glad
falls
you're
off the
here?
wall to try to
You got that
somehow put the
35
pieces
seconds
of
after it
Humpty Dumpty back
happened.
together again. So it really depends on the nature of the strike. If it's just on Fordo and they drop these massive ordnance penetrators carried by these B-2 bombers, it'll take more than one. It
Okay,
may
we
take
do have
6,
the
7,
missiles that are apparently incoming
but even
to
if Fordo is destroyed, the question
Israel.
is,
So I'm going to switch
really,
back to that, okay,
you
guys?
still cannot end.
That just happened, Sketchins.
terminate, eradicate
Like that was the first tweet about
Iran's
it like a
nuclear
minute ago.
program. You can set it back by any estimates 2 years, perhaps, if the U.S. is involved. No more than 6 months with respect to what the Israelis have done. So if you want to end Iran's nuclear program, if you want to use the president's word, make sure Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, you basically have to essentially replace the regime.
Right.
Replace the regime with a regime that is not acquisitive, that has no need or interest in nuclear weapons. And frankly, I don't see how you do that.
So they could. I mean, I don't have a clear sense of how close Iran is to a nuclear weapon. It seems like my whole adult life they've been 2 weeks to 6 months away,
No, I mean,
and they never quite get there, right?
I don't want to interrupt, but I mean, I think there's an answer to this question. They have enough fissile material, highly enriched uranium at 60%, that within a very short time they can go to weapons grade. But the fissile material is just the beginning.
Oh, right. Hold on.
You have to
Hold on.
warhead.
Breaking. We have alarms going off in Tel Aviv. That's Tel Aviv the missiles are coming into. You can see the camera top left moving around at incoming. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I'm going to leave the cameras on the bottom up as well. Normally I'd zoom into the top left, but just in case that one misses it, we might see it on one of the other Tel Aviv. Oh, there's the Jetstream trail of a rocket. It looks like or a missile, but that's not really showing much now, though. You can definitely hear a jet. Can you guys hear it? Yeah, I turned the browser up a little bit. Might be a little difficult to hear, but well, the report said multiple missiles, so Bricks News is reporting Iran launches a new wave of ballistic missiles at Israel, so it's a wave of missiles. No, you can definitely hear rockets. Here's look, you can see little explosions up here, guys. What's this moving along here where my mouse is? You can see that? Let me maybe go top left for a little bit. Here, look at this. Look at that shoot up. What is that? Look how fast they're shooting up. What is going... Hold on, I'm going to go back to all because they're just blasting, going way past. There looks like there's like several of them. 6 at least? Look at all the jet trails suddenly. So far I haven't seen anything landing on... I'm going to look for other cameras as well, though. But the other cameras that I see that are live... Okay, that sounded like an explosion. No, that sounds like an explosion, chat. Like, I need this camera to go down lower. I need it to go down. Like what's all the smoke coming up from here? Let's see, that's the same angle. So I'm looking for... Okay, this doesn't appear to be live. Like, I've got another feed that says Iran fires 100 missiles in fresh salvo. But I don't feel like this is a live feed because it looks like it's at night. This looks like it's at night. This one that's here, this looks like it's at night. So that can't be live unless it's just the way the camera is, but... Yeah, the UFOs are freaking out, man. Still slightly hear alarms going off. What time is it there? It's it's daytime out. So we're gonna be getting some definitely some video. Of what happened fairly quickly. The SpaceX Starship explosion that we just watched, that is confirmed, by the way. Okay, just to follow up. Here's the rocket alerts and where they're coming to. Possible locations where they're going to hit. Basically Israel. All around Tel Aviv, it looks like, is where this is coming into. Let's see if I can... I'm not hearing anything else anymore. So it doesn't even sound like the sirens are on anymore? Well, here's Haifa here on this camera, this camera, this camera. Doesn't look like anything's happening there. Let me see if I can get another live Haifa live cam. Oh, I hear more missiles. Oh, wow. I'm hoping that this is just a foggy picture, but this is Jerusalem. Bottom camera. But that's either smoke or it's dust or something. But that's this down the bottom camera is Jerusalem. But I think Tel Aviv is supposed to be the focal point. The sirens are going off again, so Tel Aviv for that guy's haircut. You know what? I'm going to actually cover that up. We'll have Jerusalem up as well. How's that? We're covering everywhere. I'm getting live. There's live cam feeds, but they're obviously just like recorded video that's just on loop. Did you happen to see the video of the guy playing the saxophone in Lebanon? Yes, I did. Israel is censoring information? Probably. I mean, during war, you probably don't want to give your enemies like a free, like, first-hand view, right, of what's going on. Like, just be able to watch a live feed of where things are dropping. It would only make sense, but it seems like the alarms have gone down again. We'll keep these cameras up because that suddenly escalated very quickly. For those of you that are just joining, though, I will show this to you guys as well. We watched this. This is SpaceX's ship. It just exploded minutes ago.
Yeah, probably. I mean, even the other day when they... Whoa!
Whoa! What? That's
no!
Anyways. It's just happened like 5 minutes ago. We'll keep the cameras up, though. I'm trying to see if I can find any other live feed cameras. See if I can find another source, because these don't seem to be live, I'm not gonna lie. Or they're the exact same shots I've already got. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I'm going to put this one up here then. And we'll bring this one off because this one up here shows more cameras and also the scene that we were watching before. So Tel Aviv, Haifa, Bethlehem, and Jerusalem are all there. Hey, this camera's moving down. I think the guy realized, hey, listen, that's not a very good angle. I think the Jerusalem cam that we had up before, I think it's just dirty. I think that was the problem. It's just dirty. All right, so See if huge amount of alerts going out right now, stretched from Tel Aviv all the way to the north near the border with Lebanon, as well as southern Israel, all the way to the bottom with the border of Jordan. So it's like the entire. Is this the big surprise that the Khomeini was saying yesterday was going to shock the world for centuries? Is this what he was talking about? No, Khomeini. Am I not Houdini? Khomeini. Okay, initial reports are saying that there were impacts in central Israel and one in Negev. That's I'm not sure exactly where that is, but so MDA spokesperson, I believe MDA is Israel's like medical response group. MDA teams are en route to the reported locations. They are on the way, but there aren't any other sirens going off at the moment. Apparently, there may also be a second wave. Or maybe that was the second wave. I don't know, but... Send everything. All in. Dev Ismail, they promised something major tonight. I don't know if that was it, but... Did we just watch everything, like... crap hit the fan? Is that what that was? Okay, you can hear the, That's in Tel Aviv. Yeah, that's in Tel Aviv, the sirens going by. I wasn't exactly sure where that was, but... So like I said, if they started this war without defense systems, they would be a million times more aggressive than what we're seeing right now. Apparently there's a second wave, but I feel like we had 2 waves already. Heavy explosions are being heard from Palestine, so they're probably hearing the explosions go off in Tel Aviv. But yeah, there are reports that there's a second wave that have launched, and that was hold on. Somebody's saying Iran is launching missiles against Israel all night. It's daytime now. Like, It was pretty calm up until now. There have been no reports yet of casualties, but you know, it might take some time for that to come up. Suddenly shit just hit the fan, so. What was that? Oh, that was on somebody else's stream. I was like, what was that? Nothing is going on now. You can tell us the Nazareth story. Okay. I used to go to a softball tournament every year. I think it's the biggest softball tournament in North America. It's in Canada. It's called the Fantastic Softball Tournament, and it's held up in British Columbia in a town called Vernon. And every year they bring in a band that was big like 20, 30 years ago, 40 years ago or whatever. And one year they had Nazareth. And one of my friends, she played on our team. She was like, who the F is Nazareth? Like, who the hell are they as a headliner? And I'm like, what? You've never heard Nazareth before? And then that song, Hair of the Dog, is that what it's called? Came on. She's like, okay, I've heard that one. But she was not impressed. But every year for her birthday, I send her the YouTube video of the song. Okay, reports were received a short while ago regarding the fall of ammunition in 3 main areas within the Tel Aviv district and additional areas in the southern district. At this stage, there have been no reports of casualties, but property damage has occurred. So far they haven't reported any casualties. What if Israel falls? I don't know that that would happen, dude. I don't know that that's gonna happen. Okay, there has been a there is a picture of one explosion. This is a in Beersheba. Here, let's where the hell exactly is Beersheba? Beersheba, I guess it's pronounced Beersheba, is down here in southern-ish Israel, so just to the southeast of Gaza, actually. Oh, what's this? I don't know. That's, yeah, see, this is a live cam that I'm watching. It's obviously a recording. I've got it on a different window that you guys can't see. But it's obviously just a recording of previous events. It's, I can close that one. Sounds like a hospital was hit. I have not I do not have any reports on Iran has announced that U.S. intervention and conflict with Israel risks all-out war. Oh, yeah, you're correct. Iranian ballistic missiles strike the Soroka Hospital in Israel. Let's see where that is. Hold on. Soroka Hospital. So here you go. Soroka Hospital, that's in Beersheba. I'm sure I'm butchering that, but let's see what the Soroka Hospital looks like. This is Where is it? I'm assuming this. Let me go back out. There, this is it here apparently. Soroka Medical Center. Is this before it was built? Or let's come in from the other side. Take a look at it from here. Oh, I think it's behind these buildings, of course. I think this is it here. It's kind of hard to see, but can't go that way. Yeah, this is it on the other side here. Let me see if I can get a better position on the other side, because it's that's a teacher center. I think this is it over here. It's just far away from the road. Hold on. Is it further along here, maybe?
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Yafit.
Hold on, I might actually have a video? 1 second here.
Pizza L. Tomer. Gilgal.
The Islamic resistance in Lebanon is reporting enemy media. Israel media is reporting a different security event in the middle of Israel military. Anyways.
Nativ Hadud.
What is that? Every country in Israel's place, let's say America, China, and Russia, would have completely wiped Gaza within 24 hours. Well, there was missile strikes, Stoic Cabbage. Missile strikes in Israel. So I've got cameras up basically everywhere right now. But there were several hits in Tel Aviv and then in a couple of towns not far away. So this is a Soroka Medical Center. Here's the picture. Apparently it was hit with missiles. So, and that's in Beresh Sheva. I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that correctly, but that's the location. So we had strikes in Beresh Sheva, and as well as Tel Aviv. There were missiles that went other places, but so far those were the only confirmed places that that they landed so far. The Jerusalem cam seems to be just dirty. Yeah, so that's what happened. He went and zoomed in, and the dirt on the camera or the lens itself is just dirty, so it made it look like it was all foggy. Good job. Anyways. Go back to the cameras. I'll keep looking for reports to see exactly what else has happened. I haven't found any other, like... Oh, hold on. Hold on. We've got a recording of... I'm assuming this might be at the hospital. This might be at the hospital here.
טירוף מוחלט. הכל שבור. זה לא אמיתי מה קורה פה.
I don't know if anyone speaks Hebrew, but
כל סורוקה. כל המיון. אימא'לה, מה קורה בסורוקה? טירוף מוחלט. הכל שבור. זה לא אמיתי מה קורה פה.
Not sure what that means.
הכל שבור. כל סורוקה.
And I don't know if that's an alarm going off in the back, but that doesn't sound like an alarm. It sounds like, I don't know, like a gas like valve is broken or something. That's the Soroka Hospital Center in Israel. I can leave that up if you guys want, although it's it's just kind of playing the same thing over again. But yeah, that seems to definitely be one of the areas that was hit. That would be scary to live through that, man. Just absolutely scary. Apparently it's reported that it was 20 missiles that were fired. Yeah, multiple reports now are saying that it was the... Oh, jeez. Oh, my... Hold on. This is apparently one of the strikes? This is apparently one of the strikes here, chat. I don't have any confirmation as to where this is, though. This could be the hospital, or it could be somewhere else. It could be the hospital, though. I'll keep looking for other things. But I am seeing reports of significant damage, so this would fall in line with it being significant damage. No, Alex in Pajamas, this just happened. Like 20 minutes ago. Alarms were going off, missiles were coming in, striking places. Yeah, and the Ann channel is breaking news, guys. You've come to the right place. You've come to the right place. Hold on a second. We've got I've got another possible video at the hospital. Yeah, hold on. This is another video at the hospital, chat. That's the outside. This is the inside, okay? So again, yeah, you can see doctors running around with their jackets. Yeah, I'll try and find that mic.
פה נפל הטיל. תרגמו לברסים. תראו את האנשים.
So yeah, we've now got two different videos coming from the hospital. Some people, like, they're not freaking out enough. They're actually able to remain calm enough to bring out their phones, I guess. This is the other one.
קורה בסורוקה. טירוף מוחלט. הכל שבור. זה לא אמיתי מה קורה פה. הכל שבור.
Make it a little bigger for you guys.
כל סורוקה. כל המיון.
I don't know if anyone speaks Hebrew in chat, but it sounds like he's saying like a prayer or something.
זה לא אמיתי מה קורה פה. הכל שבור. כל סורוקה. כל המיון.
And here we'll play this one again, larger for you guys.
תראו, פה נפל הטיל. תראו את גבול הברסים, תראו את האנשים, תראו את האנשים. תראו, פה נפל הטיל. תראו את גבול הברסים, תראו את האנשים, תראו את האנשים. תראו, פה נפל הטיל.
Okay, we're gonna. This is the still from outside. I find just pictures, something. Yeah, anyways, this is what we've got going on so far. You were wanting to see the picture of Palestine over time. That's top right, guys. That's top right. There are, guys, no innocent people that are involved as far as the governments are concerned. If you think one side or the other is completely innocent, you're probably not entirely correct. Keep that in mind. There are definitely atrocities being committed on both sides. But what is going on in Gaza, I don't know how anyone could suggest that that is in any way okay. Hold on a second, I'm trying to find something. This is Gaza, okay? Like, this isn't, you know, targeting. This is just randomly targeting whoever. Look at. This is the entire, like, the entire area. Like, it's absolutely disgusting. Like, what this has turned into. The entire area has been just absolutely carpet bombed. You have tens of thousands of children that have been killed because of war they don't even understand. Like, you cannot defend this. I do believe Israel has a right to defend itself, but there is a point where it's maybe a little bit overkill, guys. Just a little bit overkill, you know? So let's try and you know, keep that in mind. Israel does definitely have the right to defend themselves. I certainly do not want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I don't think most sane people would want them to. I've got a lot of other pictures to show you from the hospital as well, guys. 1 second. But there is a point where maybe it's overkill, where it is just way too much devastation. Here's pictures from the hospital that we were looking at. These are all from in the hospital. Okay, so it is confirmed. This other picture, that's definitely the same place. So these are all from the hospital. This looks like it's just a ground picture from here. It looks like the guy is actually literally walking down here. Probably coming out of this doorway out here. But yeah, these are man, that must have been one hell of an explosion. It's like every floor is just rocked. Yeah, guys, don't be hateful in the chat. Let's try to remain civil, okay? We are going to have people in the chat that are obviously biased one side or the other. But try to, like, you cannot argue that, you know, bombing a hospital is a good thing. Dark Partied, what's up, man? Welcome. Thank you for joining us on YouTube. Yeah, please, let's try to be civil, guys. I know this is a very touchy subject for people, but let's try to remain, you know, let's try to remain civil. This is disgusting what's going on here. And it's disgusting on both sides. Okay, Israel's committed crimes. Iran has committed crimes. So let's, oh, here's an actual video of the explosion, okay? Here's actual video of the explosion. That looks like it's probably at the hospital. Yeah, it is. Obviously, targeting hospitals is obviously not well, not a I mean a shitty thing to do. But let's keep in mind there's no hospitals left in Gaza either, okay? Like, I'm not saying it two wrongs make a right here. But let's not pretend that only one side or the other is doing this. You know, this is now both sides are committing these acts. I don't see any smoke on the cameras. Anyways, are we done with the picture? This is what Palestine has turned into over the years. Just don't come here. What do you mean, come where? Are you over there, serial maniac? Anyways, these pictures are, man, that's a lot of damage, man. How do you take out terrorists when they use civilians as human shields? It's hard, dude, but that, if they're using human shields, dude, I just gotta think that you've got to be above that, you know? You've got to be above that. Like when I show you pictures like this, that's not, it's at that point that's not going after individual terrorists. That's just indiscriminately bombing the entire place. You know, like that's just bombing and destroying an entire region indiscriminately. Do you think there's any golf courses left in Gaza? You know, the hospitals have, you know, been absolutely obliterated. They've got, like, makeshift hospitals now set up. So yeah, let's not try and be, let's not, you know, be disgusting with our comments. These are people that have nothing to do with this war. The people in Gaza are just trying to live a peaceful life. Guys, calm down or I'm going to start timing people out, okay? Like, settle down. Okay, those sound like fire trucks or ambulances that are going around. Hamas is building into tunnels under these hospitals, man. Israel didn't want to bomb the hospitals in Gaza. I mean, but dude, if you know that there's that many innocent people in a building, even though there's maybe a couple of Hamas, okay, however you pronounce it, like, should you not be able to restrain yourself? And you know what? Where are these comments? Dark Party, yeah, they're on Twitch. You can see it on the screen, so you guys can communicate back and forth. Hamas. It's not Hamas. Hamas, right? It's Hamas. Like, just because if you know there's a couple of Hamas in a building, but the building is full of 50 people, like, are you telling me that you're justified in going and bombing the place? Like, look at this. Look at this. You're telling me this is okay? How could anyone in their right mind suggest that this is, like, targeted bombing? This is indiscriminate. Like, this is wiping out an entire city. You can't defend this. And I'm not saying Israel is totally in the right here, or Hamas is totally in the wrong, or the other way around. Well, they're both doing it. That's why I'm saying, guys, this is not one side is right, the other side is wrong. You know what the difference here is? One side has way more ammunition than the other side. They're both doing it, but one of them is able to do it like at, 20 times the impact. Hamas could never do this to anywhere in Israel. Like, they would never be able to do it, but Israel does have the firepower to do this. The question is, should they be doing this? There have been no rocket reports to Vismo going, but that happened really fast. Like the rocket report, this one came. Like, it was reported, and then it was like 30 seconds later, missiles started hitting, so. The U.S. Embassy in Qatar has temporarily restricted its personnel from accessing the airbase and is advising both staff and U.S. citizens in the country to exercise increased vigilance, according to the official embassy alert. Apparently the building... Oh, you can actually see it better. We saw... Hold on, let me get to the actual picture we were looking at. Where did that one... This one here. So I'm going to put this up here so you guys can see it. So this is the same building, but the roof is collapsed. You guys can see up here the roof is collapsed. Until we have nanobots that only target bad guys, the lesser of the two must prevail. I mean, I'm not going to deny that there are going to be innocent people that will die in wars. That is a very unfortunate consequence. But the extremely high amount that have died in comparison to how many of their targets have actually been hit is actually really kind of depressing. Like this, you can't look at this and tell me that this is okay. Those of you that are, siding with Israel, you cannot possibly look at this and tell me that this is okay. Yeah, Cheesy, that happened a couple of hours ago now. So this seems to have been in response to that. And we can go in circles here, guys. Like, you can sit here and say, well, they shouldn't be hitting the hospital, and Iran could be sitting here and saying, well, Israel shouldn't be hitting all. Look at all this. They don't even have any hospitals left in Gaza. Like, hey, you're just spinning in circles here. Like, both sides are doing this crap. Apparently, there's another missile that has hit downtown Ramat Gan. I have no idea where that is. That sounds like a suburb of somewhere. Ramat Gan. So here's Ramat Gan here. Looks like a fairly metropolitan city. Is Tel Aviv... wait, hold on. Yeah, it's just... okay, it's just a suburb of Tel Aviv. So, yeah, it is just a suburb. So, anyways, Ramat Gan. So that's where one of the missiles that hit. We'll just call it Tel Aviv. That's just a neighborhood of Tel Aviv. Here's the picture of that. I don't know where it hit, but I mean, this is apparently from a missile that hit. Oh, there's glass. Oh, it hit this building. That's what it hit. There's glass all over the place. So this building got hit here on the side. Oh wow, here's apparently more pictures here. Hold on. Here's apparently another picture of a missile hitting in Iran. I'm just asking you guys to try and remain civil, okay? I know there's going to be a lot of heated conversations. We probably have people that are, on both sides here. I've even had people in my chat that are from Israel or other people that are Muslim that have said that they don't actually hate each other. It's the governments that hate each other. Oh, here's a... oh, look at this. Look at this. Hold on. Bottom monitor here. So this is probably the missile that hit that building that we just looked at in the previous picture. In fact, hold on, let me... for a second, I thought maybe... No, I thought maybe it was being taken from... Okay, guys, calm down. I am going to start timing people out. Stop. Okay, like let's just agree that this whole thing is disgusting. Let me see if there's anything else that, any other pictures. Here's some more pictures of damage. Imagine if this money went into medical research and education, dude, to properly educate people as to, you know, instead of being so ignorant. Imagine if that happened. Medical research, healthcare, education, you know. Hey, guys. No more insults back and forth at each other. Okay? Enough. It'll never happen. Medical, it's the moneymaker. They never let people get healthy. All right, let's so we can be on medication and just eating junk food. Well, I mean that maybe that's the way it is in the U.S. Blother, but that's not how it is in like Europe and other countries. Like. Speak for yourself. The less sick we are, the less it costs our government. Hamas vowed to never stop fighting. I guess then they got to find a way to get rid of Hamas without killing over 100,000 people, dude. Of 100,000 innocent people. You know what I mean? Like, Prime. Holy shit. I think this is the entire side of the building that has, like, been rocketed. Like, this is, like, damage to the entire side of the building. So is that, like, a before? It looks like there's a whole bunch of damage done here. I think this entire block area was rocketed by damage. Like, maybe it hit another building, but just the shockwave may have blown out the windows. Soroka Hospital spokesperson confirms the impact and says damage and injuries were still being investigated, asking people not to come to the hospital. Do not come to the hospital right now. Let's see if I can get some live. So here we're gonna watch the Al Jazeera.
You did mention that this is just the first week of this conflict, and we have to wait and
Are
see
they the only one covering
what
it?
the support will be if this prolongs this conflict, and if there are more attacks, and if more missiles, ballistic missiles launched from Iran get through the Israeli air defense systems. I want to ask you, though, is there a sense in Israel that those Israelis who may be supporting this conflict thus far, do they have a sense as to what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's objectives truly are at this point? Do they believe that it is deterrence? Do they believe that it is degradation of Iran's capabilities? Or is it regime change in Tehran?
Well, that's difficult to gauge because, quite honestly, the Israeli government hasn't really been forthcoming. They've given mixed signals. The Israeli prime minister has spoken about toppling the Iranian government. If you listen to the right-wing media, and let's remember, Israel is very polarized at the moment. On nearly 2 years of a genocidal war on Gaza, another war on Lebanon, a multi-frontal war waged all across the region. It has really fractured
I found a German
public
live feed,
opinion
but I'm not,
in
my
Israel.
German's
And
not good
many
enough to translate for you.
in the Israeli public don't trust Netanyahu. They don't trust his motivations. So the fact that in the right-wing media circles there is a lot of hype about possibly taking out the supreme leader of Iran, about toppling the government, about eliminating the threat if the United States participates
in Tel Aviv.
actively in the military efforts. Then you begin to wonder, and the Israelis are asking questions. What is the end game? There's no end game for Gaza except the talk about mass displacement and ethnic cleansing. There is no end game in Lebanon. There is no end game anywhere at the moment in all those fronts, in all those wars that Israel is waging. What there is talk about hegemony, is talk about also the political survival of this right-wing government. Polls indicate that the approval rating of Netanyahu has increased, at least in his base, in his right-wing base.
ET says many expert scholars and people in general view Israel's actions as genocide.
At the moment, there
Second World War was also a genocide. This might
to
not be to the extreme levels that the Second World War was, but I mean, you look at Gaza, what else are you going to call it?
Do exist, and we hear them and we read some of the opinion pieces that are published, some of the commentary that is published, questioning that tactic, questioning the motivations behind all of this and the timing. Mohammed, I want to remind our viewers, a few days before all of this took place, before all of this started on Friday.
Tell me what that is.
There was a no confidence vote in the Israeli Knesset against this government. It barely survived that no confidence vote. And I remember that we were reporting right before the bill was put to vote. Netanyahu told his detractors within the right-wing base.
What dumb question did you ask earlier? You asked me if I was going to play World of Warcraft again.
This is a very sensitive area, very sensitive time, and this is, there are very important things that might be happening in the coming days. He won them over, and his government survived. So there's a lot of internal politics happening here, even though we're talking
I need a news alert
consequential
alarm
conflict,
chat.
one with regional
I need
and
a news
global
alert. I think that's something I might have to prepare for tomorrow's stream, or would that get annoying every time I had something to
of
the
energy.
major news
Iran
and
is
I
not
press
just
some alarm
a
button?
regional player. It is an important producer.
Police forces in the south under the command of Southern District Commander Chief Superintendent Haim are currently dealing with the fall sites and continue to search for additional locations. In fear of a dangerous substance leak, residents are asked to stay away from the area, avoid gathering in the fall area.
To evacuate the area around Iran's Arak heavy water reactor. Israel said it targeted the headquarters of Iran's internal
avoid
security
gathering in the
agency
fall zones,
Tehran.
prevent life-threatening
Multiple airstrikes
situations
have
and
been carried out
unnecessary
across
harm
the Iranian
to the
capital.
body,
Israel
and
says
to
it's
avoid
targeting
disrupting the
military
work of the
facilities
bomb disposal experts
Iran is
and
also
police
experiencing
officers at the
internet
scene.
disruption.
So anybody in these areas
President Donald Trump says he's still weighing his options
that
on
are
US
there just kind of
military
watching
escalating
need to get the
Israel-Iran
heck out of here.
Earlier, Trump said his patience with Iran.
There's also more air raid alerts in
the latest developments from Washington D.C.
Ukraine that have just started. Poltava. I thought that was it. Is that not Russia?
Deploy the U.S. military to halt Iran's nuclear programs.
Oh, it's in Ukraine.
I may do it. I may not do it. I mean,
So this area here has got some missiles that are apparently
Iran's got a lot
coming in.
And they want to negotiate.
The Iranians deny that.
These guys waited for Trump to go to sleep to launch their missiles.
The UN refuting on X. No Iranian official has ever asked to grovel at the gates of the White House. Iran does not negotiate under duress, shall not accept peace under duress. Iran shall respond to any threat with a counter-threat, and to any action with reciprocal measures. Trump admits he's lost patience for negotiations.
I said it's very late. to be talking. We may meet.
I don't know what question you asked,
there's a
T-Well.
big difference between now and a week ago. Right?
Maybe you could call it the ultimate ultimatum, right?
The U.S. is shifting aircraft and warships.
If he has to go attack Iraq, remember that's Israel leaders wanted us to. Well, they're definitely pushing for the U.S. to jump in.
But if it's to destroy Iran's deeply buried Fordo nuclear plant, Israel needs America's so-called bunker buster bombs. That's why it's urging the U.S. to join its offensive campaign. Deliberations over the Israel-Iran conflict have divided Trump's supporters, including conservative personality Tucker Carlson, who previously campaigned for Trump.
You're not going to convince me that the Iranian people are my enemy.
But the U.S. president insists he's not.
So far, there are no mentions of casualties. There's multiple.
Maybe less.
Oh my God! Hold on.
Suggests Iran is years away from making a nuclear weapon. But this week, President Trump said he believes
Here's
Iran
a video
is close
from the site that we were looking at.
Intelligence assessment. Kimberly Helkin, Al Jazeera, the White House.
High-level meetings about the conflict are planned with officials from multiple countries. Phil Lavelle has more from Washington, D.C.
So this up here top left is video in the aftermath.
Things on the surface, it may very well appear that way. The fact that Donald Trump has said he has run out of patience, the fact that we're seeing that ever-growing U.S. military buildup, and yet there are some things happening beneath the surface that could, and I stress could, have an impact. For one, later on Thursday, the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio will be meeting David Lammy. He's the British Foreign Minister. That meeting will take place here in Washington, D.C., although not at the State Department. It will take place at the White House, and we know that they will be talking about Iran. But separately, we're also hearing from Reuters this morning that David Lammy will also be meeting, along with the French and German foreign ministers, with the Iranian foreign minister. That meeting is due to take place in Geneva, Switzerland, on Friday. There is no word that the US will be there, although it is reported that this is being done in coordination with the US. But all of this, as it looks like both sides have reached a stalemate. Donald Trump saying
this is
Iran the ultimate ultimatum. Iran saying there will be no unconditional surrender, and Donald Trump meanwhile continuing to receive.
It is being suggested that the IDF had a. I mean, this is their justification for attacking a hospital. The IDF had an underground base beneath the hospital.
Washington.
Iran Supreme Leader Ayatollah
We again urge Israel to stop putting military bases underneath hospitals and using human shields. So same thing that Israel claimed that Hamas was doing.
Peace imposed by force.
The President of the United States, in unacceptable remarks, explicitly calls on the Iranian nation to surrender. But we say to him, first, make threats to those who are afraid of them. Threats have never influenced the behavior or thinking of the Iranian people. Second, telling the Iranian nation to surrender is not a rational statement. Wise individuals who are familiar with the Iranian people and their history would never utter such words, because the Iranian nation is not one that surrenders and will never submit to anyone's aggression.
President Vladimir Putin says Russia has been in touch with Israel about its workers in Iran. Putin acknowledged that there are Russians working at the Bushehr nuclear power plant in southern Iran. He said Israel had agreed
Okay,
to
I've had enough. I gave you guys fucking warnings. If you're going to try and justify children getting killed, you can basically just fuck off. I've had enough. I don't care if on what side it is, whether it's Iranian side or Israel side or Palestinian side. Kids getting killed, there's no justification for that. So stop being a fucking idiot. Go somewhere else.
It's possible to address Israel's concerns regarding its security. In my opinion, such options exist.
Our correspondent Dorsa Jabari explains the significance of Putin's comments describing the relationship between Iran and Russia.
Here's some more pictures.
He's been making some comments.
I think this. Oh no, this is a different video.
First of all, he
different video.
That Russia has.
It does at least look like the pedestrians have moved away. Let people do their job. I've never seen this before. Ambulance on mopeds.
construction in 1995, and it came on.
I don't know if I've ever seen that, but that is actually not a bad idea. You know, you can probably get in and out of places pretty quickly.
Program. They have already signed the 20-year strategic agreement with Iran that includes building another.
A war will attack military infrastructure. Think about it. But the, I mean, trying to justify killing kids, I don't know. Like, and suggesting that 80% of the people that died were part of the military personnel. Like, come on, give your head a shake, dude. 80% of the people that have died in Gaza are not people that are in the military.
Countries have had a very complicated history, but nonetheless, it is in Russia's best interest that there is no complete collapse of the country of
Okay, this is live. This is the bottom monitor right now, guys. Not bad for tight city streets, yeah. Hold on, I've got a actually one of the I don't know what he is, but he's on the ground there anyways. This apparently is an English interview.
This morning, June 19th, around 7 a.m. we received red alert in the Central District of Israel. Again, another morning through this operation of Rising Lion. As you can see behind me, I am on the scene where a missile struck right in the center of a building complex. We have 5 buildings that were hit by the missile. We have one which is the main building and all the other ones surrounding it, which were partially hit as well. We are currently evacuating minimal amount of patients. We have 1 serious patient with 2 more with minor injuries. We still have a lot of work behind me, as you can see, extracting patients from all the buildings, going door from door. Our teams are together with the fire department and front command, trying to get people out of their houses. You can see the house behind me is still on fire. We have to work around it. We have teams inside.
Wow.
This morning, June 19th, around 7 a.m.
Lothar, the whole, like, who started what first is, like, it doesn't matter. Like, Israel set up a state, and immediately the next day when they declared independence, they were attacked in the 6-day war. Like, it's been non-stop ever since then. There's never been peace.
סליחה, אתם יכולים רק לפנות לנו את הפרק כי זה שידור חי? אתה מתראיין? אתה מתראיין? אתה מתראיין? תעמוד מהצד השני.
Like it's non-stop. What are we supposed to do? Tell the, I don't know how many people live in Israel, but tell them, hey, you know what? This area was a bad idea. We're gonna move you to Greenland instead. Like, what are you supposed to do? And you've got regimes that are hell bent on destroying them. And they've got the right to defend themselves. You know, like what are we supposed to do here?
חבר'ה, קחו בחשבון את דברים נופלים פה מהבניין, אני מצליח לדור בקמרה. מפקד המשטרה, כי הוא החליט שאנחנו נפול עליהם.
מבחינת העיר רמת גן, תודה, ישירה, פחות בשבוע. אני יכול לטייל מאחוריי, לא מלפניי.
Who shot her classmates on Greg.
Massive missile strikes just struck.
רגע, יש לי את ראש העיר פה.
It's not even. Check this out. Unmute this. Check this out. The missile strikes just hit. We go through the news reports, or the live news. Or hold on. Let's see if the Canadian news is at least
piece of
covering
art
it.
resurfaced.
This is a recording from
Plus,
earlier.
a
So
Titan submersible passenger on their alarming experience.
I don't know what's actually on there. Is it not being covered on North American news sources at all?
On Talk to Al Jazeera.
Anyways.
תחזיק את הסרט למטה. לא, תחזור לשאית, תחזור לשאית. אוקיי. תחזור, אני, טוב, תחזיק אתה ככה. Sir, can you please tell me what's happening here this morning?
We are in one of the cities in the center of Tel Aviv. As you can see behind me, a missile strike one of the buildings. MDA crews that was on high alert has immediately rushed to the scene, arrived and starting to triage casualties. Up to now, around 25 casualties have been evacuated.
This bottom one is actually a CNBC. Sorry, I stand corrected. This one down here is the CNBC's feed that is showing
How do you
it.
spell in them in English?
GUYCASPI, Operation Division.
I do have a Fox News feed up.
Reached a peak in April and have since increases in tariffs.
Al Jazeera is showing it. Besides, hold on. Besides Iran, is Israel really at arms with anyone else in the region, or have they pretty much been like? Have they pretty much all settled? Besides Palestine, of course, have they pretty much settled down with other countries like Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Egypt? Like they're pretty much chill with those countries now, right? Syria and Lebanon, they have issues.
חבר סלאם, בוא תעבור אחורה. אחורה.
Well, Yemen. Ginger Page, what is that? I saw your comment after I stopped streaming yesterday, Ginger Page. What are you doing on Kick?
אחורה. בבקשה. זה לא לשם, זה לשם.
עיתונות עד הכיכר יורדים.
עד הכיכר.
לא פה. אחורה.
חבר סלאם, עד הכיכר.
אני בשידור חי, לאט, אני לא יכול לרוץ. אל תתקצל אליי, זה לא נראה טוב במצלמה, נשמה.
לכיכר בבקשה. סלאם, לכיכר בבקשה.
You don't like ads? Oh, I'm on YouTube as well. Just exclamation YouTube. Or the links. Oh, you're on.
Tu veux qu'on se mette là-bas sur le côté droit?
It should be down below on Kick too, I think.
Allô.
Feel free to jump onto YouTube if you don't want to ads, guys.
חברים, כל הכתבים, כל העיתונאים, כאן טל דובר מרחב ירקון, חייבים להתרחק. הזכוכיות נופלות, הזכוכיות נופלות. קדימה, להתרחק אחורה. שנייה, חבר'ה.
Yeah, I've got an injury update here. Update on the sirens heard across the country. MDA, which is their medical team, I guess like ambulance services and stuff like that. Paramedics and EMTs are providing medical treatment and evacuating to hospitals, including 2 seriously injured, including an 80-year-old man and a 70-year-old woman, and 30 lightly injured with blast injuries and shrapnel wounds. Additional MDA teams are providing medical treatment at several scenes to several casualties. That might mean deaths. I don't know why they would be having medical treatment to people that are already dead, but further updates to follow. There's also been announcements of several attacks across the Ukraine area as well. So. Apparently there was another strike in Holon. I'm not sure where Holon is. Let's see where Holon is. At another, yeah, it's another suburb of Tel Aviv. So Holon. So we have one at Holon, and then we had another. I think it was Ramat Gan. I think was the other strike. So maybe there was a couple of strikes that landed in Tel Aviv, both at. I think Ramat Gan and now Holon confirmed that there's attacks. It's probably the we had some pictures like this area here might be this video that we're watching right now might be that area here. I've got a few days off work, Cheesy, this week anyways, and maybe next week too. China has said that the Israel's attacks were illegal. So far, they haven't provided any evidence whatsoever for the attack. So. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay, that didn't work. This, you can actually see the missile explosion on the hospital. Bottom, we'll just zoom it in. Here's the hospital over here. You can watch the explosion. You can see the shockwave just blast out. Watch it one more time. Man. That is huge. I don't think this Al Jazeera one in the top right is now. That might be. a little bit too much for people to want to see at the moment. So
the Israeli government is in a very open, full-bore campaign to try and persuade the president to join, saying that this is such an important historical event. The president will not want to be remembered as having stood on the sidelines. That's the line coming out. Interestingly, I have to say, while it does appear that President Trump is very seriously considering this, let's call it this Israeli imperative that's being aimed at him, he did emit two very important no's just yesterday. Asked if he had let Netanyahu know that the United States might join his campaign. He said no, very clearly, and asked a secondary question, whether he was considering launching and the attack Israel really wants and needs.
And as Donald Trump continues to weigh U.S. involvement in the rapidly escalating crisis, earlier on Wednesday, Trump had suggested Tehran wanted to negotiate, sparking a furious denial from Iran's diplomatic mission to the U.S. And behind the scenes, both isolationist and hawkish wings of Trump's camp are vying to sway the U.S. president as he makes his mind up about what to do next. And for more on this, I'm joined for Global Grid by Andrew Hillier from our International Affairs Desk.
okay, hold on. Here's another video. There's a few of them here. The damage around the city.
את כל הרסיסים, את כל החנויות, את כל התריסים, הכל שבור. תסתכלו מה זה. עכשיו עברתי פה לפני 5 דקות. אמא הולך פה. תסתכלי את כל הבניינים. תסתכלי את כל הבניין.
The heck is that? Something landed on top of a car? Major destruction in Greater Tel Aviv due to Iranian missiles and confirmed reports of another wave. What? Anyways. Yeah, it's the water reactor thing, but I thought those were pictures from Tel Aviv, not from Iran. Yeah, Israel's explanation for that blow-through, whether you believe it or not, is that they had no choice. They had to attack now. That's their explanation. I'm not saying it, you know. Yeah, we just had a major missile strike, Corgi, probably about, I don't know how long it's been, maybe half an hour ago. Several strikes from Iran, tons of damage in Israel, including a hospital. Iran has been? I mean, I don't know if they were really at war that long ago. When did who were they warring back then? Although there was the Persian Empire, I guess. So, well, I don't know how many missiles it was, but a few of them got through. Corgi, the Iron Dome isn't impenetrable. They are getting some people through. So. Or getting some missiles through. Iranian supreme leader has recently announced that he is not frightened by U.S. President Trump's threats.
מפקד תחנת הכבאות וההצלה. אתם רוצים?
I don't know who this person is. Saying that they've never seen Sunnis and Shias more united than they are today. Wow, there's apparently there's this was a little bit earlier, but there was a massive protest of people in New York City, Times Square, waving the Iranian flag. Calling for no war on Iran. Here's another one, chat. Here's another one. The Kremlin has announced a blood red line. Russia has formally warned the United States to keep its hands off Israel's war with Iran and not even think about providing support. Here we go. Here we go. Very interesting. Russia has drawn a line in the sand. What's going to happen if the USA what's going to happen if US drops the bunker busting bomb? He's stopped it, but behind closed doors, he's going to back down. They've moved so much equipment over Wise Guy. I think they are going to drop the bunker busting bomb. I think that is for sure going to happen. With all the really ridiculous things that are going on in the U.S., is there anyone more ridiculous than this person here? Watching her parade around and acting like some tough guy in these fucking uniforms with these fucking rifles and shit like that, like whether you agree with what ICE is doing or not, she's just absolutely ridiculous. During Wildhammer for sure. What? 60 days are up. Iran needs to surrender or be dismantled. It doesn't look like they're surrendering, dude. A model. I think they're gonna drop the bunker buster. I think that's happening. They brought too much equipment over. They've got the B-2 bomber just a few thousand kilometers offshore. Like, it could definitely happen. In fact, I would not be surprised if it doesn't happen at night tonight, because apparently these things only really fly at night. But they're suggesting that they would hit it multiple times. What was the location? Fordo? How do you transport a 3,000-pound bomb by air with a B-2 bomber? It's the only plane that apparently can carry it. No, one has never been used, but apparently they had a security meeting earlier today, and Trump asked whether or not it would work, and the military personnel said for sure, but they would drop multiple ones just to be sure. I don't think they're letting Israel handle it anymore, man. I think Trump let it out of the bag a few days ago when he started saying, we have air superiority, we have this, we have that. Yeah, they go super high, and it's 2 people to fly the plane too. 2 people to fly those planes.
Kansas as severe weather threatens millions.
You're just here. There's multiple videos out now of missiles hitting the hospital. It seems like there's 3 total missiles that struck down in Tel Aviv.
אתה משדר עכשיו בלייב גם לאל-ג'זירה? אני משדר ללייב. אני שואל אם אתה משדר לאל-ג'זירה גם. כן או לא? אני עובד של רויטרס. איך? אני לא משדר לאל-ג'זירה, אני לא עובד של אל-ג'זירה. אני משדר לרויטרס.
Apparently Japan is also now evacuating its citizens from Israel and Iran.
אתה רואה את היד על המצלמה? הבאת את התמונה?
For those of you that didn't see it earlier, the SpaceX ship also exploded. Among all this, like the SpaceX ship also exploded. They were doing some tests on it, and it just blew up. I haven't seen anything about there being anyone that was injured or died in that, but
בוא איתי בבקשה.
רגע, אני צריך לרדת משידור.
בוא איתי בבקשה.
אלי, תגיד להם שירדו משידור. אלי.
דברי עם מיכאל, רגע, עוד הוא פה, הוא מטפל בזה. דברי עם מיכאל, הוא מטפל בזה. בוא איתי, בוא.
דבר עם דין, דובר המשטרה.
How serious is this?
דבר עם דין.
קודם כל תבוא איתי ואחרי זה אני אדבר עם
I mean, it's an atom bomb wasn't dropped, so, or a nuclear bomb wasn't dropped, so we're not at a 10. Here's a video of the SpaceX ship blowing up. I'll just show it quickly. So they were just they were just doing some tests, a static fire test apparently. Don't know if there were people on board or not.
I mean, even the other day when they... Whoa! Whoa! What? That's no!
So that's the SpaceX ship. They've had a few issues lately.
It appears there has been Ship 36 just blew up.
Anyways, we'll go back to this. What happened here? Did this just cut off? Seems like the video stalled on that. Yeah, this just changed. So it seems that stream maybe went down. Let me see if I can find another live cam on the ground. Some of these live cams. Oh, here's one. I think. Yeah, we got one. There you go. I'm gonna keep looking for more though.
בניין שכרגע נמצא בסריקה, ממנו אנחנו מפנים אזרחים שנפגעו. ככל שאנחנו מכירים כ-37 נפגעים פגיעות קלות. אנחנו כרגע עוד לא סיימנו לשרוף את המבנה, והמטרה העיקרית שלנו זה הצלת חיי אדם והוצאת
בזירה המרכזית וגם בזירות המעטפת, כך שאנחנו סורקים. עד לרגע זה לא מצאנו לקודים, אין לנו דיווח על נעדרים, הפצועים פונו לבתי החולים. אנחנו כרגע עסוקים בלייצר התאמות עם מרשם האוכלוסין וכל מי שנמצא בזירות. אומר דבר נוסף, חשוב לומר, העירייה פתחה מרכז משפחות בבית ספר. חשוב שהציבור שלא יודע לאן ללכת יפנה למוקדי המידע, גם 115, 106 של הרשות המקומית, מוקד מידע של 100, יפנה למוקדי המידע כדי שיכווינו אותו למרכז המשפחות הקיים. אנחנו עם חפ"ק פתוח, עם שיתוף פעולה מלא עם כלל הגורמים. הפוש הוא פוש משטרתי. דבר נוסף שאני רוצה לומר, הציבור מתבקש לא לגשת ולא לגעת בפריטים נפיצים או כל פריטים בכלל, כדי שאף אחד לא ייפגע. איפה שמזהים פריט כזה או אחר, להתקשר למשטרה, חבלן ולכן יצר הסקרנות לשים אותו בצד שאין שום דבר שמסוגל לפגוע.
I don't know that anyone can translate that, so whether it's up loud, I don't know if it matters, but it's a classic WoW's best and for the Horde. Is that what he was saying?
יאללה, מה של מי? לא. לא, אני...
Oh, I have actually a better one now, actually. There. This is a better, yeah, I just want to make sure these are different views. There are not really much in the way of casualty reports yet. There's been an announcement that police have arrived to the Soroka Hospital because of the missile strike there, for those of you that didn't see it.
שלנו באמת הגיעו לתצבים בשעה 7 אחרי שקיבלנו דיווח על נפילה בקרב קו הארץ. הגיעו לפה עשרות אנשים ומתנדבים. לאחר עבודה מאומצת עם כלל כוחות אחרים, שנינו מפה עשרות פצועים והפחות ראשונית באזור. הצוותים שלנו נמצאים בפיקוד העורף בסביבות ונמצאים שכל מי שנדרש יחד אפשר כוחות אחרים.
יש לכם אינדיקציה לעוד נקודים כרגע? אנשים שמעולים בממ"דים בגלל פחד?
רגע, אנחנו לא מכירים. כרגע מסיים בפינוי התושבים מהבניינים פה לבחוץ, לפנות אותם בעצם לאיפה שהרשות המקומית, לאיפה שמפנים אותם.
היה איזשהו פעילות מורכב יותר, משהו?
IDF has reported they struck us. We reported this earlier. The IDF is saying that it struck a site used for developing nuclear weapons in the Natanz area. We were showing that earlier. The Israeli military says the site houses unique components and equipment used for developing nuclear weapons, and projects are being developed there that enable the acceleration of the nuclear weapons program. One of the buildings that was struck in Tel Aviv is the stock exchange building. So do you guys think this was the strike that Khomeini was talking about, that was going to be talked about for centuries? Come on, dude. Stop. Yeah, fix your mic, dude. He needs to get an AT 2020 Plus mic. They're the best mic on the market for its price. Still, I've had this mic for years. It's still rated as one of the top mics in the world for its price. Here again is more pictures of the hospital. This is the hospital that was struck. So this is the first place that we saw pictures from. Like literally the entire hospital got rocked. I'm. Oh no, an ad. Go to YouTube if you want. Go to YouTube if you want. Ad just come up? Oh no, there's no ad that's come up. What are you talking about? There shouldn't be. No, there's no ad right now. Yeah, if you guys want, you can definitely go down to the link down below. Let me provide it for you. Feel free to watch me ad-free on YouTube. I'm perfectly fine with that. There's the link. If we go to ads, feel free to flip over there. Maybe, you know. Same feed. Guten Morgen von Deutschland. Guten Morgen. Wohin Deutschland? Mike, it's the AT 2020 Plus. The mic probably came out like 10 years ago, but it's still rated as one of the best mics on the market. They're relatively cheap as well, but they're far better than like the Blue Yeti or something like that. I've been to Köln actually. Ich habe ein Jahr in Mainz gelebt. Aber mein Deutsch ist scheiß. There is no ad again. Be quiet. There is no ad again. What are you talking about? Hold on. I gotta get all. Maybe because I'm speaking German? Oh, a mic ad. Oh, okay. I get it. I get it. Sorry. I'm a little slow. I don't even know if he understood my German. That's how bad my German probably is. No, ik ben fließend. Kann ich ein Bier trinken? Ich habe genug und wo sind die Toilette? Das ist genug. That's all you need, dude. That's all you need. If you go to Germany, that's all you need. All right, well, wow. Yeah, das ist genug. And then I make things up that it's really bad German, like kannst du meinen Fleisch suchen, which I know is not how you say it, but that's good genug. Any Germans in the chat are like, this, stop talking German. I'm trying to see if there's any more, Egypt is apparently announcing that they are not happy about the escalation between Israel and Iran or the possibility of U.S. involvement, said the former Egyptian official close to the government. Not happy about the escalation. Egypt is not happy about the escalation or possible U.S. involvement. Oh, and without fail, hold on, where's my Ukraine? Apparently there's an air raid announcement on Ukraine. I'll keep posted. We're going to stay with Tel Aviv, but apparently there's an air raid announcement now on Kiev. Varsity Sean, I'm Molly. Yeah, I was in Berlin for only like 4 days. I took a trip over there from Mainz. Why is this guy trying to block the guy's camera? So the bottom camera and the top right one appear to be two different cameras, but at the same location. Apparently the air raid announcement, there's been no missiles detected over Kiev yet, so. No missiles detected yet over Kiev. Imagine living in. There's a an American vlogger. I watched the odd video of his, but he lives in Kiev. He's bought like an apartment there and stuff like that. I don't follow him too much, but he is actually living there. I think his name's Johnny something. You see him with Bald and Bankrupt once in a while. The Israel police has just announced a statement that their forces, all forces are Our forces are operating in all areas across the country to resolve and evacuate the population following the missile attack. Heed the instructions. Civil discipline saves lives. Zpith, it is pretty much confirmed that they have agreed on an attack plan, but he has not given the go-ahead. I think this is going to put him over the edge, and he's going to be like, okay, that's enough. I think this is going to put him over the edge. I think he's the type that we'll see. We'll have to see what happens tomorrow when he gets up, because I don't know. He may have been woken up and advised of what's happened. Because it is now 2 o'clock in the morning in Washington, D.C. Well, missiles hit about an hour or two ago. Lando Commando. That's a great name, by the way. But probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago when the missiles hit. This is kind of the aftermath. Why is the camera being blocked here? Why has this guy got his hand over top of the camera? Take your hand down. Get your big bald head out of the way, too. Oh, has the Associated Press's feed stopped? Have they told them to turn the feed off? Oh, I think that's what it was. I'm gonna have to find another feed. I think they just said oh, here we go. Okay. Did he just restart it? I'm going to try and find a separate feed for the top right one to replace that one, but you don't want around to see the people grouping up. I mean, there's other feeds that are going out, right? Like, unless you stop them all, it's kind of like
dozens and dozens of rockets. Unfortunately, some of them made it through our defenses, and as you can see here, we're at one of the incidents where there was a direct hit on apartment buildings right behind me. We have 20 injured, of them 3 severely injured, 2 moderately injured, and 15 lightly injured. They've all been taken to hospitals in the area, most of them by our ambulances here from United Hatzalah. I was one of the first on scene. Shortly thereafter, we had a lot of other volunteers come join us. We immediately went in, started surveying the area, made sure that everything was safe, that we could go in safely. And immediately we started treating the wounded and evacuated them to the hospital as soon as possible so that they could receive life-saving treatment. Thank you.
I feel like that's this woman just tried to go underneath of the some people. Okay, the 2 feeds, the top right feed and the bottom feed are the same one, just on a different. Just on one slightly behind the other one. I'm gonna try and find one to replace one of them.
My name is Dr. Seligman. I'm here as a volunteer for United Hatzalah.
Seligman, how do you spell it?
S-E-L-I-G-M-A-N. Yaakov, Y-A-A-K-O-V.
Can you just describe me a little bit with what happened this morning when you saw on the right outside?
So we woke up this morning to another terrible rocket barrage from Iran. As soon as I realized when the rocket was
So apparently Iran fired 1,000 drones. Oh no, that it wasn't 400. Come on, 400 ballistic missiles. So I feel like that's maybe. Oh, in total, maybe in total, that's how much they've launched. Hold on, I think I've got a different.
Openly threatened to strike the United States bases if America joins these Israeli attacks.
Severely injured, 2 moderately injured, and 15 lightly injured. Many of them were evacuated on our ambulances to local hospitals, and we're praying for their recovery.
Can you describe me the scene when you arrived? What did you see?
It's terrible. Troy building.
These two are the same one. We're gonna go to the.
And they unfortunately suffered a direct hit. The cars are destroyed. Their homes are collapsed. People are severely injured. Just, it all kind of hits you, but you have to detach so that you can work and focus and do what you need to do to save their lives.
ZPIT that does not. The question is, if they had them, would they have used them by now? Would they have used them by now? Lando Commando, I have no interest in WoW at the moment. No, I don't know. I have no interest in what Blizzard has done to the game. Yeah, Zpith, we were streaming when it hit. We had the announcement that missiles were incoming, and like, you know, a minute later they started striking. Now these two seem to be similar. This one just... Did this one just switch to the same one? I think maybe it did. Let me see if I can find another one. These cams keep changing. Got a Jerusalem camp, but nothing seems to be happening there. But both Associated Press and NBC would appear to be showing the same exact same. Did the top left ones change again? Maybe I think maybe it did. So that's the hospital location that we're looking at on both those cams, top left and the bottom. That's the
नजर आ रहे जो तस्वीरें हैं.
Okay, we're not going to put. We'll leave that one up there for the time being, but. Into following Aladar for 5 years and 9 months. Has it been that long, dude? Yikes. Supposedly, yeah, we haven't had any evidence of anything so far. No evidence of anything so far. And Netanyahu has been going on about this for years. 32 years, I think, we found out yesterday. He's been going on about how they've almost got weapons of mass destruction. Next week, they could have weapons of mass destruction, and they've just... Is this live? Hold on.
Possible airstrikes or maybe even interceptions by the air defense forces here. But one thing that is clear going through the streets of Tehran is that they are pretty empty, and most of the shops are also closed. As we were driving into the city, we did see a decent amount of traffic going in the other direction, trying to get out of town, and we know that a lot of people have left town since the Israeli airstrikes began here. But at the same time, the traffic was still somewhat flowing. One of the other things that we noticed as well, and we did drive through a substantial part of Iran to get to this place, is that in many other places, it appears to be almost business as usual. There were a lot of cars on the road. There were factories that appeared to be working. Also, a lot of trucks that were driving on the street as well.
I'm going to go to the washroom
and
really
folks
quickly.
that we spoke to on the ground were basically saying they were just trying to get by and continue the way that they had been before.
There's my YouTube channel if you want to watch it ad-free. By all means, go ahead. I'll be right back.
Could be dangerous, and many have actually left the city. And this comes as the Iranians are vowing to fight on. The supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, he came out and said that Iran and the Iranian nation would never surrender. Of course, what the Iranians have been doing is, in the face of the airstrikes that have been coming in, have been lobbing their missiles towards Israeli territory. Fred Pleitgen, CNN, Tehran.
Donald Trump says he believes that Iran was in fact...
All right, breaking news coming in from Israel. We're learning that American citizens are possibly going to be evacuated from the nation. The advisory is a clear signal that America might enter into the war. Remember, questions remain around how soon this could take place. A seeming embassy announcement coming out on the 6th day of the Israel-Iran war, which, remember, saw fresh exchange of strikes overnight into Wednesday. Now we'll just wait for reporters to join us to bring us more context on this. Akanksha, can you just bring our audience's context? This announcement that evacuation would be taking place for U.S. citizens, is this coming from the State Department, from the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem? Could you just clarify that for us?
Right. In fact, it's important to highlight that America's ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, has announced on Wednesday that the United States is, of course, working to evacuate the U.S. citizens from the country. And so far, we know that the embassy staffers were being given priority, and so they were evacuated on urgency. But now what we are learning that private American citizens who are currently based in Israel will also be evacuated. An urgent notice, American citizens wanting to leave Israel. The U.S. Embassy in Israel is working on evacuation flights and cruise ship departures. That was the U.S. Ambassador Mike Huckabee's post on X. But coming to more inputs that have been shared by Security Affairs Editor Mr. Manoj Gupta, we have learned that the U.S. is preparing this emergency route due to the high risk of escalation now between Iran and Israel. Donald Trump has demanded Iran's total surrender on its nuclear program because, remember, he was in that meeting, very important meeting that was taking place on security. He remains extremely evasive about what will be his next plan as far as Iran is concerned. He's, of course, saying that he's still open to diplomacy. Iran's foreign minister, Minister Arabchi, has also announced that they are also open to diplomacy, but nobody seems to be coming up with a solution so far. And so Donald Trump is very clear that if there is no giving up of a nuclear program by Iran, they will have to go ahead and destroy nuclear facilities, and that Donald Trump will ensure that Iran is not left with any nuclear facilities. Remember, this coming the day after Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has gone on to talk about how the United States needs to think before they are acting, because there will be irreparable damage done to the United States if they go ahead with any military intervention. This, of course, as we all know, Iran's underground Fordo facility is now coming under the scanner. It is also because the United States, as reports are indicating, is contemplating on deploying American bunker busters, which are the only military capability so far that can destroy the Fordo facility. Because remember, Toya, this Fordo nuclear facility is a good 60 meters up to 80 meters underground, and the bunker busters, as we all know, which are known as the GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrators, can be deployed using the B-2 stealth bombers. They are the only military capability currently with the United States that can destroy a nuclear facility that deep, which is inside Fordo. Now, evacuation orders also go on to reflect the fears of Iranian retaliation in Israel, as Tehran has, of course, openly threatened to strike the United States bases if America joins these Israeli attacks.
Okay.
Earlier, Donald Trump's public warning for 10 million Tehran residents to evacuate, which is logistically impossible at the moment, it's only an indication of an escalating conflict.
Akansha, thank you for highlighting that for our audiences. Okay. Let's move on now. Let's take a look at why it is that Israel looks at Iran as a threat. So let's take a deeper dive.
All right,
into
we're back.
This. Number one, Israel looks at Iran as a huge patron of Hezbollah. Hezbollah, remember,
why are
East Asia
Americans still in
group
Israel and
behind the
Iran?
attacks in Syria, Iraq, and Israel. Now, the second point here, of course, is that
maybe they live there now.
Israel has always believed that it is Iran that is backing Hamas, and more specifically, all kinds of Islamic Jihad. They've also believed that it is backing groups that are targeting Israel and US allies. Now, the other fear they've had constantly is that this terror is being exported via militias present across the entire region. The next fear they've had is that Iran has historically backed the Taliban during different periods, primarily though within
I
the
think
US
this
newscast
is
the other big fear that Israel
India.
has had is that
CNN
it
India, I
has-
think.
that Iran has harbored Al-Qaeda leaders, including Saif al-Adel, of course, and Osama's family members.
Let's in fact take a look at CNN International now to get a sense of where this conflict in the Middle East really going.
Following the breaking news out of the Middle East, Israeli forces continuing and conducting strikes in Tehran. Still, no
Israel and Iran
final
always
word
exchange
from
missiles
President
back and
Trump
forth?
on whether he will decide to intervene
not to
in
this
conflict.
level,
A key
no.
unknown this evening: can Israel complete its mission in Iran?
Definitely not to this
without
level,
the
I don't
United
think.
States? With me now, former Israeli National Security Advisor, Eyal Hulata. Eyal, thank you for being here. This is the looming question for so many people. And in fact, a former chief speechwriter for President George W. Bush wrote in a new op-ed, without U.S.
Hard to get rid of U.S.
Israel
citizenship.
could
Part of that
damage,
includes
if
giving up
not
20% of your...
destroy
What?
Fordo. So can
If you want to get
Israel
rid
do
of
this
your...
without the United States military?
Well, Israel embarked on this attack on
You want to
June
give
12th,
up your U.S.
and of
citizenship?
course,
You've got to
the
give up
premise must have
20%
been,
of your
I was not
assets?
there in
What?
these discussions, but I know how this would usually work. Israel must have realized that
Are you
nothing
serious?
is certain about U.S. involvement. Israel decided to go
I've
at
never
it
heard that
because
before.
our analysis, which was shared with the Americans, was that Iran was creeping towards a nuclear weapon, which changes the entire paradigm. And I reject the statement was said before that there was fabricated or fake intelligence in it. I think I know the picture very, very well. From an Israeli perspective, if Iran is moving towards a nuclear weapon, not just the enrichment, things have fundamentally changed.
Siddhant, stay with us. We're just going to cut over to CNN International. Just take a look right now.
Uh-oh.
Viewers here in the United States and around the world, America Hill in New York, you're watching CNN Newsroom. As the conflict between Israel and Iran enters now a 7th day, U.S. President Donald Trump is mum on his plans for the potential involvement of American forces. While on the ground, new strikes have been reported overnight in both countries. An Israeli official says Iran is firing fewer missiles at this point because the IDF says it has destroyed about 40% of Iran's launchers. Iranian attacks, though, are still being felt across Israel. Authorities say an Iranian missile struck a residential building in an Arab city north of Haifa, killing 4 women. As for a U.S. role, a source tells CNN President Trump has reviewed attack plans for Iran, but at this point, he is clear. No decision has been made.
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, because things change. I mean, especially with war. Things change with war. It can go from one extreme to the other. War is very bad.
Israel says it has struck more than 20 military targets in Tehran in the past day. Iranian state media is reporting several people were injured at the National Police headquarters, and another strike hit near a Red Crescent facility in Tehran.
I feel like we've heard this story for the last 30 years, Lando Commando.
America's involvement in this matter will be 100% at their loss. The loss they receive will probably be much more than the damage Iran will bear.
CNN senior international correspondent Fred Pleitgen is the first Western journalist to enter Iran since the conflict began. He filed this report late Wednesday.
We've been both hearing and seeing anti-aircraft
apparently it was around
fire
30
in the skies over
missiles
Tehran.
Iran
Also, some pretty
launched.
loud thuds could be heard as well. It's unclear whether or not those are possible airstrikes or maybe even interceptions by the air defense
it's not
forces
saying
here.
how many of
but
them were
one thing that is
intercepted.
clear going through the streets of Tehran
But
is
we
that
know
they
of
are
at least
pretty empty, and most
3
of
or
the shops
4
are
that
also
were
closed.
that
As we were driving into the city, we did see a decent amount of traffic going in the other direction, trying to get out of town, and we know that a lot of people have left town since the Israeli airstrikes began here. But at the same time, the traffic was still somewhat flowing. One of the other things that we noticed as well, and we did drive through a substantial part of Iran to get to this place, is that in many other places, it appears to be almost business as usual. There were
finally
a lot
this
of cars
camera's
on the
moving.
road.
It's
There
been
were
facing
factories
that
appeared to
area
be working. Also, a lot of trucks that
quite
were
a
driving
while,
on the
so it
street
looks
as
like there's
well.
a fire at the
And
hospital.
folks that we
This
spoke to on the ground were
camera at the
basically
bottom,
saying they were
Chad,
just
is the
trying to get
hospital.
by and continue the way that they had been before. Nevertheless,
one of the
course,
main hospitals
people
in
here
southern
in Tehran understand that the situation
Israel.
for them could be dangerous, and many have actually left the city. And this comes as the Iranians are vowing to fight on. The supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei,
All these
he came
major
out
world
and said
events
that
are always
Iran and the
pre-planned. You think
Iranian
it's not
nation
just
would never surrender. Of course, what the
Muslims
Iranians
and
have been
Jews
doing
don't
is
like
in the
each other?
face of the airstrikes that have been coming in, have been lobbing
You think that
their
they're actually
missiles towards
pre-planning this
Israeli
with each other?
territory.
Oh, hold
Fred
on, my
Pleitgen,
brother.
CNN, Tehran.
Wait until
Donald
let's just
Trump
wait.
says he
I
believes
need to buy
that
some
Iran will
stocks first. Why would you bomb a hospital? I don't know, but both sides have done it, Zarafus. The hospitals were bombed relentlessly in Gaza. And there's a lot of Muslims. I've seen a lot of chatter of Muslims like cheering this on, saying this is for Gaza, you know, this is for bombing Gaza's hospitals. So I've seen a lot of comments like that on sites that I'm checking. So.
Now we'll just wait for reporters to join us to bring us more context on this. Kanksha, can you just bring our audiences context? This announcement that evacuation would be taking place for U.S. citizens, is this coming from the State Department, from the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem? Could you just clarify that for us?
Right. In fact, it's important to highlight that America's ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, has announced on Wednesday that the United States is, of course, working to evacuate the U.S. citizens from the country. And so far, we know that...
Unrelated to this, there's now reports that the Russian economy is about to enter a major recession. We're about to enter a recession.
But now what we are learning that
I know that's not
American citizens
what
who
we're
are
talking about tonight, but
will also be evacuated.
I am also covering what's going on in Ukraine. Until this happened, there was a lot more strikes going on in Ukraine than Israel and Russia.
That was the U.S. Ambassador Mike Huckabee's post on X. But coming to more inputs that have been shared by Security Affairs Editor,
the devil will answer to the maker.
The USA is preparing this.
All wars are suspiciously aligned with pullbacks and recessions. When the economy looks worrisome, fall back and plan. War equals money and printing. There's people that will make a ton of money off of war, that's for sure.
That meeting, very important meeting that was taking place on security, he remains extremely evasive about what will be his next plan as far as Iran is concerned. He's, of course, saying that he's still open to diplomacy. Iran's foreign minister, Minister Arabchi, has also announced that
fire's been put out. The camera keeps panning
seems to be coming up
to this part of the building where all the
and so Donald Trump is very clear that
dust is coming. Okay, definitely not. Something's going on here.
Program by Iran, they will have to go ahead and destroy nuclear facilities, and
something is definitely going on this side. There's definitely a fire going on there.
Any nuclear facilities. Remember, this coming the day after Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has gone on to talk about how the United States needs to think before they are acting, because there will be irreparable damage done to the United States if they go ahead with any military intervention. This, of course, as we all know, Iran's underground Fordo facility is now coming under the scanner. It is also because the United States, as reports are indicating, is contemplating on deploying American bunker busters.
According to Israel, one of the sites that they attacked was
can destroy the Fordo facility.
An inactive nuclear reactor in the area of Iraq. So when they made their attack on Iraq, it was on an inactive nuclear reactor. I don't know if that. I don't know if that means they had not activated it yet, or it was just an old one that they weren't using anymore.
Deployed using the B-2 stealth bombers. They are the only military capability currently with the United States that can destroy a nuclear facility that deep, which is inside Fordo.
That's Snoop Dogg lighting up, is it?
Also go on to reflect
Snoop Dogg and Willie Nelson are in the garage there, apparently.
Has, of course, openly threatened to strike the United States bases if America joins these Israeli attacks.
Okay.
Earlier, Donald Trump's public warning for 10 million Tehran residents to evacuate, which is logistically impossible at the moment. It's only an indication of an escalating conflict.
Checking Twitter now.
Thank you for highlighting that for our audiences. Okay, let's move on now. Let's take a look at why it is that Israel looks at Iran as a threat. So let's take a deeper dive into this.
Hassan Abi.
Number one, Israel looks at Iran as a huge patron of Hezbollah.
We know which side he's on.
Is Shia Islamist group behind the attacks in Syria, Iraq,
Timeline is lit up with Israel defenders
now,
finally speaking up about the hospital being bombed after spending the last 20 months defending the bombing of every hospital in Gaza.
Hamas, and more specifically, all kinds of Islamic jihad. They've also believed that it is backing groups that are targeting Israel and US allies. Now, the other fear they've had constantly is that this terror is being exported via militias present across the entire region. The next fear they've had is that Iran has
You've got
historically
to imagine
backed
there's
the
been
Taliban
some deaths,
during
but
different
all I'm
periods,
seeing
primarily
reported
though
are
within the
injuries.
US
About
operation that took place
so there's
in
another report that
Afghanistan.
just
The other
popped
big
up
fear
in
that
the
Israel
Holon
has
area,
had
which is
is
in
that
Tel
it
Aviv.
has that
Large
Iran has
force
harbored
continues to
al-Qaeda
operate
leaders,
at the scene,
including Saif al-Adel,
along
of
with
course,
security and rescue
Osama's
services.
family
So
members.
far,
This-
Let's in fact take a look.
So far, about 20 injured people of varying degrees of injury have been evacuated from the scene. No reports
Following the
on any
breaking
deaths
news
yet.
out of the Middle East, Israeli forces continuing and conducting strikes in Tehran. Still, no final word from President Trump on whether he will decide to intervene in this conflict.
I have a feeling there's going to be a bomb dropped.
Can Israel complete its mission in Iran
tonight?
without
I have a feeling there's going to be a bomb dropped.
With me now, former Israeli National Security Advisor Eyal Hulata. Eyal, thank you for being here. This is the looming question for so many people, and in fact, a former chief speechwriter for President George W. Bush wrote in a new op-ed, without U.S. help, Israel could damage, if not destroy, Fordow. So can Israel do this without the United States military?
Well, Israel embarked on this attack on June 12th. And of course, the premise must have been, I was not there in these discussions, but I know how this would usually work. Israel must have realized that nothing is certain about U.S. involvement. Israel decided to go at it because our analysis, which was shared with the Americans, was that Iran was creeping towards a nuclear weapon, which changes the entire paradigm. And I reject the statement was said before that there was fabricated or fake intelligence in it. I think I know the picture very, very well. From an Israeli perspective, if Iran is moving towards a nuclear weapon, not just the enrichment, things have fundamentally changed.
Uh-oh.
Siddhant, stay with us. We're just going to cut over to CNN International. Just take a look right now.
Viewers here in the United States and around the world, America Hill in New York, you're watching CNN Newsroom. As the conflict between Israel and Iran enters now a 7th day, U.S. President Donald Trump is mum on his plans for the potential involvement of American forces. While on the ground, new strikes have been reported overnight in both countries. An Israeli official says Iran is firing fewer missiles at this point because the IDF...
Yeah, that's on repeat. We've heard that just 2 minutes ago. Okay, the sound is on top left. I'll try to find another feed. And it's almost 10 o'clock in the morning, it looks like, in Israel, so... World War? I'm not sure. Not sure. Mr. Light. I'm trying to figure out how this one website works that I'm looking at. I also don't see any new reports on hold on, I've got a this is one of the reporters or journalist guys I follow on the Twitter.
You can see behind me the Soroka hospital in the city of Beersheba is still on fire. First responders are on the scene. There is significant damage following this Iranian ballistic missile strike. You can see behind me the Soroka hospital in the city of Beersheba is still on fire. First responders are on the scene. There is significant damage following this Iranian ballistic missile strike. You can see behind me the Soroka hospital in the city of Beersheba is still on fire.
We don't really need
First
nonsense
responders
like that,
are on the
so
scene. There is significant damage
I don't time
following
people
this
out. I
Iranian
don't even know where the
ballistic missile
button is.
strike. You can see behind me the
here's some pictures we saw earlier of the damage. Experienced the world of blowing up in my lifetime. We all heard the stories, read about the history. Look at the damage here. Like, look at the damage. It's just crazy where it's This videos of just after the missile hit the hospital. These are pictures from inside the hospital. This is one of the main hospitals in southern Israel. This is one of the sides of the hospital. There's obviously some fire going on in the hospital. This has been burning for some time. Trying to find another camera angle somewhere. But they all seem to be on the same two feeds. Oh, another follow? Thank you very much, dude. Og Snoop, hey, thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Trying to find some other cams for you guys. What do you watch these on? Just mostly YouTube or any other live streaming? But I'm, a lot of these live streams are, I mean, either it's just a live stream, like a big live stream of the, the city itself. It's not really showing anything there. You know, I'll show that when nothing's going on, but something's happened, so we're just kind of watching what's going on. But I'm trying to see if I can find another, like a third camera. Because I feel like a lot of these supposed live stream sites are actually just showing stuff that happened like during the night, like yesterday or something. Or it's the same feeds that I've already got up, just from like different sites.
For the Horde!
Bravo! Thank you, man. A little loud. Thank you for the sub, man, for 17 months. Thank you, man. Very much appreciated, man. Thank you very much. Walter Cronkite, who? Who? By the way, did you guys see my my new stream intro? I worked very hard on this. You can only imagine how long it took an old man to create this. Are you ready? All right. All right. Thank you very much for, you know, giving me the idea for Ann, Alador News Network. Israel just announced that they're going to intensify their do you know where you saw that, Zepith? Oh, and another follow? Thank you very much, guys. McPhefferson. Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate that. I do see a report that Israel is admitting that they are trying to undermine the Ayatollah regime to see them crash, or basically. Oh, I see where you got it, Zepith. I see where you got it from. Israeli Minister Israel Katz, the Prime Minister, and I directed the IDF to escalate the intensity of strikes against strategic targets in Iran and government targets in Tehran to neutralize threats in the state of Israel and undermine the Ayatollah regime. Then Iran will return in the favor tenfold. I think Iran honestly probably put everything they had into this strike. They said yesterday something big was happening, though. They said yesterday something big was happening, so. Here's another picture of the hospital we have not seen. So that's, no, it's, this one's in Holon. No, this is not the hospital. This is another building in Holon. Holon is a suburb of Tel Aviv. So this is in Tel Aviv. This is not at the hospital. Yeah, anyways, yeah, it's you're right actually. The IDF is going to escalate apparently. Iran state news agency is apparently claiming that the Soroka hospital was not actually hit by a missile. And they're saying that Iran fired missiles at 2 Israeli intel buildings in Tel Aviv, and the shockwave hit the hospital. We actually have video evidence of the missiles hitting the hospital, so. Israeli Defense Minister Katz directly threatens to assassinate Khamenei, topple the Iranian regime. Khamenei will pay for his crimes in response to the Iran ballistic missile striking Beersheba Soroka Medical Center. Trump will participate. I am 150% certain now that the U.S. is going to get involved. I mean, I'm assuming Trump was asleep when this happened. He's probably been woken up. And he's probably saying, okay, that's enough. Drop the bomb. So I think we'll see a bunker busting bomb in the next day or two. So sad to watch. There are no real winners in war. It's all just innocent people that are going to get killed here, man. All just innocent people because of bruised egos. We showed what Gaza looks like now. Why are we watching? Well, who is this guy?
Nuclear energy enrichment. So there was necessary for the Israelis to conduct this operation.
What do you want the sound on, guys?
Weaken Iran's leverage in the negotiations, but ultimately,
you want it on the top left or the top right? I don't really think Iran has the capacity or resource to make it working. I don't know, dude. I mean, if North Korea can do it, why wouldn't Iran be able to do it? Iran has a better economy and probably more equipped in order to do it than North Korea. North Korea got it done. Welcome to the latest era of Aladar's streaming career. I mean, I pretty much mastered World of Warcraft. What else was there for me to do? 40 years they've been trying to make one.
In such a way that it would eliminate such a facility. Justin asks, what's the backup plan for Israel if the United States doesn't use?
Here we go. Here's the question.
Bombs? Does the IDF have other options?
What's the backup plan?
Look, I can't imagine they don't. The head of the NSC, Tzachi Hanegbi, I've been saying this in almost every interview, and he's been saying this on almost every interview. When asked about United States involvement in this, he said, we didn't envision this plan with U.S. involvement. We're in constant communication with the United States, but we're not trying to convince them to get involved. This operation was planned blue and white, meaning purely Israeli, from the outset. And this, to me, dovetails with the Israeli national
Nixon,
ethos.
what is up, man?
If as
better than anything on Danish TV?
The ballistic missiles program and the nuclear weapons program pose an existential threat to the state of Israel. Well, the Israeli national ethos says do not outsource matters of existential importance to foreign countries, including one that is as close and as durable and as reliable an ally as the United States. The Israelis.
Glad you guys like it. I am actually enjoying
and they've come up
streaming,
with creative ways
doing
throughout
this
the
stuff.
decades. When people thought all the odds
we'll
were
cover all
them,
sorts of things too, but
the Entebbe raid,
I'll be off work for this week and probably next week as well.
1981, the Iraq's nuclear reactor. They've come up with creative ways of extending their resources to make sure that they're able to ensure their existence. I can't imagine that going into this conflict, the Israelis
better
don't
than
also
anything
have a
in
fail-safe
Denmark
option that would account for the United States not joining the war. Fordo is, if it remains, it will continue to, the Iran nuclear weapons program will continue to pose an existential threat to the state of Israel. And I don't think that Israel is willing to live with this Damocles sword over its head. I also don't think that they're going to have another chance if they don't finish it now. So whatever the plan is, and obviously that's not going to be disclosed to the public, I can't imagine that it is purely, or it is one that does not account for the possibility that the United States does not get involved in this conflict.
David, I get a lot of questions from viewers, American viewers, asking questions like, which U.S. coast is closer to Iran? Because some people are worried about the idea of somehow, some way, Tehran striking the U.S. We have this question coming in from Vic in San Diego. If Iran did secure nuclear capabilities, what risk does that pose for America? Correct me if I'm wrong, David. The concern of a nuclear-armed Iran isn't exactly the U.S. mainland, is it?
Not necessarily, at least not in the immediate term. Look, there's an immediate threat and there's a long-term threat from Iran. If Iran is able to
the
secure
immediate threat is Israel.
It effectively has immunity at that point to continue with its grand project.
What about your Lego?
The United States. Look, many people think that because Iran has slated Israel solely among the nations of the earth for destruction, that Israel is the primary enemy in the Iranian mindset. It's not.
Yeah,
we the United States
if Iran gets a nuclear bomb, it's Israel that people are worried about.
I mean, by the time the Islamic Republic came into power in 1979, aside from some minor interventions, we were not the primary intervening power in the region. The French, the British were. But the problem with the United States is that Iran views itself on this course, right? They view themselves as presenting the world with this alternate model to the liberal international order that we, the United States, created and continue to uphold in the aftermath of World War II. So essential, right? And they view these two models as mutually exclusive, as in a clash.
Like texting on his phone.
Huntingtonian clash of civilizations.
He is. The
so
firefighter's like
Iran's
talking
model,
on his phone.
To succeed, to have a chance of success, Iran views that weakening the United States, weakening its global influence.
I personally think that Iran has friends, but wait to see if America will get involved.
As distinct from it as North Korea, as
well,
Russia,
earlier,
as China,
if you weren't here when
they
we
don't have
announced it,
ideological
Russia
agreement necessarily. One thing they agree upon is weakening the United States.
Russia has warned America that there is a line, and that America better not get in the way of involved in the war in any way.
Prolific state sponsor of terrorism. Imagine if Iran was able to achieve nuclear weaponization,
and that was from Putin.
Were able to give tactical nukes.
They said there is a line in the sand. Do not get involved in the
war. To threaten the United States, either directly or assets abroad. And again, it's not just the threat to the United States mainland that's the issue. The threat to our interests that may seem distant to us. We tend to have an isolationist tendency in this country and to be a little bit short-sighted about what our interests are until, unfortunately, we get dragged into a necessary conflict abroad when that threat to our interests is metastasized. But the threat to our interests indirectly, it threatens our way of life here. If
Russia fighting on two fronts, let's ask the certain German, Austrian how that went. Do you think Russia would stop fighting against Ukraine and come to a peace deal to join this?
Straits, the outlet of the Red Sea, to threaten the Suez Canal. They can threaten international
What
shipping.
happens
Again,
if Russia and China
join? Joke and say, "Oh, our Amazon prices will go up." But it's beyond that. It is threatening the American way of life. It is threatening our trade routes. It is threatening our global hegemony, which, look.
Yeah, it was live,
call me
Nixon.
An imperialist, if you will. I'm glad to have the United States as the preeminent international power because I don't think it's just good for the United States. It's good for the entire world.
A minute or two before the missile started hitting.
Alludes to something that we've been hearing from President Trump. He's called for the conditional surrender of Iran. He asks, what are the most likely surrender terms, if any at all, for Iran, David?
That is a good question. Look, I think Iran, just like its proxies, has pigeonholed itself when it comes to its rhetoric and what it can concede as a result of this war. They've presented themselves, kind of the ethos of the Islamic Republic is that it does not bow down to the United States or the West. It does not take orders from the United States or the West. That it has built a resistance country and a resistance economy that is able to withstand global Western and American pressure. And that it is,
I'm trying to learn how to use another website that shows where planes are.
Or its allies. It is also said that critical to this independence that Iran has allegedly built.
And I
two
think
pillars.
got
First,
it
ballistic
set to
missiles
just
program.
show
That's why it's not
American
willing to negotiate on it.
military
on
planes.
It. And it also has placed that same importance
and
on
there's
its
a lot of
nuclear program,
activity
which
in.
it claims is purely for civilian purposes, but we know
there is a
from
lot of activity
the Israelis and other intelligence agencies that
right
it
now.
has
A lot of back and
weaponization
forth. These
or
this is
so
the map that I
Iran
showed
has
yesterday.
It's
There was like
it's
35, 40 of these planes that were flying over the
maintaining the ballistic missiles program and the
over the
program.
Atlantic Ocean.
It
but
cannot then easily.
There was a picture I saw where they were going as far as Tel Aviv, but I have not been able to show that, and I don't know, maybe they turn off their GPS when they're getting
close. And by
close.
causing those cracks in its own image, it could not just
I quit, dude.
offset
No,
the
I'm
portion
playing
of
it right now on the other monitor,
sorry,
dude.
not only
You just can't
encourage
see
the
it.
portion of the Iranian people that oppose the regime.
Who is Iran's
rise up
allies?
against it,
China,
but start to
Russia,
create
North
doubts in the
Korea.
portion of the Iranian people that continue to
Basically,
support the
look on a
Islamic
map,
Republic
and
regime.
if you can't use
in the
Google
utility of
Maps,
this regime, in its claims, and once those cracks start,
like
they're very hard
Street
to shut
View,
down, and that
Google
could
Maps,
destabilize the regime.
with it,
and
they're
threaten its
probably an
existence.
ally of
So
Iran.
Iran has really cornered itself into, or put itself really in a corner with its rhetoric throughout the years. That
America
now,
withdrew
when,
their
the
help when
Israelis
Trump was elected.
hold their bluff
Trump said, F
by
you,
launching
Ukraine.
this attack, they're going to be hard pressed to find some way off the de-escalatory ladder that'll allow them to save face and continue to present themselves as having been able to withstand American pressure, withstand Israeli military might to their supporters more so than to their adversaries.
We've got. Let me see if I can again. I'll do another search through the web,
Yeah,
through the
it sounded like we had
cams.
a little bit of an audio issue there, but I just wanted to say, David is a senior fellow at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Have a good rest of your night. Take care.
I don't know what's up with their mics on that interview, but China only wants Iranian oil. They couldn't care less about a bunch of Muslims fighting with Israel. I don't think China would get involved. They generally are just focused on building their economy, so. Another follow today? Donner Toto. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, guys. Very much appreciate that. Kind of popping off. Yeah, we've got some decent views. We're doing good. I'm glad to see that, you know, some of my regulars are here and stuff like that. You know, they got tired of watching me kick ass in World of Warcraft. You know, and now they're like, hey, Aladar's not just destroying people everywhere he goes in video games. Let's see let's check this out. Hey, this Mega David. Okay, hold on. You guys gotta even see it. Okay, let's pause this. I don't need to hear that on repeat. This Magen David Odom is Israel's national EMS, emergency medical service, I guess. So I don't. Anyways, let's follow this actually. Following a missile strike across Israel, 3 seriously injured, 2 moderately injured, 42 with shrapnel blast injuries, and 18 hurt en route to shelters. MDA team continues to search affected areas. I have not seen any announcements of any deaths, and I believe this happened at like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. And it hit, like, one of the missiles hit a hospital. Like, I have trouble believing that there's no deaths. Gonna be the next Hassan. I have a job though. I have a job that eventually I'm gonna have to go back to. Like, I have trouble believing that there are no deaths. They haven't reported any Zerafuse. I think they'll probably wait until later. But I can't imagine that they got through this with no deaths. We did show this earlier as well. I will show it again. This would have been the main news story across the news if the Israel strikes, Iranian strikes didn't hit Israel. This is Elon Musk's starbase in southern Texas. They were doing some tests on one of his rockets, and it completely blew up.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
This is a different angle that we hadn't seen. But the SpaceX missile just completely blew up. So that happened like 10 minutes after these launches started hitting. So it's been a busy night for sure. Holy. Where was that? That was in southern Texas, apparently. It's SpaceX's place, wherever the hell they are. I'm gonna have to figure out how this aircraft tracker works. It looks like it could be a very useful. There's a lot. Oh, you know what? This is interesting. I want to show you guys something, actually. So these are all the American flights, and they seem to be flying back and forth between London and somewhere down here. But I think they just turn off their GPS here so they don't actually see where they end. Because this is Greece here, right? And I think this is Athens here. I think. I could be wrong. So I think they're flying somewhere down here. Are they flying down there to get stuff ready to, you know, for shit to hit the fan? Let's see if I can. New cameras set up at this place? What America? These are. Hold on. Like, I'll show you. So over here on the top left, when I click on the chip, or like, it'll actually show you the route. This is this airplane here. That's one of the big cargo planes, right? Here's another one. This is this plane here. That one doesn't have a picture. Here's another American one, a Moose 42. That looks like it's this one down here. The RCH 455. Or that's its call sign. So these all, okay, this one's doesn't look like an American military plane. But these ones all look like American military planes. Where's this? That's Egypt. So this plane took off from, I think that's Venice, this area here. You Europeans can correct me, but I believe this would be Venice. and it flew down to Cairo, or maybe Alexandria. I can't. That might be Alexandria. I think Cairo's more towards here, right? And then turned around and has gone back. Europeans, I could Google map it too, but I'm just trying to look smart. I think that's the city of Alexandria that's there. Cairo's more down here, and then goes up here. But I'm pretty sure this is like in the area of Venice. They've probably got a military base there or something. What is this? I don't care about the Bus family buying the Lakers.
The incumbents are the one who hold the power in a situation like that. So that's about the physics of warfare. But in terms of the Israeli mindset, again, remember, a generation of Israelis was raised on the narrative that Iran is Israel's existential enemy. That the only thing Iran wants is to destroy Israel. That Iran has been trying to destroy Israel actively for a very long time. And only now Israel has awakened. Israel has risen. Remember, the name of Israel's war, Rise Like a Lion, or whatever the translation is. Israel is rising. Israel is taking control of its own destiny. Israel is doing what it has to do. In Israel, national resilience is highly valued and very important.
That's a 5-10.
The notion that you could, for reasons of your own individual safety, criticize what is seen as a move that is necessary for the welfare and the safeguarding of the state in general, your personal safety pales before that.
And Ori, what is your understanding of the sustainability of
so
the
there must be dozens of
when
casualties.
It comes to
They're saying
this war. How long can they keep going on? Because we can't forget that they are fighting on several fronts. The war in Gaza hasn't stopped. Is there a point when they cannot continue with the intensity we're seeing?
I think that might be the most important question at the moment, because the Israeli military is not doing well in terms of stocks.
MDA, which is the medical, like basically the ambulance
people are waiting
services,
for the decision of the United States, and a lot
is saying
rides on
that
President
there are
Trump's,
dozens of casualties.
Decision, which I suppose will be handed down at some point over the
I
next
don't know if
day
the
or
translation
two.
is
If the
correct,
United States
but you would expect with these missile launches that there would be
openly
dozens
and
of
send
casualties in
strategic
this. So
bombers with bunker-busting bombs to go after the Iranian nuclear program or Islamic Republic targets, that will give Israel much more needed breathing room, because Israel right now is, I won't say it's suffocating, but it's beginning to choke. If the United States doesn't hurry to Israel's aid, well, that will demonstrate that Israel has perhaps overshot its mark, that Israel has done much more than it can possibly do sustainably, that Israel jumped in head first and considered only short-term achievements. And by the way, that is very much what Israel did in Gaza after the Hamas massacre on October 7th, 2023. Israel immediately began carpet bombing. It did not stop. It did not consider the future. Look where Israel is almost 2 years from that day right now in Gaza.
Ori,
so
finally,
I don't think the effort... Yeah, please.
Apologies. Finally, I just want to ask, I mean, in your opinion, what is the likelihood, if any, of Israel accepting some sort of ceasefire in the coming days? I mean, Trump says that is still an option, that could still happen. If there is a US-Iran proposal put on the table with Iran agreeing to more curbs on its nuclear program that we haven't seen before, can you see Israel stopping its war in Iran?
I can, for the reasons I just mentioned, because as far as the physics of war goes, Israel is not doing well. The important thing is for Netanyahu to be able to present it as a victory to the Israeli public, as an instance of Israel taking its destiny in both hands.
Incredibly unpopular in Israel now too?
If Israel can come out the stronger party, if only for domestic consumption, Israel may very well accept the ceasefire, because Israel is hurting. The Israeli public has not slept for a week. Supposedly things are going back to normal. That was the announcement made yesterday by our labor ministry, but not really. Nothing can go back to normal because things are not normal.
That guy have it in his hand? Which guy?
Looking for a way out. You might consider it, but most of it has to do
with
his being able to pitch it as a victory, something that he has never been able to do in Gaza, for example.
Ori, thank you so much for your time today. As always, Ori Goldberg, Israeli political commentator, speaking to us there from Tel Aviv. Well, U.S. President Donald Trump says he is still weighing his options on U.S. military intervention. Earlier, Donald Trump said his patience with Iran has already run out. Our White House correspondent Kimberly Holkett has the latest from Washington.
It's a decision still yet to be made, whether to deploy the U.S. military to halt Iran's nuclear programs.
You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that Iran's got a lot of trouble, and they want to negotiate.
The Iranians deny that. The permanent mission of Iran to the UN refuting on X. No Iranian official has ever asked to grovel at the gates of the White House. Iran does not negotiate under duress, shall not accept peace under duress. Iran shall respond to any threat with a counter threat, and to any action with reciprocal measures. Trump admits he's lost patience for negotiations.
I said it's very late to be talking. We may meet. I don't know. There's a big difference between now and a week ago, right? Maybe you could call it the ultimate ultimatum, right?
The U.S. is shifting aircraft and warships to the region. To date, it insists military involvement has been limited to defending Israel from Iran's missile attacks. But if it's to destroy Iran's deeply buried Fordo nuclear plant, Israel needs America's so-called bunker buster bombs. That's why it's urging the U.S. to join its offensive campaign. Deliberations over the Israel-Iran conflict
I would
have
almost be
divided
willing
Trump's
to bet money
supporters,
that that's going to be
conservative
dropped today.
personality Tucker Carlson,
Or
who
like in the next
previously
24
campaigned
hours.
for Trump.
48
You're not going to
for
convince
sure.
me that the Iranian people are my enemy.
But the U.S. president insists he's not considering a prolonged foreign entanglement.
The next week is going to be very big, maybe less than a week, maybe less.
U.S. intelligence suggests Iran is years away from making a nuclear weapon. But this week, President Trump said he believes Iran was close and has rejected that intelligence assessment.
I'm just going to wake up and
Kimberly
say drop the
Holkett, Al
bombs,
Jazeera,
probably.
the White
I think he's already been woken up to
Let's go
advise
to
him
Phil
what's
Lavelle.
happened.
He
but
joins us live from Washington, D.C. Phil, so it's
They've
still
already been
unclear,
moving
what
stuff
Donald
into
Trump
that area?
intends to do. Have there been any developments in the United States?
Well, I mean, it's still the middle of the night here, so nothing's come through yet. But bear in mind that he's often on his phone at this time of the night, putting things on Truth Social, so it could happen at any time. But look, the thing about Donald Trump is, despite all of the rhetoric about running out with patience and all of the military posturing,
Truth Social
this
account?
man wants a deal, right? I mean, he's always said the deal is his second favourite word in the dictionary after tariffs. So if there can be some kind of deal, he's really going to be pushing for that. And although it's difficult for him to do that at the moment, what it is happening is there's a lot going on behind the scenes because the foundations of any deal are being laid by other people. So let me talk you through what's going on over the next few hours. Later today, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, will be here in Washington meeting David Lammy, who is the British Foreign Minister. They're going to have a meeting at the White House, not the State Department. We've not been told exactly what they're going to be discussing, but obviously it's going to be
3:30 in the
Iran.
morning.
It
You
could be
think
to do
Trump would
with
still
getting
normally be up
negotiations
at this
back on
point?
track. It could be about logistics because if there is a military campaign, those B-2 bombers that would be used to deliver those bunker buster bombs could very well go from Diego
Be on the way
Garcia,
right
which
now.
is
Well, not
British
right now,
territory
but
with an American military base in the Indian Ocean. But also on Friday, we are learning that the British Foreign Minister, again, David Lammy, along with the German and the French foreign ministers, are going to be in Geneva, Switzerland, and they're going to be meeting with their Iranian counterpart. Now, the Americans are not thought to be at that, but we are told, crucially,
you're
that
probably
it is
looking
in
at another 12
coordination with
hours
the Americans.
before
So you've got all of these things going on in the background, which could
B-2 bomber would be
start to bring things together.
launched.
It could give Donald Trump a bit of an off-ramp, but as we all know with Donald Trump, until things are announced, and even after they're announced,
and apparently
it could
they're
go in
stationed
either
only
direction.
about 4,000 kilometers
Phil,
or
tell us a
something
little
away from
more
Iran.
about the situation back home domestically.
There's an island like in the middle of the
possibility
Indian
the
Ocean
US
or something like
striking
that,
Iran
where they've
has caused
got them
a split
stationed.
in the Republican Party. Where do things stand with Donald Trump's loyalists?
Well, I mean, Donald Trump has control of the Republican Party, but there are these two areas. You've got your traditional Republicans and your hawkish Republicans, and then you've got the MAGA crowd, Make America Great Again. So that's the movement that Donald Trump effectively founded. But that was very much about America first. So you'll remember he fought this whole election on saying, I'm not going to get involved in endless wars. We're not going to get involved in these foreign entanglements. He's got his vice president, J.D. Vance, who is very much openly against being involved in Ukraine and all of these other wars. And there are some very prominent voices, for example, Senator Ted Cruz, Senator Lindsey Graham, who have been saying to, you need to go into Iran, you need to sort this out. We've had some prominent voices on Fox News, which is the president's favorite news channel, directly looking down the lens and appealing to him, saying, Mr. President, you've got to go in. That's how much they are pushing it. But then you've got other members of the Make America Great side, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is a congresswoman from Georgia. It's fair to say that she pretty much backs Donald Trump on most things that he decides. She, along with others, are really saying, look, this cannot happen. And this seems to have really irritated the president, because he was asked about these people who are from the section of the party that he essentially founded. And he said, I will decide what Make America Great is again, and nobody else. I will decide.
Hold on.
And he was asked yesterday about what he thinks about the fact that his support this.
Apparently, the IDF, Israeli Defense Force, says it killed Mohammed Ahmad Qais, Hezbollah's anti-tank unit commander in Sheba, in a drone strike overnight in Nabatee. He was behind multiple attacks, including the April 26th missile strike from Mount Dove that killed IDF contractor Sharif Sawaid.
Then you've got the possibility of service personnel being killed, which will not reflect very well for him. And also, he also fought the election on having a strong
we reported
economy,
earlier that Israel's defense
if the price of
minister
gas goes up here in the United States because the Strait of Hormuz is
Iran has fired a new wave of ballistic missiles towards Israel. Explosions have been heard over Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. There have been several waves of missiles fired overnight from Iran.
Thank you for that, Phil.
Israeli media is reporting that 4 sites have been hit.
By Stephen Zunis. He's professor of
Noor Ardeh joins us live now from the Jordan's capital. She's in Amman because Israel's government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. So, Noor, what's the latest we're hearing about this latest attack from Iran towards Israel?
So, Mohammed, there were 4 impact sites, 3 in central Israel, in the Gush Dan area, as it's called. So that's the larger Tel Aviv area. There was heavy damage sustained to some buildings. 1 in Holon is reported to have collapsed. There was also an impact site cleared from the military sensor that made impact near Soroka Hospital. Now, why Soroka Hospital is important? This is a very large hospital in Israel. It receives, right now, in the context of the war on Gaza, a lot of injured soldiers. The hospital itself, that we know, was not the target. There was a building next to it that struck, but it sustained heavy damage, and the medical crews are inviting the public not to approach the impact site. They're still going through the buildings and the rubble to make sure that there is nobody stuck under the debris. Up to 25 people have been injured, and these are very initial numbers, Mohammed. We understand that maybe 3 of them are in critical condition, but there's still, it's a fluid situation, and the crews are still working in those impact sites. The fact that 1 building collapsed means that it will take some time before the medical services in Israel can say conclusively that they've been able to tally all those injured or possibly killed in this attack.
Noor, when we were speaking to you just a few minutes back, you were talking about the fact that this is taking a toll on residents in cities like Tel Aviv and other parts of Israel that have come under attack from Iran. The fact that there are ballistic missiles that are getting through Israel's much vaunted Iron Dome air defense system. But there is still broad support amongst the public in Israel for the campaign against Iran, correct?
There is. I mean, Iran is the consensus bad guy, if you will, in Israel. This is a country that is viewed as a threat by most Israelis. Now, there might be discussion about the tactics, about whether it was smart to do this alone, to not create an international coalition. But the fact that Israel is attacking Iran is not exactly controversial. Now, the toll that it's taking on Israelis, well, you know, we're still in the first week, but I can tell you from personal experience, as someone who's lived in areas where bombs keep
open the background,
falling,
something.
without
Yes,
alarms,
Mavo.
it is very disruptive.
I asked
It's
people earlier if it
exhausting.
was
You
bothering them, and they
don't
said
get
no.
enough
It's
sleep.
a
You have to
news
keep wondering and worrying
notification
about,
site that I'm
your
watching.
children, about your daily routine, what areas
I
you
can
should
turn that
approach
off
and
if
what
it is
areas
bothering you guys, but
shouldn't,
it gives me
and
like
so
immediate
on.
notifications.
What could be a possible target? So this is
Or there is. I can actually put it on a
very,
different.
difficult for people in you know, areas
I can put it on
that
a different
are, trapped in such
page, and then you
conflict
guys wouldn't
zones.
hear it.
It's also has an impact on the economy, and you know, over yesterday, less than 24 hours ago, the Israeli army
It just lets me know that
some
there's
of the
something that's up right away.
on Israeli citizens. So they went from essential to limited. That means that some economic activity was able to resume, that some gatherings were permitted, but people still were instructed to stay near shelters. And that means that you know, your life is confined to movement and planning in and around the vicinity of the nearest shelter. It is quite
You get
quite
losses covered.
exhausting.
And Noor, you raise an important
I don't know if
point in
there's
your last
bomb
answer.
insurance.
You talked about having lived in areas where rockets had fallen, but there
I don't know if
were
there's bomb
no
insurance.
alarms that had sounded. So I want to ask you about what
what
the
are you
situation
what are you
is
planning
like
to do,
with
Nixon?
all this going on for Palestinians in the occupied West Bank.
Well, it's nerve-wracking. In the occupied West Bank, there are no alarms. There are no shelters, just like in Gaza. And so what Palestinians do is they download the Israeli applications that give some forward warning to Israeli citizens. They listen in to the nearby Israeli settlements, and it's difficult to live in the occupied West Bank without having at least one illegal settlement near you. So most Palestinians can hear those sirens, but then there's nowhere for them to go. So what most do, what I did when I was in Ramallah, is to try and figure out what is the safest room in my house, what is the one further away from the windows, further away from the illegal.
Is there a safest
Israeli
room if you're about to get
settlement,
bombed?
and
Like,
convince myself that this is the best way to do it, or to go to, you know, where the staircase is if you live in a building, and on and on. Now,
all right,
if
see you later,
it's a
Mavo.
school
Thanks
day,
again,
for
man. Appreciate it.
example, well, you know, you learn to deal.
Thank you very
with
much for the
with
sub.
the stress, because you cannot stop living just because you are deprived of all protections. So life does go on. People do go to school. Right now, schools are off in the occupied West Bank. It's summer vacation. But you can't stop your daily routine just because you're caught without, like I said, without protection. And there's nothing really that you can do about it.
Noor, if I could follow up on a point you were making earlier, you did mention that this is just the first week of this conflict, and we have to wait and see what the support will be if this prolongs this conflict, and if there are more attacks, and if more missiles, ballistic missiles launched from Iran get through the Israeli air defense systems. I want to ask you, though, is there a sense in Israel that
there's
those
an ad
Israelis
break
who
right
may
now.
be supporting this conflict thus far, do they have a sense as to what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's objectives truly are at this point? Do they believe that it is deterrence? Do they believe that it is degradation of Iran's capabilities, or is it regime?
if you want to watch on YouTube, if you're getting an ad, you won't hear that, but there you go.
Well, that's difficult to gauge because, quite honestly, the Israeli government hasn't really been forthcoming. They've given mixed signals. The Israeli prime minister has spoken about toppling the Iranian government. If you listen to the right-wing media, and let's remember, Israel is very
Nixon.
polarized at the moment.
I can't believe you're falling for
nearly
that trap.
2 years of a genocidal war on Gaza, another war on Lebanon, a multi-frontal war waged all across the region. It has really fractured public opinion in Israel, and many in the Israeli public don't trust Netanyahu. They don't trust his motivations.
I thought Netanyahu was
fact
not
that
even
in the
popular
right-wing
in
media circles, there is
Israel.
a lot of hype about possibly taking out the supreme leader of Iran, about toppling the government, about eliminating the threat if the United States participates actively in the military efforts. Then you begin to wonder, and the Israelis are asking questions. What is the end game? There's no end game for Gaza except the talk about mass displacement and ethnic
What's exclamation
cleansing.
follow supposed to do?
In Lebanon, there is no end game anywhere at the moment in all those fronts, in all
I don't even
those
know.
wars that Israel is waging. What there is talk about hegemony, is talk about also the political survival of this right-wing government. Polls indicate that the approval rating of Netanyahu has increased, at least in his base, in his right-wing base. And so one begins to draw some connections. At the moment, there isn't enough chatter, there isn't enough momentum, if you will, to say that some sort of opposition is increasing, although the voices questioning all of this do exist, and we hear them and we read some of the opinion pieces that are published, some of the commentary that is published, questioning that tactic, questioning the motivations behind all of this and the timing. Mohammed, I want to remind our viewers, a few days before all of this took place, before all of this started on Friday, there was a no confidence vote in the Israeli Knesset against this government. It barely survived that no confidence vote. And I remember that we were reporting right before.
Look at all you guys follow aging. 4 years, 4 years.
Netanyahu told his detractors within the right-wing base, you have to
follow
wait.
age you're looking for.
This is a very sensitive area, very sensitive time. And this is, there are very important things that might be happening in the coming
well, these were
days.
missiles that
He
hit.
won them over. And
These
his
weren't bombs,
government
these were
survived.
missiles.
So there's a lot of internal politics happening here, even though we're talking about a consequential conflict, one with regional and global ramifications, especially
for the horde. Oh, is that
in
a
relation to
third
the
sub
supply
tonight?
Of energy. Iran
Arvia,
is not
thank
just
you.
a regional player. It is an important producer of energy in the world.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Noor
That's
Ade joining
3
us live
subs we've
from
had
Amman.
tonight.
A reminder to our viewers, Noor is in Amman because Israel's government banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. Thanks so much, Noor.
All right, so we've got 2 cameras on the scene. Bottom right is the hospital, guys, and top left is one of the suburbs of Tel Aviv. Wait, what just happened? Turn it off.
Well, we are bringing you the first live television interview with an Iranian official since this conflict began. I'm joined by Ismail Bagai. He's the spokesperson for Iran's foreign ministry. Mr. Bagai, thank you for being with us here on Al Jazeera.
Wait, that is not live. That's a recording.
Right now in Gaza, in light of the Israeli repeated attacks on aid seekers across all designated distribution centers across the Gaza Strip. This morning,
6 years, I know. Jesus. Andy James Games.
Palestinians being killed and over 100 others.
Get a life, dude. No, I'm kidding. Thank you.
Center operated by the controversial Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, just in Netzarim corridor. It's a very close place to where we are.
I was kidding. That was a
The
joke.
sounds
Haha.
of attacks was
That was a joke.
Visibly and clearly very heard for everyone, as the eyewitnesses confirmed that, as always, the Israeli military did not release any sort of warning for the hungry crowds that have gathered near that distribution point, according to an announcement that was shared by Gaza Humanitarian Foundation in its social media
You've had a son in that time.
urging
He's almost
Palestinians
2 already,
to visit
huh?
these sites in order to get food boxes.
Going by quick.
And many of viewers might wonder why people continue to go there despite the huge risk they are enduring. The answer is quite simple. Over more than 3 months of full closure of all border crossings has turned Gaza into a hunger point where people have run out of all kinds of humanitarian
There's a
supplies
report
and now
of
found themselves to be forced to move to these designated centers to get bags of flour, bottle of
guided
water,
missile bomb alert.
and alongside also with food boxes that, according to nutritional experts, they said that it contains, and they contain some sort of low nutritional value. So apparently these attacks are still unfolding, turning
But
all
it's not saying
humanitarian
where.
corridors into
Not even saying if it's in Israel or
till now,
Iran or
people are
Ukraine.
still
Usually
waiting for the
this
next
air raid
announcement
map
to go, simply because they have run out
is
of all
in the
kinds
Ukraine
of options, and
or Russia.
UN-led agencies are still struggling to allow for more aid to access Gaza in light of the wider scale restrictions imposed on their work on the ground by the Israeli authorities. And from the Israeli perspective, they have been viewing the hungry crowds gathering as security threats. But this narrative, according to many local Palestinians, have been
if America sends in their soldiers to help in Gaza, I bet Israel will think
the Palestinian
twice to shoot.
and the militarization of all humanitarian
I don't think
aid
America's
as a
sending
clear weapon
soldiers.
of war against desperate Palestinians.
Thank you so much for that update, Tariq Abazoum, there for us in Deir al-Balah.
We mentioned a couple of hours ago, but it's been
with airstrikes raining down
that
on
again.
Iran,
Israel Defense
spreading
Minister
fear
instructs
across the country. We'll look at how people with the trauma.
Minister instructs military to increase attacks against strategic and government targets in Iran.
Hey everyone, it's looking like it's going to be a damp and chilly day across the Baltic states, extending
This
into
guy comes in all like chipper and stuff like that. There's a war going on. Hey guys, it looks like it's going to be a fantastic day.
31 in Paris, and we'll keep that heat going over the next few days. You could see your hottest June day on record on Sunday. The number to beat is 37 degrees at Charles de Gaulle, and we've got you in for 39. All this heat is being pumped up from Portugal and Spain. It's been a heat wave in Lisbon. You're still up to
as an
35
idea.
degrees on Thursday. Now that the rain has petered out across Central and Eastern Europe, those temperatures are coming up. 30 degrees in Sarajevo. And as we head around the Eastern Mediterranean, plenty of hot sunshine to go along. That includes for Athens at 34 degrees. Here's how it's looking right across Africa. This is
34
a cool
degrees
breeze off the Atlantic, so Nouakchott just 27 degrees. There's our rains across West Africa, but I think we're really going to see them pick up for the
Didn't
coast
Biden
of
order a
Liberia,
dock? I don't
right
know anything
into
about that.
Sierra Leone, so it's going to be a washout in Freetown with a top temperature of 28 degrees on Thursday. Calm for now in South Africa, but we'll see those winds pick up across the south coast over the next 24 hours. 15 degrees in Cape Town on Thursday.
Donald Trump returned to power flanked by billionaires and handed his biggest donor
This just in. Israeli Minister of Defense Katz official statement. The cowardly Iranian dictator sits deep in his fortified bunker and launches targeted fire at hospitals and residential buildings in Israel. I'm not trying to take sides here, but I mean, Israel shouldn't be talking about launching at hospitals and stuff like that, considering what they did in Gaza. Anyways, these are war crimes of the gravest kind, and Khamenei will be held accountable for his crimes. The Prime Minister and I have instructed the IDF to intensify strikes against strategic targets in Iran and against the government sites in Tehran in order to eliminate threats to the state of Israel and destabilize the Ayatollah regime.
Playing
the victim card. They are now, yeah, aren't they?
This hour. Southern Israel's biggest hospital has been badly damaged in one of a series of attacks by Iran. The Iranian military says it was targeting a military facility next to the Soroka hospital in Beersheba. Earlier, Israel carried out a series of attacks on Iran. Strikes included the country's nuclear research facility in Natanz and on the Arak heavy water reactor. U.S. President Donald Trump has admitted he hasn't decided whether
Can't go
or
and
not
commit
to
war
join
crimes
Israel's
and then,
attacks on
you know,
Iran.
complain
He's
that
told the
other
media
people
he
are
likes to
committing them
make
against you,
decisions
I guess.
at the last second. Israel says it has no intention of targeting civilians, but at least 224 Iranians have been killed since hostilities began. more than 90% of them civilians. Behdad Mahichi has this report.
There's panic in the heart of Tehran, and no indication of when the next airstrike will come. In the middle of the night, a father searches for his daughter in their destroyed apartment. Not far away, emergency crews pull out bodies from the rubble. In the daytime, the sky offers no answers, only more airstrikes with no particular pattern. People here have not seen attacks like this since the war with Iraq in the 1980s. Israel says it's targeting Iran's top military leadership, but most of those killed have been civilians, according to Iran's health ministry.
A woman was killed over there. Her arm was severed in the blast. In this other house, a child was killed along with her parents. And in the unit next to it, about 6 people were killed. 3 of them were children.
Among those killed in the recent attacks, a young Taekwondo prodigy, a graphic designer, and a university student. 23-year-old Parnia Abbasi was an English teacher and a poet. In her final poem, before being killed, she wrote, "In 1,000 places, I come to an end. I burn. I become a faded star that turns to smoke in your sky." The situation is unpredictable. Petrol stations are clogged as cars fill highways leading out of Tehran. The US president says everyone should evacuate the capital, but for a city of 10 million people, the call is not even close to realistic. Despite the hostilities, life has not stopped yet. A couple got married the day after attacks began, writing on social media, "We endured a hellish night and got married with puffy eyes." For many, life goes on. Tense, disrupted, but
I got a, hold on.
Behdad Mahichi, Al Jazeera.
Got a report. Benjamin Netanyahu has, thought it was actually a video. Apparently, Israeli Premier Benjamin Netanyahu has warned Iran will pay a heavy price after its missile attack damaged Israel's Soroka Hospital and Be'er Sheva. So, things are going to escalate, it looks like. Things are going to escalate. We'll see. We'll see how fast. Like Israel could just escalate immediately. Like this could happen any moment.
The calculus of the Iranians and really push them very, very hard. So I think they have to walk this very tightrope.
On that point, I want to talk to you about this attack on this hospital in Beersheba in southern Israel, the optics of which are not looking great for Iran, even though Iran has stressed or made clear this morning that they weren't targeting the hospital, they were targeting a military facility nearby. That's not going to work in Iran's favor, is it, if they're trying to hold things back?
It won't work, but we have to remember that Iran has to use these missiles that they have. They don't have the air capacity that Israel has to send aircraft and has these smart munitions. The Iranians have to work
That's
with
from
what
yesterday.
they have.
We're not going to watch that again.
Mostly infrastructure that is military, but obviously there's been this hit. But also in the same time, the Israelis have said that they are having targeted strikes, but have hit also civilian areas and have been civilian casualties. This is now an open conflict, and it's likely that civilian infrastructure will be hit on both sides.
Once again, the ball lies in Donald Trump's court, and once again, we continue to get cryptic statements from him. Latest being, "I have ideas as to what to do. I'd like to make a final decision 1 second before it's due, because things can change." Do you think he actually has made up his mind as to what he is going to do? Or is he
I think he's made up his mind now.
How things go?
I think he's dropping
Donald Trump
something.
is walking his own fine line. You know, Donald Trump was elected on this platform of ending forever wars. The MAGA movement wants to focus America first as the economy. So he has this wing of the Republican Party that does not want to intervene. And, you know, we've seen the interview with Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz yesterday, which was very interesting. But on the other hand, he has the Iran hoax administration, the pro-Israel crowd, AIPAC, and so on, who really want him to make this hit. But he understands that if he does make this hit, there's going to be an impact on the American economy. The closing of the Straits of Hormuz, oil prices going up, global economy being shaken. This will impact the U.S. as well. So all of this is in Trump's head, and I don't think he has made a decision yet.
The region as a whole
I think he has
a lot to lose if the U.S.
I think
gets
something's
involved.
going down.
What do you think the thinking is?
Nighttime, we'll see, but
from the regional players, the likes of Qatar, the likes of Saudi Arabia, many of which have U.S. bases on their soil, should they be doing more? What can they be doing?
Well, if you recall the first JCPOA, the Saudi Arabians and the Emiratis were actually against it. But right now, the Saudis and the Emiratis are actually pro any type of agreement because everybody wants to focus in the Gulf on these ambitious economic development plans. And if a war happens, this will reduce confidence, investor confidence, investment
another
in
follow
the whole
today.
region. So I think the Gulf countries are trying
Call
to
me special.
de-escalate,
Thank you, man.
but in the same time, they're walking their own tightrope with
Thank you
Donald
very
Trump,
much.
who was just
Appreciate
here. All
that.
these investments were signed. We have to look at this also in terms of geography. Yeah, so we're actually 200 kilometers away from Iran. There are facilities on the Iranian coast. There's a nuclear reactor there.
I would be surprised if something didn't drop. Like,
be poisoned. So all
there's
of
gonna
the
be a
countries of the
massive
Gulf will be
response.
affected. So
I
think
wonder
the
if they're
Gulf
going to even
countries
wait
are
till
really trying
nighttime.
to de-escalate, but they have reached their limits of their diplomacy because right now it's Netanyahu in Tel Aviv wanting perpetual war, Trump in Washington, D.C. deciding what to do to attack Iran, and then Khamenei in Iran, who is very old, by the way, and may want to go out in a blaze of glory with firing missiles across the region to retaliate.
Okay, Adel,
Just
stay
I
with
know,
us.
dude.
I want to come back to you because there's so much more to discuss.
I want to see what she has. There's a couple of
that we have here on Al Jazeera, an exclusive interview. The head
news
of the
feeds I
United
want to
Nations
report.
Atomic Agency has spoken to Al Jazeera and told them that the IAEA did not find evidence that Iran was constructing a nuclear weapon. Rafael Grossi's comments come a week after the agency accused Tehran of not complying with its nuclear obligations. He's been speaking to my colleague Neve Barker on Talk to Al Jazeera.
Come on.
We did not find in Iran elements to indicate that there is an active, systematic plan to build a nuclear weapon. We have not seen elements
no proof
to allow us
at
as
all so far
inspectors to affirm that there was a nuclear weapon that was being manufactured or produced somewhere in Iran.
Iranian authorities also claim that scientists were assassinated after the identities were shared with the IAEA. Can you confirm if any IAEA reports were ever leaked, intentionally or otherwise?
Not only scientists, but the lead negotiator for Iran was assassinated.
These claims made by Iran.
Absolutely not. How can you imagine? And by the way, we don't have information about addresses, people's lives. Absolutely not. So this is something that I would expect serious press not to peddle.
Those are the allegations made by Iran that I'm duty-bound in this interview to put to you. But I hope you appreciate in a region that where the shadow of the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003 still casts a very long shadow, doesn't it? We have to make sure that we have to make sure that any of the intelligence that you may have based your findings on is watertight, which is precisely what we're doing here.
And you can watch that entire interview at 9:30 GMT today on Talk to Al Jazeera. While the international focus on Iran's nuclear ambitions, analysts say the only country in the Middle East widely understood to have nuclear capability is Israel. Alan Fisher reports on Israel's open secret.
While Benjamin Netanyahu has warned of the alleged nuclear threat from others,
Iran has
for 30 years we've been hearing this.
In Tehran, a secret atomic warehouse.
One of the worst kept secrets in the world is Israel's own nuclear program. It has never been officially acknowledged, although whistleblowers like Israeli scientist Mordechai Vanunu revealed it is the only country in the Middle East with a nuclear bomb.
The only state to have atomic bomb is Israel.
That ambiguity gives Israel a kind of quiet diplomatic leverage. So even without ever confirming its arsenal, the widespread assumption that Israel has nuclear weapons adds weight to how it's perceived on the world stage.
It's now believed Israel has 90 nuclear warheads and the ability to build almost 300 more.
Jesus.
During the war in the Middle East in 1973, the US shipped massive conventional military support to Israel rather than have it resort to its nuclear arsenal. Support that continues today, with $3 billion in military aid annually from the US. But the threat from nuclear weapons hasn't gone away.
It hangs over the entire world. There's no question about it. You know, and in the end, I would hope that the U.S. has veto power over what Israel does. And
probably not. Apparently not. They didn't veto, didn't listen to America in attacking
Israel's defense
here.
minister says Tehran will burn if Iran continues to fire missiles into his country. A declaration, says Steinbach, really aimed at Washington.
This is not so much a warning to Iran, but as a signal to the United States that if the United States does not get actively involved on Israel's side, then it will use nuclear weapons.
There's a strong perception, especially among states in the global south and others in the Middle East, that there is a double standard at play. Countries like Iran, for instance, are under intense international scrutiny, bound by inspections and treaty obligations, while Israel is widely understood to have nuclear weapons and faces very little pressure to disarm, let alone even acknowledge them.
Israel's nuclear weapons policy is called strategic ambiguity, never acknowledging they have them, staying outside international constraints, but leveraging the power they bring, because everyone knows they do. Alan Fisher, Al Jazeera.
Well, joining us once again is Adel Abdel Ghaffar, Director of the Foreign Policy Program, the Middle East Council. Adel, while Israel, as we heard there, has never actually confirmed that they have a nuclear program, it is widely assumed that they do, and that does give them leverage, particularly over Iran.
That's correct. So the Israelis never declared the program. They have it with what is called strategic ambiguity. Do they have them? Do they not have them? But we all
apparently
know
they do have them.
And of course, it gives them an
Gonna
edge
scan
over
Twitter
other
again.
Players, and everybody's focused now on the Iranian program, but not really many people discuss that actually the only country in the region that has nuclear weapons is Israel. So I think a way forward is a weapons-free Middle East, where you remove nuclear weapons from everybody, but that's not going to happen because Israel wants to maintain that edge over its rivals.
So Iran is claiming that the attack target was IDF, Israel Defense Force C41 headquarters. Both of the military buildings located inside the Soroka Medical Center.
There is a double standard here because
Could be propaganda.
It's completely logical for Iran to assume that Israel
Am I growing out the beard?
an existential threat because it's
I'm
Israel
not.
who is.
I've had it grow out for like a
under
week or two
this,
before, and it just itches the
secretive
hell out of my
idea
face.
of
I'm like,
whether
no,
they have
I
a
can't do
nuclear
this.
Program. They're not a member of the JCPOA.
Forget this. I'm not doing this.
And so on.
Well, unfortunately, we live in a world of double standards, and the case for that, we've seen the genocide in Gaza, the global response versus the response to the war in Ukraine, and so on. This is the world we live in, you know. And Israel not only has this nuclear capability, but all of the weapons that the U.S. sells to Israel, it always has to ensure that Israel has a superiority. So even though that the Arab allies, for example, like Saudi Arabia and UAE, may purchase advanced weapons, the Israelis would then get further more advanced weapons to shoot these types of weapons down. So it's always...
American officials have announced Jewish communities you're facing elevated threat due to the Israel-Iran war.
Program. Briefly, can I ask you, how hopeful are you of any sort of diplomatic breakthrough at this point?
Well, it's in the mind of one man, Donald Trump, who has not made a decision, is making these calculations. Should he get into the war? Should he not get into the war? I think if the U.S. gets into the war, we're going to have this regional conflagration that we're all trying to avoid.
Thank you so much for your analysis. Adel Abdel Ghaffar, Director of the Foreign Policy Program at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs. And that's it.
How
for
the
me,
hell
Money
does a
Insight.
missile
This news
penetrate
hour, I'll be back
200
home
feet?
Just a moment with much more of the day's news, including the latest on the
How is this
Iran-Israel
possible?
war. Do stay with us.
How is that possible?
Is the United
United States slowly
That's crazy.
but surely losing its place as the world leader in research and innovation. Is there any hope for U.S. pressure to end Israel's policy of starvation and killing in Gaza? How is America changing? And where is it heading?
A quizzical look at U.S. politics. The bottom line.
Hearing the facts.
The situation is dire for millions of people across the Gaza Strip. The one food distribution site is nowhere near enough to meet the huge demand.
Asking
questions. Interesting. Apparently, the Israel parliament, called the Knesset, just voted laws to prohibit the filming of missiles. Number 1, the laws prohibit filming interceptions and landings. Number 2, the law prohibits uploading photos and videos to social networks. Number 3, the law will prohibit any foreign media that acts against the state from filming throughout the country during the time of war. Number 4, the law prohibits filming sensitive and strategic locations within the country's territory. And finally, number 5, the new law does not provide for monetary fines, but for actual imprisonment between 20 months and 30 months. I guess they're trying to get serious with this, I guess. So it might be harder to find some of this stuff going forward, but we will see.
Lawn next to Tel Aviv. Israel also carrying out new attacks in Iran as it's warned people to evacuate several.
Because they don't want to show the enemy how their missile defense. Yeah. Take away any strategic advantage. I mean, it's smart. But I think it's also showing that Iranians' missile strikes have hurt
Tehran as a battle rages amongst Republicans over what direction he should take. And in other news, Hurricane Eric strengthens rapidly into a major Category 4 now hurricane as it churns towards Mexico's southern
Category
Pacific
4.
coast. It's expected to make landfall there very shortly, in fact, early Thursday morning. And
hold on, we're gonna see what's going on here.
Point as a result of this latest attack.
Well, I'm currently at the secure Magen David Adom Central Dispatch Center, and I can report that currently there are no injuries as a result of the recent missile attack on Israel. Magen David Adom did receive few calls for people that tripped or injured their limbs falling when they were rushing to shelters, but as for now, no injuries as a result of the latest attack.
And we've seen the photos that have come in, the videos over the past week. But can you explain what the situation has been like overall on the ground there over the last several days?
So as you mentioned, this is the 6th day of the war. Each night, and I repeat, each night there are at least 2, 3, sometimes 5 missile attacks. That means that millions of Israelis have to rush into shelters as missiles waiting something like 600, carrying 600 pounds of explosive, sometimes 800 pounds of explosive are being shot towards civilian population. This is very imitating, and I think the state of Israel hasn't experienced this kind of ballistic missile attack since 1991, 34 years ago. The Desert Storm,
yeah.
First Gulf
I remember
War
though when that started. I remember what I was
How
doing when
exactly
that
do you
was
go about
announced. I was going
prioritizing
skiing
your
with a bunch of
personnel,
friends.
your officials there on the ground, as we know that so many civilian areas are being targeted. There's maybe damage here, and
I remember driving up and
civilians
listening to
injured
it on the
over here.
radio.
So how do you kind of prioritize where to go?
So Magen David Adom operates a state-of-the-art technological system that helps us make a rapid assessment of any call comes from after a missile attack. We use technology to understand what's the worst incident and send the teams over there. Also, Magen David Adom is embedded into community. That means that we have paramedics living at the communities, thus responding immediately after a missile hit. Josh, please understand, while the people of Israel are obliged to remain in shelters 10 minutes after the attack, Magen David Adom teams rush outside of the shelters in order to assess the situation and start providing medical attention immediately after the missile strike.
And Magen David Adom, as far as the potential here for any sort of regional conflict, can you explain to me how that organization, that agency, is prepared for this? Are you prepared for this to become?
I'm old, dude. I was in high school at the time. I was working at McDonald's as a student at high school, and a bunch of us from the restaurant were going up to go skiing.
And then prepare. We have a fleet of over 1,900 ambulances. 1,900 ambulances. Obviously, this is not what the state of Israel needs for a daily operation when there is no war.
Yeah.
But once a war starts, immediately.
So I was going somewhere because it said it started in August.
This is exactly what happened.
So I was going somewhere, but probably not skiing in August.
The word came in that the war started. Immediately, we manned the entire fleet of ambulances. We called upon the tens of thousands of volunteers that we have to be prepared, to be ready. And this is how you respond for war or for conflict. Either it's a small one, or either it's on a large scale.
Something we've seen a lot.
Reading about that hurricane, yeah, it's an it's a level 4 now.
Going on now for more than 3 years. We have seen attacks happen, and then when first responders do show up on the scene, there are additional attacks that are targeting those first responders. Have you seen anything like that happening there in Israel specifically?
Well, unfortunately, yes. As I mentioned, Magen David Adom teams are operating in the field, even even putting themselves in harm's way. This is why we provide them with personal protective equipment. Nevertheless, just 3 days ago, our team that was responding to one of the emergencies was caught on a siren. They did exactly what they had to do: stop the vehicle outside and just ducked in in a trench nearby, where a missile hit the street.
U.S. Embassy is now advising that U.S. personnel in Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank stay in place and seek shelter until the security measures have passed, or till the security issue has passed.
Paramedics that were murdered by terrorists while providing medical attention. Unfortunately, the fact that Magen David Adom teams are humanitarians doesn't provide them protection anymore.
On that same note here, what are some of the biggest challenges that you all faced while you're there on the ground? As you mentioned, of course, you have the rocket fire coming in, you have one area, and then maybe that same area is hit while you're responding. So what kind of challenges overall do you face?
Well, exactly as you mentioned, Josh, the first challenge is the prolonged response to the different scenes. Please understand, when a ballistic missile hit, it destroys a building. Sometimes it destroys several buildings. That means that Magen David Adom personnel have to stay on site, work together with the Home Front Command. The IDF extract the injured, and Magen David Adom provide the medical attention. But that means that our paramedics stay on site sometimes for hours, and at the same time they are under threat of more missiles coming in. Additional challenge on the organizational level is maintaining the preparedness and the response level for a prolonged time. From what we follow in the media in Israel, we are seeing a U.S. involvement or a beginning of involvement, something that may say that we can go for a long time of war, and this is we have to make sure that we'll be able to respond for a quite long period of time.
My last question here, your message to Israeli civilians who right now, many of whom are seeking shelter. They're hearing sirens that have been blaring now for 6 days in a row. What is your message to those folks out there?
Well, my first message is follow the home front command instructions. They are life-saving. Do not get out of the shelter before you are instructed to. Go immediately to the shelter when siren is heard. God forbid, if something is wrong, if you are not feeling well, or if you heard something, call Magen David Adom. Magen David Adom, Israel's national emergency medical services, stands with the people of Israel in these harsh times, and we will continue doing so.
All right. Uri Shaham, of course, the chief of staff.
So apparently, U.S. officials are saying that potential unrest at home and abroad puts the U.S. in an uneasy position as to how to react. Because a lot of Americans do not want to enter in this thing, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. And coming back, let's see if there's something else. Here's Al Jazeera. Looks like they're covering it again.
Continue, and the reality on the ground, based on what we see and what we hear, is the continuation of Israeli strikes. Last time when we spoke, and last night specifically, we heard sounds of massive explosions across the country, and specifically here in capital last night, we heard activation of the air defense system trying to intercept. And of course, the last report that we have is from Mashhad, a city in which they are saying that they have shot down a set of UAVs, micro UAVs belonging to the Israelis.
Given everything you've described and the attacks, the intensifying attacks that we're seeing on Iran, what is the mood amongst the people of Iran?
We'll see if this other live feed starts up again.
That the United States and Donald
I should
Trump
be able to find it again,
are
though.
getting closer to joining forces with Israel in attacking Iran.
When we speak to people, we've got a different sentiment of various feelings. First of all, of course, they are anxious about the future as the Israeli strikes continue, and we have to keep in mind that these strikes are not limited to military or nuclear facilities, but they
I'll just leave it there because it's saying to stand by for more. So
infrastructures and residential buildings from the day one, and now this is day 7 of these strikes. If you remember, we were in front of a building.
Our military to serve and protect America, not foreign states. Yes, but military or America has always used the excuse that they are protecting American interests abroad when they do this, right?
In civilian casualties,
they will make up some reason as to why this is to help protect America.
Family and alongside with other families who were living there in that building, and now from day one we're seeing footages of civilian casualties coming out, women and children being killed. That creates a sort of anxiety, and their lives are being affected as the U.S. President Donald Trump days ago called for evacuation of Tehran, a city that hosts 10 million people. Part of that population has decided to go out of the city, but still there are millions of people.
Yeah, this might be the same feed, just on a different
capital. And of course, one important point about their sentiments is this increasing sense of anger about these strikes.
The same feed.
That we've got nothing to do with military or nuclear issues. We are ordinary citizens, but still our lives are being very much influenced by these attacks.
Thank you so much for that update. Tawhid Asadi there for us.
We
in
now
the Iranian
analyze also, I
capital,
think,
Tehran.
of the domino effect if Iran or any Muslim
Now, US President Donald
were to
Trump
open
says he is still
were to
weighing
get,
his
yeah, if they
options
get
on
nuclear
US
weapons,
military
start
intervention.
dropping bombs,
Earlier,
man.
Trump said his patience with Iran has
Like,
already
there's people
run out. Our White House correspondent Kimberly Holkett reports from Washington.
There's like people that are all opposed to helping Ukraine. Ukraine's kind of the same situation. If Russia takes over Ukraine, the next thing that here, I'm going to bring it up on this map here. If we just if you just allow them to take Ukraine here, that's one of the USSR's former states. What's to stop Russia from then going into Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania? Right? And then reforming the old Soviet Republic. Like, that's the worry. And we learned during World War II by just allowing Hitler to keep marching and taking more territory, that it's a lose-lose situation. If you don't nip it in the butt now, you're going to pay for it later.
I don't know. There's a big difference between now and a week ago, right? Maybe you could call it the ultimate.
Well, there's definitely a big difference between now and like 12 hours ago.
The U.S. is shifting aircraft and warships to the region. To date, it insists military involvement has been limited to defending Israel from Iran's missile attacks. But if it's to destroy Iran's deeply buried Fordo nuclear plant, Israel needs America's so-called bunker buster bombs. That's why it's urging the U.S. to join its offensive campaign. Deliberations over the Israel-Iran conflict have divided Trump's supporters, including conservative personality Tucker Carlson, who previously campaigned for Trump.
You're not going to convince me that the Iranian people are my enemy.
But the U.S. president insists he's not considering a prolonged foreign entanglement.
The next week is going to be
Yeah,
very big.
we've watched this before.
Soroka Medical Center is currently closed for action except for emergency life-saving procedures.
Can't really hear this guy.
This is a result of us being unclear about what the structural damage actually is. In the next few hours, we have
Can't really
engineers
hear him.
from the medical center, from the Home Front Command, and other factors examining every building. As we determine what each building's structural damage is, we will be able to know how soon we can return to activity. We expect that we will be transferring over
Hey, stream Dr. B, what's up, man? I think the U.S. should give them the bunker buster bomb. I think if he just drops the one bomb and then remains out of the war, I think his base, being MAGA and, you know, the right Republicans, they might be able to deal with that. But if he starts anything else, or if Americans get killed in the war, like if Iran starts launching missiles at American army bases and kill people, he's, you know, people are going to have a fit. That's going pretty good, man. How are you? Is it George Costanza? Yes.
department since Friday, since the beginning.
You can barely hear him, though. I don't know if you guys can hear him at all, but...
We've moved all of our unsafe departments immediately, and in the following days we've moved departments that have sheltered areas, but we felt should be more protected. So, for instance, the ward that we moved yesterday.
But this guy's giving up, like, the latest update. Like, this is a live interview. I don't shut up so I can hear it.
Or expectation, it's just what we do for emergency preparedness. How many patients are now where in the hospital during around 650. Most of them in sheltered areas. In formal sheltered areas, yes, we do have an underground hospital. We moved probably around 150 patients who are immobile to sheltered areas several days ago, 4 or 5 days ago.
Oh, thanks, Dr. B. Or DRB. It's drum and bass, isn't it? Is it drum? Is that what it stands for, or no? I know you watch me during the Eve streams. It's not drum and bass, is it? It would be DRNB then.
People, cancer patients, people who need urgent medical care, they cannot go home. And these people were targeted directly to be killed by...
Just Dr. B, right?
There's no other explanation for this. and it's shocking that such a thing would take place.
Thank you very much.
So that was the hospital director general, apparently. Can't really hear anything else. I'm gonna tune into this interview on the top right.
I mean,
here,
that's
guys.
true, and that's actually quite a concern because if those facilities are destroyed through explosive materials like
we're talking
this
about the bunker
specific type
buster
of bunker
bomb,
and not only the technology but also the material that is actually being kept in there, the enriched material that is being kept there, of course there will be environmental consequences, quite severe environmental consequences, and that has been already been raised by the International Atomic Energy Agency. For the time being, the agency has just published a couple of days ago that there are no signs that there are specific radiological leaks around neither Natanz nor Fordo, but that could change, of course, and that would be quite problematic, particularly because Fordo it's very near to other specific cities, like for instance Qom.
What about a
Manuel
nuclear
Herrera, it's been great to get your
leak?
input, non-proliferation and disarmament
Drop a
expert.
bomb on
Thanks
the
so
place
much for your time.
Thanks so much. Have a nice day.
Now, Israel's confrontation with Iran has also had implication for the occupied Palestinian territories. During the first days of the conflict, the West Bank was put under lockdown by the Israeli military. That order has now been lifted, but Israel is adding to long existing restrictions to the movement of Palestinians in East Jerusalem and the West Bank, as Emily Gordine reports.
These boulders are blocking the southern entrance to the town of Atur in occupied East Jerusalem. They were put in place after Israel launched its attack on Iran and mean that cars can no longer pass through. Israeli police told DW it's to maintain order and security in this area, but didn't elaborate how so. The people who live here have no choice but to accept it.
What do these blocks even achieve? How do they help, whether from a security standpoint or in terms of protecting citizens' freedom?
It has affected us tremendously. We leave for work at 7 and arrive at 10. We need to walk there. There are no cars, no buses.
Where's this? I missed
Some
where this
try to
is.
squeeze past with their scooter, but fail. Barriers are everywhere you look in the occupied Palestinian territories.
Oh, it's West Bank.
Across the West Bank, Israeli authorities have erected numerous yellow gates at the entrances to Palestinian villages, which they can shut at any time. As we drive from Jerusalem towards Ramallah, just days into the Israel-Iran conflict,
I
we
would
notice
be
more of them
worried
are
that
being
they would
installed.
immediately launch it. Did we
This
get
is
another
Jabba
follow?
checkpoint. On the
Reindeer
other
Gamer,
side,
thank you very
hundreds
much
of cars
to
are queuing to cross.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm glad we're getting a
Palestinians
lot
use
of
this
new
road for
people
work,
to the stream.
to see families
Thank
and
you very
friends,
much, man.
and to access critical infrastructure.
My whole day was ruined, completely ruined. What if I had a hospital appointment or a dentist's or any other? My whole day was lost.
It's collective punishment directed at the entirety of the Palestinian people.
Let me just quickly make a couple of news announcements here. Let's see, the Ukrainian air defense system, they're announcing a worked over Kursk, so it shot down all the Russian incoming rockets. For Israel and Israel losses, Channel 12 of the Israeli regime's television, Iranian missiles hit 40 different locations. 24 people have been killed and more than 838 injured, with 11 in critical condition. Also, 5,000 Israelis have been displaced. So that earlier report that there were dozens of people that have been killed, correct? And 838 people injured because of this overnight. There's another air raid. Man, there's so much. This is in Ukraine, I believe. Yeah, Ukraine. There's another air raid in Ukraine's So this is on the front, basically.
Doing it on the ground.
As I've been watching this today, there's been
As
more
Israel creates
going
facts on the
on
ground,
in
the rumor
Ukraine
Palestinians can move in
than
shrinks with every barrier.
Israel, but we can't
Right,
find
time to
any.
take a look at some of the other stories making headlines around the world. In Thailand, hundreds of protesters gathered to demand the resignation of the Prime Minister. It follows a leaked phone call with Cambodia's former leader in which the Thai Premier criticised her own country's military and called for a peaceful resolution to the dispute over the so-called Emerald Triangle area.
Yeah,
Thai and
there's
Cambodian
some land
troops
between the two
exchanged
countries that
fire
they're
there
disputing.
last month. Time now for a big bang in South Texas.
Look, check this out. Check this out.
That was the moment when a Starship operated by Elon Musk's SpaceX exploded live on camera at a test site in
SpaceX
Texas.
got blown up
It
today.
happened while the Starship was preparing for a critical static fire test when the engines are ignited
I don't know
while
if
the
there's
rocket
any
remains
injuries, though.
anchored to the site. No injuries have been
Okay,
reported.
no injuries. That's good.
Out of a big bang due to natural causes, an erupting volcano in Indonesia has forced
of
the
news.
evacuation of nearby villages and continues to
volcano
disrupt
eruption.
air travel with thousands of passengers affected. No injuries have been reported, but authorities are warning that the danger is far from over.
A setting sun illuminates the giant plume of ash, reaching 10,000 meters into the evening sky. Residents at a safe distance were spellbound by the display. But closer to the mountain, authorities evacuated villages, expanding the danger zone to 8 kilometers from the crater and raising the eruption alert to the highest level. By morning, roads and roofs were dusted with a layer of ash in this village closer to the mountain. People here had to flee when the volcano went off.
Yesterday, when the mountain erupted, we were on our front lawn, but then stones started raining down on us and we ran to the next town.
Mount
Apparently
Lewottobi
they're
Laki
reporting
Laki
that
is
the
located
hospital
on the
itself
island of
was
Flores in eastern Indonesia,
hit.
south of
But the
Sulawesi.
shockwave is what did the
The ash
damage.
cloud
But this
was
is coming
visible
from
as
somebody
far as
that is
150
very
kilometers away, and the eruption affected air
pro-Iranian.
traffic in
But
Bali,
he's followed
more
by
than
people that I
500
trust.
kilometers to the west. Dozens of flights in and out of the tourist island were cancelled, leaving travelers stranded. But most took it in their stride.
Cannot be despair, otherwise you do nothing. So yeah, it's gonna be okay. A lot of time again wasted for nothing, but hey, that's part of the adventure. It's fine.
We had to make some arrangements because of the cancellation.
But, you know, I'll say, like, if they canceled it for a reason and, like, if they don't feel like it's safe, then, you know, I'm happy that we're not in the air when it's not safe, you know?
They are rescheduling us, but we want to go early, on time, you know. Our family is waiting. They are worried because of this volcano eruption and all.
Authorities say the eruption at Lewottobi Laki Laki is set to continue, warning residents of lava flows triggered by rain and more falling ash and stones.
A deep breath before we leave as Japan swelters in a heat wave. The people of Amari City in the southwest are enjoying some welcome respite at its annual Wind Chime Festival. Every year, some 3,000 porcelain wind chimes are hung from the eaves of buildings. And as you're about to hear, they send cool, relaxing sounds breezing across the city. You're watching DW News. Here's a reminder of our top
Time
story
for
this
some
hour.
morning ramen. In the morning?
Dozens of people have been injured as Iranian missiles struck several areas in Israel, including buildings in central Tel Aviv and a major hospital in the south of the country. The Israeli military says rescue operations
missile bases in the Gulf are 200, 300 kilometers away. So some of these missiles can be here within 2 to 3 minutes. And actually some of the air defenses could be overwhelmed and the whole region can erupt very easily.
On that positive note, let's leave it there. Adel Abdel Ghaffar, Director of the Foreign Policy Programme at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs. Thank you. Israeli
blueberry
forces
donut
have
holes
again
and
targeted
coffee for
Palestinians
late nights.
desperately
Oh.
waiting for food in central Gaza. 16 people were
man.
killed, dozens more injured on Thursday morning near the
Let me see if I can
Netzarim
find
corridor.
another
On Wednesday,
live
at
cam.
least 29 Palestinians waiting for food were shot dead in Khan Yunis. Now, these attacks took place at distribution points operated by the United States and Israel-backed
So far, I've
Gaza
just got the
Humanitarian
one that's
Foundation.
live on the street.
Tariq Abu Azoum has the latest from Deir al-Balah.
This started to seem
I've got
a
a bunch
daily
of city
routine
cams,
right now
but
in
not
Gaza
really
in light
showing
of
anything.
the Israeli repeated attacks on aid seekers across all designated distribution centers across the Gaza Strip. This morning, we have woken up on the very horrific news of at least 16 Palestinians being killed and over 100 others reported wounded near a distribution center operated by the controversial Gaza Humanitarian Foundation just in Netzarim corridor. It's a very close place to where we are. These sounds of attacks was visibly and clearly very heard for everyone, as the eyewitnesses confirmed that, as always, the Israeli military did not release any sort of warning for the hungry crowds that have gathered near that distribution point, according to an announcement that was shared by Gaza Humanitarian Foundation in its social media platforms, urging Palestinians to visit these sites in order to get food boxes. And many of viewers might wonder why people continue to go there despite the huge risk they are enduring. The answer is quite simple. Over more than 3 months of full closure of all border crossings has turned Gaza into a hunger point where people have run out of all kinds of humanitarian supplies and now found themselves to be forced to move to these designated centers to get bags of flour, bottle of water, and alongside also with food boxes that, according to nutritional experts, they said that it contains, and they contain some sort of low nutritional value. So apparently these attacks are still unfolding, turning all humanitarian corridors into killing grounds, and till now people are still waiting for the next announcement to go, simply because they have run out of all kinds of options, and UN-led agencies are still struggling to allow for more aid to access Gaza in light of the wider scale restrictions imposed on their work on the ground by the Israeli authorities.
Still trying to find any
President
new updates,
Vladimir
guys.
Putin says Russia has been in contact with Israel about its workers in Iran. He acknowledged more than 200 Russians are working at the Bushehr
debate on
nuclear
whether or
power
not the
plant
hospital
in
was
southern
actually even
Iran,
hit.
and Israel had agreed to ensure their safety. Calling for an end to the fighting, he also said Russia would be ready to continue working on nuclear energy with Iran while guaranteeing Israel's security.
All these details have been discussed with both the Israeli and American sides, and we've sent signals to our Iranian friends. Overall, it is possible to ensure Iran's interests in the field of peaceful nuclear
Be
energy.
interesting to see if
At the
the
same
bunker bomb
time,
gets dropped.
it's possible to address Israel's concerns regarding its security. In my opinion, such options exist.
Okay, I just want to bring you a reminder of all the latest developments in the escalating conflict between.
Apparently, the idea of the launches issue under review. Alerts may have delayed from this morning's Iran attack.
Of Israeli forces near the.
Generally, before like the last few days, we've had like reports on this news feed that I get of incoming attacks. And so we know several minutes before they hit, or even quite a bit earlier than that, actually. But the ones that caused all this damage, it like literally the alert went out like a minute before they started hitting. So it was very quick.
U.S. President Donald Trump says his patience with Iran has already run out, but he declined to say whether he's decided the U.S. military should intervene in the conflict between Israel and Iran. The president met
Putin
with
has,
his
like,
national
multiple
security
people
team
looking
in the
exactly
White
like
House
him or AI
Situation
clones.
Room on Wednesday.
Try to assassinate him, it might not be the
Those
right
are
Putin.
your latest headlines. That's it from me, Marlene Saeed. Lots more information on all our stories on our
I don't
website,
know.
aljazeera.com.
How close can you make
The news
somebody look like
continues
somebody
here
else?
on Al Jazeera after 4 months.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me.
When Donald Trump was sworn in for his second term, three faces with front row seats stood out in the crowd.
Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and Mark Zuckerberg, front and center at the inauguration of a billionaire president.
By the way, ahead of members of Congress, cabinet members, people like that, right?
The wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right
Being
now.
reported that Israel
Thank you
bombed
very
36 hospitals
Suddenly
in
you
Gaza,
have a situation where
40 hospitals
incredibly
in
wealthy people
Lebanon,
who at one
and
point
3
didn't seem to be
hospitals in
particularly
Iran.
aligned with Donald Trump are standing there on stage.
Elon Musk, the wealthiest of
The
them
air
all,
raid
had
alert
poured
in
hundreds of
Ukraine
millions
has
into
ended.
Trump's campaign to get him back into the White House.
We weren't
Musk
watching that, but
saw
I did report
that
it
democracy is
earlier.
for sale in America, that we have practically unlimited political giving, and thought, why not take that all the way?
Take over, Elijah.
He was on the campaign trail. He was jumping on stage. He was giving away money in what seemed to be an illegal lottery.
Less than a year after the fall of the Assad regime, Russia might lose
Trump brought
another
Musk
key
into the
ally
White
in the
House as
Middle
a
East.
special advisor, giving him free rein to reshape the federal government through a new agency, the Department of Government Efficiency.
Doge. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps. Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight.
Did he get there just randomly? Did it matter that he gave $250 million in the prior election? I think it did.
Our government runs on money. I mean, Elon Musk is a completely unelected billionaire who is able to waltz into the Oval Office whenever he wants. That's because he paid $270 million.
And within a few months, it all came crashing down.
I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Fault lines traveled across the
Jackson,
country to
in
learn
motion.
why America's richest man put his fortune behind Donald Trump, what he may have bought with his donations, and what else is for sale in Trump's America.
Hey, can I ask you a question on the way? Is there anything in America that's not
And the
for
U.S.
sale
military
right now?
is now helping evacuate some diplomats and other Americans from the U.S. Embassy in Israel. But of course, the question remains, can last-minute diplomacy prevent further escalation? Rhiannon.
All right, Nicole, thank you.
I
A
think-
lot of questions there. And we, of course, will
I
bring
think
you
we're gonna
any
find
new
out
developments
very
from
early
Israel
tomorrow.
just as soon
I'm
as
gonna
we get
try
them.
and be up
Now to
early.
the breaking news overnight involving
'Cause I wanna
SpaceX,
see,
a
what
rocket
the
test
response
ending in a
is.
fiery explosion in Texas. Video capturing the moments the rocket's nose suddenly burst open, followed by a blinding flash that lit up the night sky. This happened during a static fire test. That's when the engines ignite while the rocket stays bolted down.
Right now
SpaceX
it's,
confirming what it calls a major anomaly.
like
It says
11:30 in
all
the
personnel
morning.
are safe and the area has been secured.
So the,
Still, that
missile
explosion
attacks
was felt
happened at
miles
about
away.
7 a.m.
Residents reported windows shaking and dishes rattling.
A new warning
My
about the
voice is
future
really
of
low?
Social
Maybe
Security. The
just
money
'cause
may
I'm
run out
sexy.
even sooner than we thought. A new government report warns the trust funds that support the program are now expected to run out of money by 2034.
weird,
That
like
is 1
oddly
year
low,
earlier
or-
than predicted because of new benefits and costs. It comes as President Trump's spending proposal.
Hold on, are you gonna make me test this? Test 1, 2, 3.
Report warns the trust funds that support the program are now expected to run out of money
Watching my
by
stream on another
2034.
weird,
That
like
is 1
oddly
year
low,
earlier.
or no? I always sound that sexy, dude. What are you talking about? I always sound that sexy. Oh, the foot. Yeah, it depends what
Tuck them. Sources tell ABC News
stream I'm
multiple
on.
lawmakers, both Democrats and Republicans, along with U.S.
I thought you meant my voice was low as in like deep.
pizzas at their homes. The deliveries likely aimed at
I thought you were saying that my voice was like nice and deep and sexy. Not that it was like low and you can't hear me.
Deliveries are troubling and yet again bring to light the heightened threat landscape we are living in. Security in the spotlight after those shootings targeting Democrats in Minnesota last weekend, and now police confirming a break-in at the home of slain lawmaker Melissa Hortman, saying
Just let me dream that I've got a deep, sexy voice, okay?
Deliveries, though many arrived last weekend, the deliveries were first to concern years ago.
Even Justice Amy Coney Barrett's family has been reportedly receiving unsolicited pizza deliveries.
Federal Judge Esther Salas' son was murdered in 2020 by a gunman posing as a delivery driver. In April, she told ABC News, hundreds of judges around the country have also received pizzas, some ordered in her son's name.
And that says what?
Pizza's ordered.
My son is now being used to really send threats to judges.
Capitol Police now working with
Wow.
state and federal partners to track down who's behind the deliveries as lawmakers demand tighter security.
Capitol Police are now asking Congress for a 22% increase in funding.
Transgender rights advocates are condemning a Supreme Court ruling on gender-affirming hair for minors. In a 6-3 decision, the justices upheld Tennessee's ban on some treatments, rejecting the argument that denying trans kids access to puberty blockers and hormone therapy amounts to sexual discrimination. The ruling clears the way for dozens of states to enforce similar bans to Tennessee's. Supporters say the ban protects kids from long-term harm.
Now to the not guilty verdict in the Karen Reed trial. The Massachusetts woman celebrating the verdict last night, but the legal battle over the death of her police officer boyfriend is not over. Here's ABC's Andrea Fujii.
Overnight, Karen Reed celebrating her not guilty verdict at a Boston restaurant with her family.
Happy. I'm happy. Thank you.
I fought for John O'Keefe harder than anyone. Harder than anyone.
We're numb. We're numb. We're happy. We're numb. We're celebrating. We're getting together as a family.
A jury acquitted Reed of second-degree murder and manslaughter in the death of her boyfriend, police officer John O'Keefe. Cheers from outside heard inside the Massachusetts courtroom.
Is the bar guilty or not guilty? Not guilty.
When Reed emerged from the courthouse, supporters erupting in applause.
I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters who have supported me and my team.
Reed
Many, but leave the kids out of it when you're of legal age of 18. Do you?
Outside the state, from as
Wait,
far
what?
as
What are
Texas.
we talking about? Kids again?
Because it could happen to any of us, and we feel like she's been framed.
I mean, it could happen to any one of us.
The O'Keefe family not commenting after the verdict. A friend saying they respect the jury's decision, but don't agree.
Johnny deserved much more than this. He just deserved much more than this. The fanfare and all this.
Yeah, I
and that's it.
Calling the supporters around Reed.
I think with how confusing things are with people, kids, when they're going through puberty and stuff like that,
She was drunk.
making life-changing choices
She hit him,
that young,
and she left him to die.
The
I don't
defense
know.
argued Reed's SUV never hit O'Keefe. They say he was attacked by a dog, showing what they claim
I don't
were
have
bite
problems
marks,
with people
and
doing
say
it
O'Keefe
like
was
after
beaten by others in the house,
their life.
thrown in the
Doesn't
snow
affect
to
me in the
death. They claim
slightest.
there was a police cover-up led by the lead investigator, Michael Proctor.
But when I
Proctor
hear
was
about like
fired
kids
over
that are
his
like 10 years
conduct, but
old or
maintains
something
he
like
did
that,
nothing wrong.
going through this, it's like,
Absolutely not. And I'm laughing because it's such a ridiculous accusation. It's something I would never do. I've never done.
Reed was found guilty of driving under the influence, for which she'll serve 1 year of probation.
Reed's first trial ended in a mistrial last year. But this verdict does not mean her legal battles are over. She now faces a civil trial because the
How can you
O'Keefe
go to
family
civil
filed a
trial?
wrongful death lawsuit. Rhiannon, Lionel.
like I don't understand how you've been found not guilty of causing the death of him. How can then they sue you in a civil trial again? I don't get that.
Let's check your Thursday forecast.
Good morning. Storms take aim on the East Coast today.
I don't care about your storms. Do we have anything else? Jerome Park remains the same. That happened yesterday. We're on breaking news. We're not talking about yesterday's news here. Yeah, I've got the AC on right now too, man. It's almost 2 o'clock and it's getting close to 2 o'clock in the morning. I've got the air conditioner on. It was earlier on, like in the afternoon when I started streaming. It was like, man, it's warm here. Like the air conditioner was barely holding on. Let's see.
And to simply wait it out.
It's the volcano that erupted today. That's crazy.
I'm stunned.
No casualties have been reported, but it was a breathtaking sight for many. And tremors could still be felt Wednesday morning.
Yes, Nixon. War of 1812.
All ran out of our houses because of the
And
noise.
do you want me to let you know who won?
In November, the same volcano
Don't talk about that war with Americans, dude. They don't like to talk about the War of 1812.
Had to be evacuated, and ash rain was reported in several others outside the exclusion
I've
zone.
always
Dozens of flights have been cancelled.
We need to mute this person. I've always talked about how I wanted to go down to Washington, D.C. to see the White House version 2.0. You know, after what the Canadians did to White House version 1.0, I want to see what White House version 2.0 looks like.
Divisions are still valid, and sectarian clashes.
You know, there's Americans in the chat that are just like, "Shut the fuck up, you maple drinking."
To boil over, and many are taking justice into their own hands. Amid the spiral of violence, the authorities say.
Civil court has lower burden of proof compared to but in criminal court you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, where civil court only requires a preponderance of evidence, which is just like more likely than not. I that makes no sense, man. No sense.
This house is no longer a home. Its rooms are empty. Its inhabitants gone.
Not empty, there's someone sitting right there.
They no longer feel safe here, and there are too many painful memories.
Okay, we're moving on from this. Can we find any other live news coverage? Let's go through. These are some of the pictures that we saw earlier. If you weren't around, damage from the missile attacks. If you're just tuning in, severe damage to a lot of the buildings around town. One of the news feeds I saw said, let me find it again. Channel 12 of the Israeli regime's television, Iranian missiles hit 40 different locations. 24 people have been killed and more than 838 injured, with 11 in critical condition. Also, 5,000 Israelis have been displaced. In Scandinavia, we praise Vikings, but they were some bad fuckers back in the day. Well, we all know the real Vikings were from Norway, Nixon. The real Vikings were from Norway. Yeah, these were taken like right after the missiles hit, basically. Look at the damage to this building, man. Like this. Apparently one of these buildings is completely collapsed. This was a video from inside the hospital.
תרגעו לברשים, תראו את האנשים, תראו את האנשים. תראו.
Some more here as well. This is the back of the hospital, apparently. Inside. Another side of the hospital, inside again. They would say sorry afterwards and built a newer, better one for us? No, dude. I'm going to go down to Washington, D.C. one of these days when these, issues between the two countries are maybe sorted out. And I'm going to visit White House 2.0. And if you piss us off, I might have to wait until White House version 3.0 is built, okay? You hear that, huh? There's a video. You want to watch a video? See if I can find it really quickly. About the war crimes Canada's committed.
Why do Canadians go?
So there's actually a video that you know that channel Simply History. I'll link it to you guys. Watch it. Talks about like some of the crap that we did during World War II, and definitely definitely not stuff that you're supposed to do during wars, but. Tasnim News is reporting that Iran's blow to Israel's 475 billion stock market. The Tel Aviv economy is in shock following Iran's missile attack on Thursday morning on the Ramat Gan area. The Ramat Gan area is a suburb of Tel Aviv, one of Israel's most important financial centers. The regime's stock market was severely shocked. With the start of the attack, financial markets reacted reacted quickly to the wave of emergency selling. Emergency selling began among traders. In the early hours of the attack, the main index of the Israeli Stock Exchange fell by more than 3%. This drop was unprecedented since the 2023 war with Gaza. According to the latest official statistics, the total value of the Israeli stock market is estimated to be about 475 billion. A 3% drop in just one day means a decrease of about 14 billion in market value. You see the plane crash in India? It crashed into a small... Well, I guess Indians build better buildings. That's why. Indian engineering, Nixon. If I can find some more news for you guys. And there are some people that just sound absolutely ridiculous on Twitter with their bullshit narratives. It's funny having to try and like pick through people that are just like obviously trolling or so full of conspiracy theories. There's one guy, I shit you not. He's got tons of followers too, and a lot of them are like legit, like this guy's trying to claim that this was all set up. So this is obviously the hospital, but this guy's trying to claim that these are false destructive pictures. We saw the explosion in the video, and this guy's claiming that, you know, this furniture would be overturned if this had actually happened, if it had actually hit the hospital. This glass would have broken. This glass looks like it probably came out of a door that's on the right-hand side, which is kind of like fell over. And we don't even know if it's actually glass or if it's like the plastic plexiglass shit or whatever. But when I first followed this guy, I was like, oh, this guy seems like a legit journalist. Nope. Yeah, it's obviously IKEA furniture. Oops. Here we go. Let's see if I can find another. Ehud Barak, the former Prime Minister of Israel, says Israel and the U.S. cannot destroy the nuclear facilities in Iran. War with Iran now has no logistical justification. Iran's nuclear program cannot be destroyed without a regime change. The U.S. does not want to enter the war with Iran because they have never won a... The U.S. does not want to enter a war with Iran because they have never won a war. Sorry, Americans. I'm just quoting the guy. They have never won a war. Not in Korea, not in Vietnam, not in Iraq, not in Afghanistan. Okay, this guy's crazy. We know they won the war in Korea because the Canadians were helping them, okay? Trying to keep... Good morning, Susan Ross. How are you doing? The Euro News is reporting that it was 20 ballistic missiles that was launched. I mean, I can understand saying that they didn't win the Vietnam War, but they pretty clearly won the Iraq War. And they basically held Afghanistan hostage until they decided to leave. Not hostage, but they basically held control over the majority of the important areas of the city until they just got fed up with being there. America all day. All hail Canada, that's right. Breaking the IRGC, which is the Islamic Republic something guard something. So this is Iranian's statement. Says the hospital was not targeted. The 14th wave of True Promise 3 that launched today with a synchronized attack using suicide drones and strategic missiles. In this operation, the regime Army's Command and Intelligence Center located near one of the hospitals was targeted with high precision and absolute accuracy. So they're saying they didn't actually hit the hospital, and the damage to the hospital is from the blast. Here, you know what? Let's bring up the map. Try and find the name of it. Soroka Hospital. I want to see if there's any, like, would they even show that? So, oh, you guys don't have it here? This is where the hospital is? Is there any military? Children? They're saying the buildings were attached to where the hospital is. That's... not... Live show, yeah, I'm going to be reporting from Israel tomorrow, actually. This is a pre-recorded stream. I'll be there tomorrow. Yeah, I don't see anything, I mean, they probably wouldn't have that listed on Google Maps. I don't even know what I'm thinking checking this, but wait a second. This isn't the building that we've been watching burn, is it? Earlier? With the smoke all coming out the side and stuff? I don't think so. I don't think that's... Oh, look at this. They teased me with this shawarma restaurant that's right there. Oh, I hope the shawarma restaurant's not... Oh, no. Yeah, we don't know what some of these other buildings are. They're suggesting that it was a command and intelligence center. That's what they're suggesting. Oh, I love shawarma, man. It might be my favorite food. It might be my favorite food. By the way, overnight, over the last 24 hours, another 16 Palestinians have been killed while they're waiting for aid in Gaza. Like,
seventh day of a conflict that began with a surprise wave of Israeli airstrikes targeting military sites. This coming from senior officers and nuclear scientists. We are getting a live look in Israel on this Thursday morning. I want to transition to show you the aftermath as the Iranian strikes hit a main hospital in southern Israel. We're also getting the very latest from Israeli Defense Forces this morning. Transitioning your screen, they put this out on X early this Thursday saying, quote, raw footage, this hospital was one of Iran's targets this morning. Take a listen to the audio.
I'm just gonna stop quoting this guy. That's yeah. Top right is a lot of the damage
so
as
you
well.
can hear the chaos inside of the hospital. Again, that from Israeli Defense Forces this Thursday morning as they report the hospital on your screen, one of Iran's targets this morning. And then again, as we mentioned, several residential buildings were impacted as well. You're seeing that on your screen happening near Tel Aviv. Here at 501 on the East Coast, giving you a live look in central Israel, Tel Aviv on your screen as we continue to follow this breaking news alert. Of course, we have you covered here on Live Now from Fox for all things Middle East conflict. Make sure you're staying tuned on air and online for the latest developments. Here at 501 on the East Coast, we do want to transition to other top stories this morning. Transitioning your screen right now as this Thursday, June 19th, it does mark Juneteenth. For those of you unfamiliar with the very latest of this federal holiday, I want to share the latest information for you this Thursday morning. This
Federal holiday? What holiday is it
Juneteenth
in America?
Today. Historians and activists say it's crucial to acknowledge the past to forge ahead with a brighter future. But across the country, local events commemorating the federal holiday are running into
What federal holidays in America
in the
today?
wake of the Trump administration's pushback on DEI initiatives. Fox News' Chris DeMayo reporting this morning on the very latest.
Thursday marks the 5th time Juneteenth is being observed as a federal holiday, with celebrations honoring the end of slavery in the U.S. taking place coast to coast.
I don't know what it is. Juneteenth, I've never heard of this before.
A lot for us to be where we are today.
Juneteenth commemorates the day Union soldiers marched to Galveston, Texas back in 1865, letting thousands of enslaved people know that they were free.
I've never
2
heard
years
of this.
after former President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation.
When Lincoln freed the slaves in 1863, it was hard for word to get around. So by 1865,
actually looking it up,
people in Washington decided we needed to send something to Texas so that they knew that the slaves were free. So they called it General Order Number 3.
Historians say troops arrived posting handouts of the order. The only one of these papers still known
America's
to exist
second
is on display
Independence
at the
Day?
Dallas Historical Society through October 19th.
Celebrating Juneteenth as Emancipation Day also means that we're acknowledging enslavement. So it gives us a chance to reflect on where we've been and where things are going.
Meanwhile, from Chicago to New York, local leaders have been participating in Juneteenth flag-raising events.
Never heard of it. Oh, stop,
Former
stop,
President
stop,
Biden, who
stop.
established Juneteenth as a federal holiday, will celebrate
I don't know
at a
when it was
historical
started.
church in Galveston.
Wait, we have
on
Americans
Thursday.
that have never even
Other
heard of it
local
before?
Juneteenth events have been forced to adapt this year, after many have reported losing financial sponsors, citing pushbacks surrounding diversity, equity, and inclusion programs.
In 2025, the celebrations of Juneteenth, I think, are reflecting the sort of bifurcation that we see across politics.
Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
All right, Chris, thank you so much for that detailed report. And joining
Okay,
us
apparently it
live
was made a national holiday on
very
2020.
as it relates to all things Juneteenth is none other than Dr. Larry Walker. He's a
You don't pay attention to politics? Do you pay attention to when you're supposed to have a day off of work?
Good morning, thank you.
So, Dr. Walker, I'm sorry, we are working to figure out where this extra audio is coming from for the feed, but I will bring you full. If you can first explain what Juneteenth is.
Yeah, so you heard the reporter give you, a quick synopsis of Juneteenth.
What is
The
Juneteenth?
Civil War ended in April 1865, but as we don't have email and ways to exchange information the way we had, during that period of time, as we were well aware, and so you heard the reporter talk about that they sent Union troops into the Deep South, particularly Texas. And in June of 1865, led by General Granger, Union troops arrived and essentially let those more than 250,000 enslaved Africans know that
I have a question.
they,
Do we have
they
any
were no
Jewish
longer
people in
enslaved.
chat, or maybe
But
somebody
I
can
wanna
answer the
add
question?
A really important point here is
You know, Jewish people wear the little hat thing on the back of their head, like this guy's got one. Like, are you supposed to always wear it, or only like the extra religious people wear it, or how does that work?
Dr. Walker, thank you so much for that detailed analysis. And to think
I actually
that
don't know.
slaves at this time were free, but there were those that didn't even know that freedom existed. Paint that picture for us. Take us back in time, because there were freed slaves, and then when we think about indentured servitude as well, but then you had slaves that were still on plantations, being forced as slaves, and not knowing that they were indeed free during this time.
Yeah, it's a really important point that people really have to understand. Like I said, first of all, the brutality of that period of time in terms of enslaved Africans, how they were treated, brutalized. And so you can imagine that, after, essentially generations for those individuals who were brought here during the transatlantic slave trade, that finally finding out that you were essentially free. And like I said, Juneteenth for those in Texas, that June 19th, essentially what Juneteenth represents June that 19th of 1865, is that finding out, that you are no longer, that you have the opportunity to be treated the way you deserve to be treated as relates to humanity. So, and it's also interesting that, it's been a holiday in Texas since the 1970s. And as we just talked about a few
What time
minutes
is
ago,
nighttime?
it's been a US holiday
They're like
just
8
for the last
o'clock.
few years.
And that's the perfect transition, Dr. Walker, to look at Juneteenth in
So I think
today's
that's about
society.
10
We just heard
10
with that
a.m.
report
our
with Chris
time.
DeMaio. You know, there will be Juneteenth celebrations across America. Former President Joe Biden will be hosting a Juneteenth event of his own. But let's look at the concerns surrounding President Donald Trump's administration's initiatives surrounding diversity, equity, and inclusion. There are concerns that maybe Juneteenth could be done away with. Also, if we look on the flip side, though, there are Republicans this morning saying, why are you concerned about that, especially when they say that President Donald Trump has acknowledged Black History Month, which was in February.
So I think it's important to make sure we're clear that, you know, celebrating Juneteenth has nothing to do with DEI policies which were developed, you know, post civil rights, era. So, and what I mean by that is that, you know, the Juneteenth is connected to the end of the Civil War, which is a uniquely American historical point. And so I think it's really important we talk about Juneteenth. We have to talk about the Civil War, and which occurred during a four-year period between 1861 and 1865 between the Union troops, Union and the South, or the North and the South. So this is a uniquely, like I said, American holiday, and acknowledging, those individuals who, like myself, were the ancestors who were enslaved Africans. And then, like I said, what happened to the Civil War, the cause of the Civil War, and then the Civil War ending and those individuals.
Well, guys, I think I'm going to call it here.
Enslaved. But then
I'm not
also
really
the
finding
challenges
anything
related to
new.
getting the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment passed, which are also referred to as the Reconstruction Amendments.
Dr. Walker, on this day, obviously many celebrations.
Hasgo, what's up, man? If you haven't already, guys, and you like the content, please follow.
Throughout the day.
Follow the stream. If you're on YouTube, give me a favor and subscribe to the channel. Give me a like. We've been streaming for almost 10 hours now.
Will come up today as well.
So I will be back on tomorrow for sure, because we want to see what the reaction is going to be. Because now we're
we have to, historical context is important.
After what happened here,
looking at where we were,
June
of 1865 to
Mr. Trump
today,
is probably going to want to
and the
react.
question
So
people in this country ask us, how much progress have we made?
yeah, thank you very much for coming out and watching the streams, guys. I really do appreciate that. So we will be giving live coverage again. Did you watch Bernie Sanders' video? Yes, we did. We watched that yesterday on stream, actually. So we did. We watched that yesterday. So we'll be back again tomorrow, guys. If you want to tune in again tomorrow, I'm going to try and be on again a little bit earlier. Just so that we're on when it's like nighttime, because there's going to be a lot to report on then. So have a good one, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Again, follow the stream if you haven't already, and if you could follow my YouTube channel as well, would really appreciate that.